together with our Ukrainian friends.
Rachel Muskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says there's sufficiency within the armed forces. However, we're in peacekeeping operations and security operations. We're not in combat in Ukraine. And therefore, if there is an escalation of risk, whether in Ukraine or as a result of food shortage elsewhere around the globe, that's seriously going to challenge our capability, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have, I think we have an armed forces that are more mobile and deployable and agile than ever before, and that is what will meet the threats that we face. And I think that's really what the integrated review got right. Our support to Ukraine has been very, very small in terms of mass.
We've heard from his previous answer, about the fact that the level of support to Ukraine will continue. But can I ask him, please, for how long it will continue, particularly if the conflict goes from months into years, it becomes a attritional campaign? And also, is that view and stance shared by all of our other allies? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's question. He pays close attention to these matters. And I think we have all been clear that our support to Ukraine is something that will, I expect, to last many years. We've had a very close defence relationship since 2014. I think we are moving to a phase of the campaign that is attritional and will be continued at tragic and significant cost to the Russian state. We can't speculate on how long it might last, but I think we must be prepared for it to last for a very, very long time. And I think we should be reassured by the fact that we and our allies across Western Europe have the resolve to see this through, because it's resolve, apart from kit and equipment, resolve is the key ingredient to a successful military campaign. We have all observed how the Russian armed forces are completely absent in terms of the moral element. And I would be reassured by the fact that throughout NATO and throughout our military and diplomatic alliances in Western Europe, that resolve is shared. And we are much stronger because we are part of an amazing alliance. And what's different from our position to that of Russia is that they have very few friends.
The humanitarian support that he mentioned includes how we welcome Ukrainian people who want a sanctuary from us. A constituent of mine is sponsoring a family of 5 people. The first visa was approved on the 13th of April. The 5th visa took until the 9th of May. Now, these delays are inexcusable and they are impossible to understand for those applying or for the public in this country. Will he raise again with his colleagues across government the importance of getting this right and offering that welcome in a timely and humanitarian way?
His question, and I thank his constituents for sharing that compassion. The response of the British public has been absolutely magnificent in this regard. I will raise that with the relevant Home Office Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talks about the agility of the British Army, but don't we also need to see some agility in the thinking of defence ministers? Because it's clear that the integrated review was written with a very different world in mind. It almost entirely overlooked the threat of war in Europe, and we've seen the danger in our history of being complacent. I'm worried that the hubris of ministers defending that integrated review will prevent them showing the agility to actually change now that the threats have changed. So will the minister just think again about the decision to cut 10,000 more of our troops that CGS is concerned about, and the decision on Challenger tanks, and really make sure we're able to deal with whatever threat faces us?
Well, Mr. Speaker, well, I contest his characterisation of the integrated review, and I mean, he will know from reading it that Russia as a threat is first and foremost containing in the analysis of the integrated review. So it was a live to threat on the European mainland. And of course we retain agility of thought across the ministerial team. We are a threat-led organisation. We will continue to keep our defence posture under review, but I would say, thanks to the £24 billion uplift, we are in good shape. We are in good shape.
Sir Mark Henry.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, first of all, commend the Minister on the amounts of humanitarian and military aid that are going to Ukraine. But can I ask the Minister what assessment he's made of the effectiveness and the capacity of the Ukrainians to be able to distribute that aid, humanitarian aid, effectively, and the ability of the Ukrainian army to be able to get that equipment into the theatre effectively and have the skills and the capacity to be able to use that equipment effectively?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's an interesting pair of questions. And actually, when it comes to the robustness and the organisational ability of both the Ukrainian armed forces and their humanitarian forces, we have been reassured and amazed at their resilience and the extent to which they have maintained their integrity and their operational capability. So we should be confident that all support we provide, whether it be defensive, lethal aid or indeed humanitarian aid, is reaching its required destination.
Margaret Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UN have said that the Ukrainian death toll is likely to be much higher than the 3,381 so far confirmed. What support is the UK offering in helping Ukraine retrieve and count their dead and help to ensure families are informed where possible?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will, of course, afford all help that we can following requests from Ukraine. And I think we should put on record that we are expectant that the Ukrainians will do, with our support if required, a very thorough job of gathering all relevant evidence of Russian atrocities, especially against innocent civilians, women and children, in order that Putin and his cronies are held to account very firmly and in good order in front of the International Criminal Court.
Jim Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And over the last weekend and Saturday through until yesterday morning, I had the opportunity to be in Poland to see some of the things that the Polish nation were doing for Ukrainian refugees. For the record, Mr. Speaker, it's good whenever you speak to foreign ministers there, they tell us that the people of the United Kingdom and the government have been exceptionally helpful. So I want to put that on the record, since that came straight from the ministerial department. Can I ask the Minister this question? In light of US intelligence suggesting that Putin is betting in for the long haul, will the Minister make clear that our military aid, including the anti-tank missiles from Belfast and my constituency of Strangford, and that supplies will also be available for the long haul, along with the humanitarian aid, which is very important for the victims of Putin's oppression, aggression and violence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely can give him that reassurance, and I'm grateful for the question. I think what's unique about the nation supporting Ukraine is their collective resolve and our absolute firm determination to see this through for the long term, however many years that may be.
That ends that urgent question. But before we come to the second urgent question, I'd like to point out to the House that the scope of the question is narrow, focusing on one particular case. Therefore, I'm not expecting members to raise broader, unrelated issues. I expect proceedings on this question to last roughly around 20 minutes. I hope members will bear this in mind when considering whether to seek to catch my eye. I now call Weir Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if she will make a statement on Jim Fitton.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for raising this important case. And I recognise this is a very distressing time for Mr. Fitton and his family. I would also like to reassure honourable members that the consular officials continue to maintain contact with Mr. Fitton and his family. Indeed, they met with his family this morning, and we liaise with his lawyers to provide consular assistance. Since his arrest in March, consular officials have visited Mr. Fitton on 4 occasions. And we understand the urgency and concerns that Mr. Fitton and his family have. We cannot, of course, interfere or seek to interfere with the judicial process of another country, just as we would not expect interference in our own judicial process. That said, the British ambassador in Baghdad has raised and will continue to raise Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government, and this includes raising with the authorities the UK's very strong opposition to the death penalty, both in terms of its potential application to Mr. Fitton and also our in principle opposition to the death penalty in all instances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. May I say that I am deeply concerned by the Foreign Office's engagement with my constituent's case. Jim is 66-year-old, he's a geologist. He's sitting in a cell in Iraq, he has missed his daughter's wedding, and he potentially faces a death penalty. His family are worried sick. Nearly 250,000 people have signed a petition urging the government to help Jim. Jim's lawyer believes that representations from the British government could make a huge difference in this case, but I'm afraid the government gives the impression that they're not particularly interested or worried. Ministerial engagement has been slow. It took 10 days for the Minister's private office to inform me that a meeting with Jim's family was not on the cards. Jim is now days away from a trial. We are told that the government won't be making the crucial representation to the Iraqi government. It is my understanding that the German government are making representations on behalf of one of their constituents detained with Jim. Why won't the Foreign Office do the same? So I hope the Minister will be able to answer these key questions. Jim's trial is fast approaching. Will the Minister meet with me and Jim's family before the trial and before it is too late? Will he commit to making representations to her Iraqi counterpart, as the German authorities are doing? Mr. Speaker, there are implications far beyond Jim's case. It fits into a concerning pattern of the UK government failing to do enough for its citizens abroad. Can the Minister clarify his view of the role of the Foreign Office in supporting British citizens that run afoul of legal injustices and draconian laws abroad, such as in Jim's case? Will he commit to a root and branch review of how the Foreign Office responds to situations like this? Mr. Speaker, British citizens deserve the help of the British government. Jim Fitton is potentially facing the death penalty. I urge the Minister to do everything they can do to stop this nightmare before it turns into a tragedy.
Mr. Speaker, I completely reject the Honourable Lady's assertions about the role of the British government in this case and other consular cases. Let me remind the House, and with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I do think it's worth going into this in detail. On 23rd of March, shortly after his arrest, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention. On the 4th of April, consular officials visited him again. On the 10th of April, the British ambassador raised his case with the Iraqi authorities. On the 25th of April, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention again. On the 1st of May, the British Embassy sent a note verbale to the Iraqi government on Mr. Fitton's case. On the 1st of May, the British ambassador again raised the issue of Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government. On the 8th of May, the British ambassador to Iraq again raised Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government. On the 8th of May, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention. On the 10th of May, the British ambassador to Iraq again raised Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi officials. On the 11th of May, just today, as I said, the family met with our expert consular officials on the FCDO. We do these things not because these cases are raised in the House. We do these things because they are the right thing to do. I am proud of the work that our officials do both in Iraq and the consular team here in the UK to support individuals and the families of those individuals who have been arrested. We will, of course, continue to raise this case with the Iraqi officials, and we will, of course, continue to liaise with Mr Fitton and his family, and we will continue to support British nationals in incarceration around the globe.
Right.
Speaker, Mr Fitton is not my constituent, but a large number of his family and friends live in the village of Box just outside Bath. First of all, I would two caveats. First, I entirely accept your injunction that this is not a matter for the Minister's injunction, rather, this is not a matter for the British government. It must come under the Iraqi judicial system, and that's perfectly correct. And secondly, that ancient relics are of extreme importance to the Iraqi government, particularly post Saddam Hussein. However, with this background, I also incidentally reject much of what the Honourable Bath had to say about the consular service in general, which in my experience is absolutely outstandingly good and quite wrong to attack it in general because of this particular case. Having said which, we have here an elderly, well, a little bit younger than me, but nonetheless an elderly scientist who inadvertently picked up a couple of shards in Iraq, a very, very minor offence in our terms, albeit an important one with regard to Iraq. And he's facing potentially very long prison sentences or even possibly the death sentence. So I want to hear from the Minister that he absolutely commits himself to doing whatever we can through the consular service, particularly providing English-speaking lawyers and English-speaking support, one kind or another, to try and either get him off or, secondly, at least to mitigate the sentence that he will have to face.
I thank the honourable gentleman's kind remarks about the professionalism of the Foreign Office's consular team. They deal with incredibly difficult and sensitive issues regularly. I can assure him that we will continue to work tirelessly to bring this case to the attention of our opposite numbers in the Iraqi government. As I say, it would be wrong for us to attempt to distort their legal process, but we will, of course, help Mr Fitton's family secure legal representation, including English-speaking legal representation, to give him the proper ability to defend himself in this instance.
Now could Shadow Minister Bambos or Lambos.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Bath, for securing this urgent question today and for her tireless advocacy on behalf of her constituent, Jim Fitton. My thoughts are with Mr Fitton and his family, and I'd like to echo the concerns raised by colleagues across the House. In March, Mr Fitton, a British citizen and retired geologist, was arrested in Iraq on a charge that carries the death penalty, and he remains detained. As we've heard, he was part of a tour group visiting Iraq on an organised geology and archaeology trip during the tour. The group picked up some broken fragments of stone and pottery from the ground. The fragments were out in the open, unprotected, and without nearby signage warning against their removal. Members of the tour were told they could take the fragments home as a souvenir, as they held no economic or historical value. And as a retired geologist, Mr Fitton's family have made clear he would never in any way intend to disrespect or appropriate the rich and fascinating culture of the region, but rather to celebrate it. However, he awaits a trial date for sentencing, which is expected imminently, and the window for intervention from the Foreign Office is therefore narrowing. Urgent government action is needed, and the lack of engagement from the ministers is creating frustration from everyone who wishes to see this situation resolved. And the Foreign Office needs to do everything it can to protect British citizens wrongfully being detained abroad, and I hear what the Minister has said about the consular support that's been provided already. But I'd like to ask the Minister what efforts the FCDO is taking urgent on behalf of Mr Fitton in securing high-level meeting with judicial officials in Iraq, and this is in relation to legal representation, to resolve this case, and also in engaging with Mr Fitton's family. And does he also share my concern that by dragging its feet on a case such as this, the public trust in the government's commitment to protecting British citizens wrongfully detained abroad is profoundly impacted? Mr Speaker, as each day passes, this case becomes more serious, and I urge the government to take the necessary steps to allow Jim to be reunited with his family before it's too late. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, the FCDO visited Mr Fitton in detention on the 23rd of March. He was arrested on the 21st of March. The honourable gentleman, who knows I have a huge amount of respect for him, is frankly talking nonsense when he talks about dragging our feet. We visited Mr Fitton in detention within days of his arrest. We have visited him 3 times since that. We have had, as I said, on more than weekly occasions, interacted from the ambassador to the Iraqi government on this issue. I completely reject the assertion that he's made about the British government's engagement on this issue. We are deeply engaged with this issue. We will remain deeply engaged with this issue. As I said, it would be completely inappropriate for us to seek to distort the Iraqi legal process, but we will continue to support Mr. Fitton in his legal case, in the defence of the case against him, and we will continue to support his family through what we completely understand is a deeply distressing time.
Andrew Morrison, Dr. Andrew Morrison.
I congratulate the Honourable Lady the Member for Bath and my near neighbour on raising the case of her constituent. Accepting that government can't interfere directly in matters of this sort, will he understand that the mechanics of the criminal justice systems of other jurisdictions isn't necessarily the same as we would expect in the United Kingdom? And will he contrast the approach to this problem by the UK government with that of Germany, which appears at ministerial level to be far more involved?
Mr. Speaker, having previously held the brief for the Middle East and North Africa, I can assure him, and indeed as a predecessor in that role, he will know that the UK enjoys a very close and strong relationship with the Iraqi government at both ministerial and official level. I completely understand the point that he makes about different judicial systems being dissimilar to our own, but we have to respect the judicial system in the countries that operate. We completely understand the concern that Mr. Fitton and his family have around this, and we will continue to engage as intensively as we have done already to ensure that the trial he receives is fair, that he has good legal representation, and that, and as I say, we do these things not because of questions in the House. We do these things because we believe it is absolutely the right thing for the UK government to do to support British nationals overseas.
SNP spokesperson Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason it's been brought to this, and I welcome this question being brought by the Honourable Member for Bath to this House, is because precisely action on the ground isn't happening, albeit the reassurances we're already having. Mr. Speaker, this is an unimaginably anxious and distressing time for Jim Fitton and his family, and I'd like to send a message of support to all of them on behalf of the SNP today. Sadly, we know the SCDO do not have the strongest track record on ensuring the safe and swift release of UK nationals from foreign detention. The SCDO must intervene now using every diplomatic avenue to prevent Iraqi authorities from sentencing Mr. Fitton to death. It is wholly disproportionate that Mr. Fitton potentially faces the death penalty for the removal of protected fragments and artefacts, and his family have stated that SCDO ministers are yet to lobby their Iraqi counterparts against issuing a death sentence. First of all, is this true? And if so, why is urgent action not being taken to safeguard a UK national? And finally, what's the FC doing to urgently secure Mr. Fitton's release?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not just going to simply say I refer the honourable gentleman to the answers I've given, but I do think that when I have listed the intensive level of engagement that we have had at the most senior levels within the British Embassy in Iraq, directly with the Iraqi government, including the issue of a note verbal, that for members of this House to say that the UK government has not been engaged in this is a complete perversion of the situation. We completely understand both Mr. Fitton and his family's concern around the situation here. We absolutely will continue to support him and them through this incredibly difficult time, and we will continue to engage with the Iraqi government to ensure the right outcome for Mr. Fitton, as I say, but we cannot, we should not, and we would not accept it happening to us that we seek to distort their legal system.
Neil Hamby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all pay tribute and thank the Right Honourable Lady, or the Honourable Lady from Bath, for her work on this case, and I want to express my support and solidarity to Jim Fitton's family. Nothing can be more important than a function of consular services and to support those facing injustice abroad. Jim Fitton's sister, Ruth, approached me over the May bank holiday. She's my constituent, and she set out the situation that the family and Jim are currently experiencing. I wrote immediately to the Foreign Secretary that afternoon, twice actually. I have yet to receive a response, so I would gently suggest to the Minister that his claims of urgency on this matter are certainly not reflected in the response, or lack of, that I have experienced from raising this case. Now, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary to implore her to take action. I have had no response, even though I made it very clear that we were in a perilous situation and that the trial date could be set for this week. It's now understood to be the 15th of May. I want to pick up on a particular point. I support all of the questions that have been raised by members across the House so far, but surely advocacy for a British citizen is not interference in a legal system. And the family's lawyers, they're responsible for the legal case. All they're asking the FCDO to do is to endorse that case. And what I would like to know is, will the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office please give us a single point of contact, somebody that we can liaise with and the family can liaise with, so that we are kept up to date on what's happening?
Mr. Speaker, the family have a point of contact within the consular system. The honourable gentleman says he wrote to the Foreign Secretary in May. Prior to his correspondence, we had already visited Mr. Fitton in detention 3 times. We had raised his case with the Iraqi authorities, and we had issued a note verbal.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response, but can the Minister further outline what steps have been taken to assess the adequacy of food, exercise and light that Mr. Fitton has access to, and what steps are the United Kingdom Government taking, if possible, with the Iraq Government to secure his release back to the United Kingdom under some system where he can then access his family? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises a valid point. Part of our regular visits with Mr. Fitton is to ensure that his circumstances remain humane and appropriate. We give advice with regards to the remand system, what privileges he might expect, social and welfare services, and we also, of course, seek to ensure that he gets proper English language representation. These are the things that we will continue to do to support him through what, as a number of honourable and right honourable members have already mentioned, has not yet gone to trial.
Margaret Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today to respond to this UK and ask him what constructive action can the Government take to put pressure on Iraq to secure Jim's safe release and, at the very least, to have the abhorrent threat of the death penalty taken off the table immediately.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, in all our interactions with not just Iraq, but in all countries that have the death penalty, we ensure, when we speak of this issue, we highlight the fact that we have an in-principle opposition to the death penalty. We will, of course, continue to make it clear to the Iraqis that we oppose the imposition of the death penalty, both in Mr. Fitton's case and more generally. With regards to support to his legal team, ultimately it would not be appropriate for the UK Government to take on a quasi role as legal representatives, but we will of course ensure that Mr. Fitton does have appropriate and a professional legal representation in a language that he can understand.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate my honourable friend from Bath for raising this. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between consular support and ministerial support. And my question to Minister is, what's the point in all these visits if then when there are opportunities to actually do something useful, it doesn't get done? So, for example, Jim's lawyer referred the case to the Court of Secession. Doing so would have, in effect, thrown the case out. That moment, a supported letter from the Minister would have made all the difference. Absolutely. And yet that did not happen. Yep. Why?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is fundamentally wrong in her assertion. Our consular staff are the experts in this field. It is absolutely right that whether it be the ambassadorial team in Baghdad or indeed the consular team here in the UK, that we apply the technical experts to problems such as this. That is exactly what we have done.
Jonathan Edwards.
He mentioned in an earlier answer that there was a direct line for the family to contact officials. Can you confirm that that actually is an open line for the family to contact whenever they seek reassurance, as opposed to a line of reporting back on the government's actions?
Mr. Speaker, our consular team, as I've highlighted, are in regular contact with the family. I had a meeting with them just today. I have no doubt that our team will continue to work with them. We recognise just how concerning, how fearful they will be because of these circumstances. Our consular team are expert in dealing with families in circumstances like this, and I have no doubt they will continue to liaise closely with Mr. Fitton's family.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Fitton is clearly not my constituent, but his former colleague Mark Smith is, and Mr. Smith is bereft at the plight of his former colleague. Can I ask the Minister to impress upon Iraqi authorities that Mr. Fitton is far from some profiteering treasure hunter. He is instead a deeply respectful and accredited academic who would never disrespect Iraq or its artefacts. And can the Minister confirm that the government will use all channels to try and impress upon the Iraqi authorities the most expedient and increased leniency in this case?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the UK government are, at every level, always seek to take the actions that we believe will best benefit British nationals overseas. I can assure him that the level of engagement that I have outlined already in my answers will set the pattern for our continued engagement. We will, of course, seek to ensure that the legal process is conducted absolutely properly, and that we support Mr. Fitton through our consular services and his family throughout this incredibly concerning process.
We now come to presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill Secretary Nadeem Zahawi.
Higher Education, Freedom of Speech Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 25th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of the bill. Secretary George Eustace.
Animal Welfare, Kept Animals Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 25th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time. Consideration what day? Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of Bill. Secretary Nadeem Doris.
Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 26th of January 2022, the bill is now read a second time. Bill to be considered what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of Bill. Secretary Nadeem Doris.
Online Safety Bill, presentation, second reading and committal.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of 19th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time and stands committed to the Public Bill Committee. We now come to presentation of the bill. Secretary Grant Sharps.
High Speed Rail, Crewe Manchester Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of bill. Secretary Michael Gove.
Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of the bill. Secretary Priti Patel.
National Security Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of Bill. Secretary Priti Patel. Sorry.
Public Order Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right, presentation of Bill. Secretary Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Trade, Australia and New Zealand Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. My word. Right, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourn debate on question.
No.
No. The question is that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. I now call the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to open the Queen's Speech debate today on behalf of Her Majesty's Government. Keeping citizens safe is the first duty of any government. And while it is not the only duty, meeting every other duty depends upon it. Wherever fear and crime flourish, people cannot, nor can our economy or our democracy. The Conservative Party is a party of law and order. And unlike some, we understand that freedom includes the freedom of the law-abiding majority to go about their business free from harm. Those on the benches opposite are eager to defend the murderers, paedophiles, rapists, thugs and people with no right to be here. They cheer on the selfish protesters who cause chaos and endanger life. They back people who thwart the removal of foreign national offenders from our country. And in the last session, Mr. Speaker, parties opposite voted against the police and crime bill and the measures to stop the likes of Insulate Britain ruin the lives, I will not give way, of ordinary working people on the rights of their daily business, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak shortly. They voted against tougher sentences for killer drivers, Mr. Speaker, greater powers to monitor terrorists, and an end to the automatic release of dangerous criminals. They're much less curious, Mr. Speaker, about the rights of everyone else to go about their everyday business free from molestation. It amazes me that the Labour Party dare to hold a debate on crime just after having voted against the PCSE bill. And if they really cared, Mr. Speaker, they would have backed the bill. Mr. Speaker, this government and this party backs the police, our intelligence and security services and the law-abiding majority. We have reformed the criminal justice system so that it better supports victims and ensures that criminals are not only caught but punished, Mr. Speaker. I'll give way shortly. And while the Right Honourable Lady opposite voted repeatedly against boosting police funding, we have given the police the investment they needed, an increase of £1.1 billion, taking the spending to nearly £17 billion a year. I will give way.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way, and I want to take her on to a subject. I don't want to engage in the toing and froing on that she started her contribution on. I want to engage in a subject where I think there is actually unity across the House, and that's in the fight against economic crime. And would she agree with me that if actually we are to be effective in fighting economic crime, we have to have measures which introduce better transparency, that we have to properly fund our enforcement agencies, and they are not at the moment fit for purpose, and that we also have to ensure that the enablers of economic crime are held to account for the actions they take.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I will come on to in my remarks about the forthcoming economic crime bill, which speaks very specifically about how we do not just better and more, but how we target our resources to stamp out fraud, but also go after the permissive environment, those individuals that occupy that space, to commit the most appalling crimes when it comes to economic crime. Since I became Home Secretary, I will in just a moment, I'll make some progress. Since I became Home Secretary, an additional 13,500 police officers have been recruited. We are well on the way, Mr. Speaker, to our target of 20,000 more police officers by next March. Following the incredible response to our public consultation, I will give way. Colleague here, and then
I'm extremely grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. Can I just reinforce the cross-party nature of what the Right Honourable Lady for Barking has just said, she will know that the Right Honourable Lady and I have done quite a lot in the House to support the points that she has just made. And I very much hope that when the right moment comes in the Economic Crime Bill, she will perhaps listen carefully to the work that has already been done to try and reinforce the very point she's just made.
Well, if I may, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely correct on this, and I know actually for many years he's been a champion of many of the reforms, some of which have been put in place. We've had Economic Crime Bill Part 1 through sanctions, but actually this bill, the next legislation, the bill that comes forward, will also tackle Companies House and many of the wider issues that obviously have been raised. I will give praise to my colleague.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary. She talked about the extra 13,000 officers recruited across the UK. It perhaps helps to break it down. In Cheshire, 189 new officers. But we're seeing results from those additional recruits. A striking improvement in the number of arrests in relation to child abuse cases. Officers increased from 10 to 46, and last month, 28 extra arrests in Cheshire. Does she agree with me that that sort of increase makes a significant difference? And it's not just about having fluorescent jackets on the street, it's about the work of investigators tackling terrible crimes like child abuse.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, and there are a number of points to make, actually, and I know that the Policing Minister recently visited that team as well. So first and foremost, when it comes to the most appalling crimes of child abuse and sex or sexual exploitation, I'll come on to some of this as well shortly, there are a number of significant measures, Mr. Speaker, that were passed through Parliament in the PCSE bill, as well in toughening sentences, which, again, if I may, Mr. Speaker, make the point that the party opposite voted against. But following, let me make a bit more progress. Following the incredible response to our public consultation, we published the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. The government has passed the Domestic Abuse Act and launched the multi-year Enough campaign to challenge and change misogynistic attitudes. These are terrible crimes which disproportionately affect women and girls, such as domestic abuse, sexual violence, stalking and female genital mutilation. Addressing these is our priority and responsibility. Just a second. The government's rape review found a steep decline in the number of cases reaching court since 2016. One of the key reasons for this was the number of victims withdrawing from the criminal justice process. And in too many instances, the criminal justice system has simply not been good enough and has failed victims. Across government, my colleagues and I intend to transform support for victims by ensuring that cases are investigated fully and pursued vigorously through the courts. I will give way, yeah.
To the Home Secretary for giving way, but would she explain, she wants to talk about victims, can she explain why crime is up 18%? But prosecutions are down 18%.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, to come on to this as well, plus through the Rape Action Plan. First and foremost, if I may, I just want to speak about the Rape Action Plan. We will increase the number of cases reaching court back to 2016 levels, and that also means reducing the number of victims who withdraw from the process and put more rapists behind bars. Now, in terms of how the government will do this, of course, investment is absolutely crucial to this. Investment, not just money, but in capabilities, but also into the court system. The government is investing over £80 million in the Crown Prosecution Service, and this will be invested to tackle backlogs, to recruit more prosecutors across the entire country, because we need to start tackling this inequality. It is a fact that there is a significant inequality, and some of that comes down to the way charges have been made, prosecutions, etc. But there are other challenges as well. And this money, no, I won't give way. The Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak. There'll be an opportunity for you to speak shortly. But also, if I may finish my point, and then I may come to her. But also, the other factor in terms of policing is the increase in volume of digital evidence. And there is a vast amount of work taking place across policing and the CPS now to look at how we can have an end-to-end approach across the criminal justice system to assess digital evidence. And for the first time, the criminal justice system is now going to be held to account through performance scorecards, through the Crime and Justice Task Force, but also through the MOJ as well as the Home Office. I will give way.
To her for giving way. On this point, is she aware among student victims of sexual assault, of the use of gagging clauses and NDAs in university non-contact agreements. I am in touch with various victims, particularly from Oxford University. One college, Lady Margaret Hall, has now signed a pledge saying it will no longer use these, but none of the other colleges had. Would she join me and the Universities Minister in asking other colleges to do the same? And would she consider meeting with me so I can relay to her the thoughts of victims in these cases?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I hear calls for more legislation from the party opposite, but quite frankly, if I may, Mr Speaker, they also vote against all the government's legislation as well. This is a very serious point, and through the Crime and Justice Task Force in particular, which is a cross-government endeavour, the Education Secretary and other parts of government as well, working with the MOJ, work together to address and tackle these particular issues. And of course the CPS has a very important role to play here as well. I'd be delighted to meet with her and also speak to the Universities Minister about this, because it is simply not right. Quite frankly, it's immoral, some of the practices that are being used, because effectively they are denying victims their right to have a voice. And Mr Speaker, no, I won't give way, because she'll have the chance to speak. Mr Speaker, if I may, the Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak shortly, and I'm very conscious, I think there are 32 speakers in this debate, Mr Speaker, so I will make way. Yes, I will give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary. And on the particular issue of convictions for rape and serious sexual assault, one of the recommendations from the Home Affairs Select Committee was to have RASO units in all police forces. I wondered if the Home Secretary could say something about whether she will ensure that all police forces now have those specialist units, because we know it's more likely the investigations will be more thorough, that victims will be treated better and that convictions will follow.
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and she will also be aware of Operation Soteria, which effectively is that, and I'm going to come on to the wider support through the court system and IDFAs as well. But effectively, the way in which the system is working now in a much more joined-up way, which I'm sure the Honourable Lady on the front bench would also welcome. If I may just make a bit of progress and finish my comments to the Chair of the Select Committee. These are measures that have to be integrated with policing, but also with the CPS as well, so that we do have that end-to-end approach in terms of prosecution. I will give way.
Could I thank the Home Secretary for giving way? She did talk about passports. Now, constituents are telling me that there are long delays at the passport office, and this could badly affect both the travel industry and ruin family holidays. So we need action now. Will the Home Secretary deal with this and ensure the backlog is dealt with in the coming weeks?
So I'm very happy if the Honourable Gentleman has a particular case, and in fact I've been speaking to other members. No, please send that to me. There has been a problem with Teleperformance, which is the company that runs the helpline on this, but I'd be very, very happy to address his points. And if I may, there's a great deal of work taking place operationally with HMPO in dealing with passports applications, and we are about to have yet another record month of passport delivery. Mr Speaker, the fourth round of the Proven Safer Streets Fund is worth £50 million and also will help to reclaim spaces so people across our communities and streets are safe. Now, Mr Speaker, alongside Safer Streets, the government obviously has been working assiduously to combat issues such as drugs and county lines. And while we know that members of the party opposite are weak on combating drugs, this government has overseen the arrest of 7,400 people as part of the County Lines drug programme, and 1,500 lines have been closed. Drug seizures by police officers and border force in England and Wales in 2020-21 increased by 21% on the previous year. The 10-year drug strategy is underpinned by £30 million of new investment to tackle this scourge. The Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act backs the police with improved powers and more support for officers and their families in recognition of the unique and enormous sacrifices that they make. It means tougher sentences for the worst offenders and modernises the criminal justice system with an overhaul of the courts and tribunals processes. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to thank my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, with regards to the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill, because when I brought to this House the Desecration of War Memorials Bill, it was this Home Secretary who immediately picked it up and ran with it and included it in this bill, despite the mocking from the party opposite, including the Leader of the Opposition, saying that we were trying to protect statues rather than war memorials and war graves to our glorious dead. Thank you, Home Secretary.
I would like to thank my honourable friend, actually, for his contribution and support in making the Police Crime Sentencing in Courts an Act of Parliament, because effectively it is through that work we are now able to protect our officers, stand with them and back the police, but also have tougher sentences for the worst offenders and modernise the criminal justice system. The most serious sexual and violent offenders will spend longer in prison, Mr. Speaker. The maximum sentence for assaulting an emergency worker through the Act has doubled, and whole-life orders for those who commit premeditated murder of a child will be extended. Mr. Speaker, all key features in the Act. This government is also investing £4 billion to create 20,000 additional prison places by the mid-2020s, and the GPS tagging of 10,000 burglars, robbers and thieves over the next 3 years will deter further offending and support the police in pinning down criminals to the scene of their crime. Which is why this government, Mr. Speaker, will not stop. The Beating Crime Plan is exactly the plan to cut rates of serious violence, homicide and neighbourhood crime. And it includes... I will give way.
If would allow me. I co-chair with my honourable friend on her benches the Miscarriages of Justice group. We're currently looking at the real problems of forensic science since it's been privatised. If we're going to catch more criminals, if we're going to be more effective in the criminal justice system, will she put that as a priority, that the forensic science in every part of the country should be as good as it could be?
I'd just like to pay tribute, actually, to the honourable gentleman and the work of the group. Forensic science and the investment that goes into forensic science is absolutely crucial to making sure that justice is served, but also that the victims receive the justice that they deserve. I'd be very happy, actually, perhaps with ministers to organise a meeting on this, because there is a great deal of investment and work that's taken place around forensic science, primarily because crime evolves, crime types evolves, and plus, in the same way in which sexual violence cases take place, rape, digital evidence actually needs to be treated in a very, very different way. So digital downloads, the time that it takes, the implications for forensic use. So we'd be very, very happy to meet and have further discussion and perhaps, share any information or any good practice as well that we are experiencing from this evolving area. But Mr. Speaker, the Beating Crime Plan includes £130 million to tackle serious violence and knife crime. This complements the improved stop and search powers we have given to the police so that they can do what is necessary to keep people safe. This Law and Order Conservative government is introducing several bills in this parliamentary session that will further help to prevent crime and deliver justice, Mr. Speaker. The Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act was a major step forward, but elements, Mr. Speaker, were frustrated by the unelected other place urged on by members opposite. We will not be deterred from our duty to protect the law-abiding majority from the mob rule and the thuggery that we have seen. And the Public Order Bill combats the guerrilla tactics that will bring such misery to the hard-working public, that disrupts businesses, interferes with emergency services, costs taxpayers millions and puts lives at risk. Yes, I will.
Thank the Home Secretary for giving way. It's very generous with the time. Now, the Public Order Bill, as she knows, will be music to the ears of many residents in Ashfield. We've seen these eco, whatever they are, with their little hammers smashing petrol stations up. Does she think it's a good idea that we should give them bigger hammers, some tools, and put them to work 7 days a week like the rest of us?
Well, my humble friend, like me, believes in work. And that is effectively what we're doing in this government. We're cracking on with the job, basically, and delivering for the British people on the people's priorities. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, just to reflect on this point, though. The dangerous nature of these protests should not be lost on anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, particularly when we saw the recent Just Stop Oil protests. There were particular sites and oil refineries where these protesters imposed themselves And it is really just a miracle, Mr. Speaker, that somebody was not killed or injured through the tactics that were being used. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, just to give one example, in the county of Essex, £3.5 million was spent just in police and overtime, draining the resources of Essex Police so that they could not protect citizens across the county to deal with these protesters, while at the same time calling upon mutual aid from Scotland, Wales and Devon and Cornwall. So despite Labour and the Lib Dems ganging up to prevent those measures being introduced in the Police and Crime Bill, we will act to support working people because we are on their side, Mr. Speaker. This bill will prevent our major transport projects and infrastructure from being targeted by protesters and introduce a new criminal offence of locking on and going equipped to lock on, criminalising the act of attaching yourself to other people, objects or buildings to cause serious disruption and harm. The bill also extends stop and search powers for the police to search for and seize articles related to protest-related offences and introduces serious disruption prevention orders, a new preventative court order targeting protesters who are determined to repeatedly inflict disruption on the public. The breach of these orders, Mr. Speaker, will be a criminal offence. Mr. Speaker, modern slavery is something that rightly exercises this House. It is a damning indictment of humanity that this ancient evil has not gone away. This government will follow previous Conservative governments in doing everything that we can to identify it and stamp it out. The new modern slavery bill will strengthen the protection and support for victims of human trafficking and modern slavery. It will place greater demands on companies and other organisations to keep modern slavery out of their supply chains. The bill will enshrine in domestic law the government's international obligations to victims of modern slavery, especially regarding their rights to assistance and support. And it will provide greater legal certainty for victims assessing needs-based support. Law enforcement agencies will have stronger tools to prevent modern slavery, to protect victims and bring those engaged in this obscene trade to justice. In response to Putin's appalling and barbaric war on Ukraine, this House passed an economic crime bill, Mr. Speaker, within a day, so that we could sanction those with ties with Putin. The UK is an outstanding country to do business in no small part because dirty money is not welcome here. An additional economic crime and corporate transparency bill will mean we can crack down even harder on kleptocrats, criminals and terrorists who abuse our open economy. There will be greater protections for customers, consumers and businesses from economic crimes such as fraud and money laundering. Companies House will be supported in delivering a better service for over 4 million UK companies, with improved collection of data to inform business transactions and lending decisions throughout our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Online Safety Bill will tackle fraud and scams by requiring large social media platforms and search engines to prevent publication of fraudulent paid-for advertising. It will address the most serious legal content, including child sexual exploitation and abuse, much of which, Mr. Speaker, it just beggars belief and is utterly sickening. Public trust will be restored by making companies responsible for their users' safety online. And communication offences will reflect the modern world with updated laws on threatening communication online, as well as criminalising cyber flashing. I will.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. Now, she has expressed her outrage and disgust at the crime and abuse which is to be found online. Can she explain to us why her party has done nothing about it for the last 12 years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, she and her party spend a great deal of time voting against the measures that we do bring forward to this House. And the second point is, of course, the Online Safety Bill. The Online Safety Bill will give the lady opposite and the party opposite every opportunity to support keeping the public safe through some of these new offences that will be brought in. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a manifesto commitment to update the Human Rights Act so that we enjoy the right balance between the rights of individuals, national security and effective government. The UK is a global leader with ancient and proud traditions of freedom and human rights. Our Bill of Rights will reinforce freedom of speech and recognise trial by jury. It will strengthen our common law traditions and reduce our reliance on Strasbourg case law. Crucially, the Bill of Rights will restore public confidence and curb the abuse of the human rights framework by criminals. This is a welcome and much-needed update 20 years after the Human Rights Act came into force, and it will apply to the whole of the United Kingdom. Human rights are not something that should only be extended to criminals, Mr. Speaker. In what has to be the most twisted logic I have seen as Home Secretary, I have lost count of the number of representations I have received from immigration lawyers and Labour members opposite, begging me not to deport dangerous foreign criminals. The Conservative Party stands firmly with the law-abiding majority. The most vulnerable amongst us are not murderers, sex offenders and violent thugs, but their victims. Our Victims Bill will mean that victims are at the heart of the criminal justice system, that they will get the right support at the right time, and when they report a crime, the system will deliver a fair and speedy outcome. The Victims Code will be placed into law, setting a clear signal of what they have the right to expect. There will be more transparent and better oversight on how criminal justice agencies support victims so that we can identify problems, drive up standards and give the public confidence. We are increasing the funding for victim support services to £185 million by 2024-25, and that will mean more independent sexual and domestic violence advisors and new key services such as the Crisis Helpline. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I very much welcome the measures to make the Victims Code on a statutory footing, because they're very basic rights that need to be upheld for anyone who is a victim of crime. But one of the other consequences of being a victim of crime is very often the mental health fallout from being involved in that crime and what follows afterwards, the trial or other matters. And during what is Mental Health Awareness Week, what is it that can be done to add to the Victims Code to ensure that those who do find themselves in that unenviable position get the support they need so they can get their mental health back as well as the rest of their life? Well,
my right honourable friend makes, I think, probably one of the most important points around support for victims, but also how we can help victims rebuild their lives. And live their lives with confidence going forward. Now, within this work and the framework, of course, there is how do we integrate many of our mental health service supports and the NHS more widely. So the funding for victims, particularly in the areas of domestic violence advisors and independent sectional and domestic violence advisors, is just one part of this. And legislation is only part of the solution. This is about how we deliver integrated services within our communities, and also how much of the triaging takes place, whether it's through police and crime commissioners, through the Victims Commissioner, or even through local policing, as well as mental health in the community as well. I will. One last time, I'll give way.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. The Secretary of State mentioned there £187 million, I think, was for victim support. Can I ask, Mr. Secretary of State, will some of that money come to Northern Ireland? Will it be new money? Will it be part of the Barnett consequential, or how will it feature through?
So, Mr. Speaker, many of these issues are devolved matters, but what I would like to do with the honourable gentleman, this is such important work, and there is a lot of good work taking place now through the integrated end-to-end approach, but also through the scorecards that we are now setting up. So I'd be very happy for him to speak to our ministers about what the best practice, the learnings, and how the work can actually come to Northern Ireland. There is, I think it's fair to say, a great deal more that we do need to do in Northern Ireland, and I know these are conversations we've had many times. Mr. Speaker, the Data Reform Bill will modernise the Information Commissioner's Office so that it can take stronger action against organisations that breach data rules. We now have more than 490 more Crown Court courtroom places available for use, which is comparable to pre-pandemic levels. More than 700 courtrooms that can safely hold face-to-face hearings are open across the civil and family justice system. An additional 250 rooms are available for virtual hearings. In March, we announced the extension of 30 Nightingale courtrooms, and we have opened 2 new super courtrooms in Manchester and Loughborough. Furthermore, we are ensuring that sufficient judicial capacity by expanding our plans for judicial recruitment will take place. Mr. Speaker, the Nationality and Borders Act will mean we can focus our support on those who need it the most, not those who can afford to pay the evil people smuggling gangs to come into our country. The Act increases the sentences for those coming here illegally and means that people smugglers face a life behind bars. It also makes it easier to remove dangerous foreign criminals, as demanded by the British public, but not by the benches opposite or those lawyers who are working to undermine the will of the public. The British public's priorities are those of this government, and we're on their side and will continue to do everything that we can through making this Act viable, workable and delivering for the British people. Mr Speaker, we are hospitable and charitable as a country, but our capacity to support over 80 million people worldwide who are on the move is not limitless, and many others on the party opposite and the opposite benches do not seem to understand that. Well, we do. That is why we have developed our world-leading migration and economic development partnership with Rwanda to deter illegal entry. We are providing solutions to the global migration challenges countries across the world are facing. But of course, as ever, we hear very little from the party opposite, who seem to support the same old broken system and uncontrolled migration to our country. Mr Speaker, 2 terrorist incidents highlight how we can never be complacent. The attack outside Liverpool's Women's Hospital last year would have been a disaster had it not been for the incredible quick thinking and the courage of the taxi driver who was involved on the scene. The terrible murder of our dear friend Sir David Amis was shocking, but not without precedent. We have worked closely together, Mr Speaker, clearly to tighten the security for our members, and we will continue to do so. But this government will also continue to work with our Five Eyes partners to keep the United Kingdom and our allies safe. The National Cyber Strategy outlines my approach to tackling cybercrime, but with that, of course, also terrorist activity that is committed online, but also information that is circulated by terrorist individuals and organisations. But going further, Mr Speaker, the G7 Forum on Ransomware launched new programmes like our work on economic crime to counter illicit finance and commodities. Improving our international partners' ability to disrupt organised crime, but also terrorist activity, is a priority that this government is absolutely committed to. In the last 12 months, we've also completed a review of police firearms licensing procedures in response to the terrible and tragic shootings in Plymouth last August. New statutory guidance came into force in November. It improves firearms licensing, safety standards, and will ensure greater consistency in decision-making. The measures in the National Security Bill will further protect our national security, the British public, and our vital interests from those who seek to harm the UK. It delivers on our manifesto commitment to ensure that the security services have the powers they need. The bill presents the biggest overhaul of state threats legislation for a generation. We have world-class law enforcement and intelligence agencies, Mr Speaker, but they face an ever-present and increasingly sophisticated threat. The bill gives them an enhanced range of tools, powers and protections to tackle the full range of state threats that have evolved since we last legislated in this area. It will also prevent the exploitation of civil legal aid and civil damage payments by convicted terrorists. It enhances our ability to deter, detect and disrupt state actors who target the UK, preventing spies from harming our strategic interests and stealing our innovations and inventions. The bill also repeals and replaces existing espionage laws, many of which were primarily designed to counter the threat from German spies around the time of the First World War. It will introduce new offences to address state-backed sabotage, foreign interference, the theft of trade secrets and assisting a foreign intelligence service. The bill will, for the first time, make it an offence to be a covert spy on our soil. A foreign influence registration scheme will require individuals to register certain arrangements with foreign governments to help prevent damaging or hostile influence being exerted on them here. Crucially, the national security will give way.
I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. I wonder if she can confirm if the National Security Bill will clarify, would it have been inappropriate or unlawful for a Foreign Secretary to have met with a former KGB officer, as we understand the Prime Minister did back in April of 2018?
Well, if I may, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to comment on a specific example that has been given. If I may, Mr Speaker, I think actually the focus should be on the legislation that is coming forward in this House, where there will be plenty of debates to be discussed on this, rather than making a point like that. Crucially, the National Security Bill, I think this actually, Mr Speaker, speaks to the way in which the party opposite actually treat matters of national security and the disdain that they're showing to the significance of the threats that are posed. The National Security Bill, I won't give way. I do need to make progress so that others can come in. The National Security Bill provides us powers to tackle state threats at an earlier stage by criminalising conduct in preparation for state threats. It will also mean that other offences committed by those acting for a foreign state can be labelled as state threats, and those responsible sentenced accordingly. When sentences for offences outside of the bill, judges will be required to consider any connection to state threat activity and reflect the seriousness of when they are handing down the sentence. There is also a new range of measures to manage those who pose a threat, but whom it has not been possible to prosecute. The use of these measures will, of course, be subject to rigorous checks and balances, including from the courts. But we cannot be passive, sitting around until someone does something that is awful. The Manchester bombing tore into the fabric of our freedom, Mr Speaker. It was a truly evil act that targeted people. Many of them were young and children, who were doing something that should have been a simple pleasure, attending a concert. The Protect Bill will keep people safe by introducing new security requirements for certain public locations and venues to ensure preparedness for protection from terrorist attacks. It will provide clarity on protective security and preparedness responsibilities for organisations as part of the Protect duty. And it will bring an inspection and enforcement regime that will seek to educate, advise and ensure compliance with that duty. Now, Mr Speaker, we've worked closely across government with the partners of victim groups, and in particular I'd like to pay tribute to Figan Murray and the Martin North campaign team for developing the proposals and working with us. Mr Speaker, these bills further establish the Conservative Party as a party of law and order, as do all the actions I have taken since I've become Home Secretary. The people's priorities are our priorities. The benches opposite have only two responses. They alternate between them. Whether we hear the splenetic outrage of total silence, their warped worldview means that they have plenty to say about the rights of lawbreakers but nothing to offer the law-abiding majority. We await their plans for a fair and firm immigration system that rewards those in need, not the evil people smugglers. And of course, I will not give way now, I'm wrapping up. We await their plan to beat crime. We await their plan for a criminal justice system that protects victims and punishes the guilty. Mr Speaker, we'll just wait in vain while the government gets on and does the job of delivering on the people's priorities.
Senate Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have to say that was an astonishing refusal by the Home Secretary to take interventions and questions from the Shadow Home Secretary, from a Shadow Cabinet Minister. I've been taking part in Queen's Speech debates for 25 years, and I have never seen a government minister at the dispatch box afraid to take questions from her opposite number. I've never seen it anywhere. And you know, she's taken questions from a few other people. Her predecessors always took questions from me. Her predecessors always took questions from me. I wonder what it is she's so frightened of. All my questions would have been really factual. Maybe that is what she was frightened of. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister opened the Queen's Speech debate yesterday, he did not once mention crime. Not once. For those of us out on the streets talking to residents in different communities across the country, an experience that was probably rather better on our side of the House than on theirs this time, we know that crime and antisocial behaviour were raised a lot. But the Prime Minister didn't mention it once. Cost of living, soaring bills, rising prices, those were top of people's list. But they were followed by crime and antisocial behaviour and a real persistent concern that when crimes are being committed, too often nothing is done. And there's nothing in the Queen's Speech to tackle rising bills and rising prices, but also no serious plan in the Queen's Speech to tackle rising crime
or falling prosecutions. So nothing from the Prime Minister yesterday about the basic issues bothering people across the country. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank you very much for giving way. It was a shame that the Home Secretary did not want to give way to me, because I wanted to ask her that plus 30 minutes into her speech why there was no mention of a public health approach to tackling serious violence, which has a long-term plan, addresses the root causes and is joined up. But maybe they just want to be tough on crime and not tough on the causes of crime.
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk about the public health approach, but also to talk about the need to prevent crime, the need to work across communities as well to do so. But I have to say that across the country, in the last few weeks alone, I've heard from residents and victims talking often about there being no action when things go wrong, about repeated vandalism not being tackled even though there is CCTV evidence on who is responsible, about the victim of an appalling violent domestic attack who was told that it wouldn't come to court for 2 years, about repeated shoplifting where the police are so overstretched they've stopped coming, about burglaries where all the victim got was a crime number, and about scamming where action fraud is just such a nightmare to engage with, pensioners have given up trying to report serious crimes, about persistent drug dealing outside a school where nothing had been done even months later, and about a horrendous rape case where the brave victim was strung out for so long, where the court case was delayed so many times that she gave up because she cannot bear it anymore. And about police officers tearing their hair out, maybe over CPS delays because they know the victim will drop out if they can't charge quickly, or other officers working long hours to pick up the pieces when local mental health services fail, but knowing that that means they can't be there to deal with the antisocial behaviour on the street corner. And about women who no longer expect the police to help if they face threats of violence on the streets or in their homes. Case after case after case where crimes are being committed but no one is being charged or cautioned or given a community penalty, and no action is being taken, and it is getting worse. Since 2019, since the general election, in fact since the Home Secretary was appointed to her job, crime is up by 18% and prosecutions are down by 18%. The charge rate, in fact, is now at a record low. It is 5.8% compared to 15.5% in 2015. Cautions are down too. Community penalties are down too, notwithstanding the Prime Minister and his Downing Street staff's attempt to make valiant personal efforts to get those numbers back up again. Overall, the Home Secretary just said, she made an astonishing claim. She said, "We have reformed the criminal justice system so that it better supports victims and ensures that criminals are not only caught but punished." Well, where are those criminal justice reforms that are pushing the prosecution rates up? Because the prosecution rates have plummeted on the Conservatives' watch, and what that means is that under this Home Secretary and under the Conservatives, hundreds of thousands, that's hundreds of thousands more criminals are getting off and hundreds of thousands more victims are being let down. Let me give way. I will give way to the Policing Minister. I have to say I will also give way to the Home Secretary as many times as she wants to intervene and to actually explain why it is that the prosecution rates have plummeted, why cautions have collapsed and community penalties too.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. I understand the picture she's trying to paint, but I know she'll want to give a balanced picture to the House overall. So I'm sure she'll want to acknowledge that in the latest publication of crime statistics by the ONS, that violence was down 8%, knife crime down 4%, theft down 15%, burglary, which you mentioned, down 14%, car crime down 6%, and robbery down 9%. And while we acknowledge that the fight against crime is never a linear one, we should celebrate our successes, should we not?
So I would say to the Policing Minister, actually I'm hugely relieved and glad that while during lockdown, while everybody was at home, there were fewer burglaries of homes. I'm also hugely relieved that during lockdowns, while there were fewer people on the streets, there were also fewer thefts on the street as well. But I would just quote to him from the Office of National Statistics in April, who said, police, since restrictions were lifted following the third national lockdown in early 2021, police recorded crime data show indications that certain offence types are returning to or exceeding the levels seen before the pandemic, while violence and sexual offences recorded by the police have exceeded pre-pandemic levels. And on overall crime, I am sure that the policing minister would not want to make the mistake that his business secretary did of somehow dismissing fraud that is responsible for some of the huge increases in crime and say that that is somehow not a crime that affects people's daily lives, when what we know is that it is causing huge problems and huge harms, particularly for vulnerable people across the country. And of course, I will give way.
Mr. Speaker, can I just push my honourable friend? She's coming up with some telling statistics. But does she realise that my constituents, when I talk to them, are the kind of the police say morale has never been lower, their numbers have never been so small, and on the other side, we have a government that's been there since 2010 and has diminished the resources to the justice system, harder than any other department. So that if you get the balance totally out, the morale of the police and the confidence of my constituents has plummeted.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, and I want to pay tribute to police officers right across the country who are working incredibly hard in our communities, working hard to try and crack down on crime, to prevent crime, walking towards danger when the rest of us walk away, and who are valiantly trying to hold things together, but too often are being let down by this government. And this is particularly the case when it comes to dealing with violence against women and rape. On rape, the prosecution rate, the charge rate, has gone down from 8.5% in 2015 to a truly shocking 1.3%. That means that today in England and Wales, it's estimated that around 300 women will be raped, around 170 cases will be reported to the police, but only around just three, are likely to make it to a court of law, never mind a jail cell. So just think what that means. It's not just on rape, it's on so many other cases as well. No charges within a year of an offence on 93% of reported robberies, 95% of violent offences, 96% of thefts, 97% of sexual offences, over 98% of reported rapes, and over 99% of fraud. This is a total disgrace. As one police officer said to me, this is awful. He said, it feels like once serious offences are effectively being decriminalised because there is no consequences. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and she's making a very, very powerful contribution. I wanted to move on beyond the police to the issues she raised around fraud. Fraud is now the biggest crime facing us, and the cost to the economy is coming on something like 190 billion pounds a year. Does she agree with me that, as well as funding the police, it's absolutely imperative that we fund all the enforcement agencies that are fighting this sort of economic crime? And whilst the Americans are raising the money, we here are lowering the investment that we're putting into the enforcement agencies.
think my honourable friend makes a really important point, and we pay the price if economic crime is not enforced. The current system just isn't working. Everybody will know the nightmare it is if you try to report fraud, maybe getting passed from pillar to post between action fraud and between a local police force. But then she is right too on some of the more serious issues where this is also about the relationship between the police, the Serious Fraud Office, between other enforcement agencies that need to take action. I hope this will be debated as part of the discussions on economic crime. But this is a really damning picture of crime rising, but this shocking drop in prosecutions, shocking drop in action. But what is the Home Secretary's response to this? Well, soon after she took up the job, she said, "Let the message go out to the British people, we hear you, and to the criminals, I simply say this, we are coming after you." Well, to the Home Secretary, I simply say this, you better start running faster because they're all getting away. And to be fair to the Prime Minister yesterday, his main Home Office focus was anger at the Passport Office. That is probably something all of us can agree on. For the newlyweds having to cancel their honeymoons, or the hard-pressed families who are now facing losing thousands of pounds on long-saved money to go on a well-deserved holiday, ministers told us this is being sorted out, but most of us will say from our constituency casework, this is getting worse. And they are being badly let down. So the Prime Minister was right to be angry yesterday, although who does the Prime Minister think has been in charge of the Passport Office for the last 12 years? The Prime Minister now says he wants to privatise it if it isn't sorted out. The Immigration Minister, however, told us the private sector is already being used in the vast majority of the processes in the Passport Office. The bit that's not is the decision itself. So that just leaves us back with the Home Office failing to get a grip on those private sector contracts and failing to take basic decisions. And it's part of a pattern of Home Office failure while the Prime Minister casts around to get someone else to step in. We have Ukrainians who are fleeing war, who have been waiting weeks on end for visas because the Home Office added long bureaucratic delays, so that many desperate families have now given up. They could not afford to wait and have found somewhere else to live, somewhere else to give them sanctuary instead. Of the 80,000 applications, only 19,000 applications to the Homes for Ukraine have arrived. I will give way to the honourable member and then I'll give way to the
Well, and for giving way, she's very generous for the time. I'd like to personally thank the Home Secretary. She makes a point about Ukrainian refugees. There was a family moved next door to me 2 weeks ago. The family got in touch with me. Within minutes, the Home Secretary and her team had got back to me. They're now in our village, in Kirkby in Ashfield. They thank the Home Secretary, they thank the Prime Minister, and they thank the people of Great Britain.
Well, I would just say to him, I think the people of Great Britain have shown that they want to help desperate families who are fleeing Ukraine. I think, however, the facts are really clear. There have been 80,000 applications, but there's only 19,000 people here. And the Home Secretary says, oh, it's because they're staying where they are. Yeah, a lot of them are, because they have now given up, because it's become so difficult. I give way to them.
Does she agree with me about the really troubling reports that I've had, particularly in cases that I've dealt with, but in the media, that the Home Office will issue a number of visas for Ukrainians, but not all of the Ukrainians in that family, and therefore the family quite rightly doesn't want to leave someone behind, and they then don't come here, and that's classed as a Ukrainians not taking up the visa rather than Home Office failure. And at the same time, the Home Office lines are bogged up, we can't get through, and when you do get through, you're told, I don't even have a computer in front of me, I'm just on a phone line, I don't know what to say. It's failure at the Home Office that she's presided over.
Well, the honourable member is right. I have also heard of cases where one family member does not get their visa. And of course, the whole family has to wait. They're not going to be separated at time of crisis. And really, for Home Office ministers to think that it's somehow a triumph to take 4 weeks to issue basic visas to people who are fleeing war in Europe is totally shameful. It now takes more than a year to get a basic initial asylum decision, because Home Office is now taking just 14,000 initial decisions a year, half the level it was taking in 2015. A basic incompetence that means the backlog has soared, and so too has the bill for the taxpayer. It takes nearly 2 years to get a modern slavery referral, which means that victims don't get support and prosecutions just don't happen. So no wonder even the Prime Minister, who is not known for his laser-like focus on delivering policies, has lost confidence in the Home Secretary and is getting other people to do the jobs instead. Looking to privatise the Passport Office, Channel Crossings delivery handed over to the MOD, Homes for Ukraine scheme handed over to DLUK, the visas handed over to the new Refugees Minister, and the asylum processing decision-making now so slow they really are in the ludicrous and unworkable situation of paying Rwanda over £100 million to take decisions for us. This Home Secretary, all at this rate, crime will be given to the Justice Department, will have the Fire Service given to DEFRA, because the Home Office under this Home Secretary has effectively been put into special measures because it cannot get the basics right. And if the Home Secretary can't get the basics done on any of those core decisions, she should get out of the way and let someone else sort it out. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is an alternative to this shambles. On crime and prosecutions, it was obvious a decade ago that this was where we were heading as a result of government policies. I warned in 2013 about the risk of falling charge rates. I warned about the failure of the Home Office to help the police tackle increasingly complex crimes and fast-changing crimes. And I warned then about the risks that if there was no proper urgent plan to modernise policing, none of which has happened, about the dangers if police were ripped out of the heart of our communities, of what it would be. And now our towns and our cities and our rural communities are all paying the price. They're all feeling like the criminal justice system isn't there for them when they need it. So where is the action now to turn this around in the Queen's speech? Where's the action to help the police modernise, to keep up with fast-changing crimes? Where's the action on reform and raising police standards that we need to improve confidence? And where's the action to get justice and improve safety for women and girls? There's nothing to establish the specialist rape investigation units in every police force, nothing to establish specialist rape courts to speed the cases up and make sure they've got the expertise, nothing to set up the domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators register that we have been calling for years, nothing to establish a mandatory minimum sentence for rape, all the things that Labour has been calling for. Nothing to tackle antisocial behaviour where the powers are just not being used, or to sort out community penalties which have too often dropped, and nothing to prevent crime and antisocial behaviour in the first place. Nothing to make sure that neighbourhood police are restored to our streets, or to set up neighbourhood prevention teams, something we have repeatedly called for. The Home Secretary wants to boast that she's delivering the biggest increase in police funding in 10 years. Well, who's been in power for the last 10 years? She still hasn't even restored the police that her party cut, and she isn't getting them out onto the streets. There are still 7,000 fewer police in our neighbourhoods compared to 2015. 7,000 fewer. Instead, the police are weighed down by more bureaucracy, stuck back at their desks doing paperwork, the only way to improve their visibility, moving the desk to nearer the window. And Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to be fair, they have proposed a victims' bill, and we will support that, but it's only in draft. And it was first promised in 2015, then again in 2016, then again in 2017, and again in 2019, and yes, again in 2021. This year it didn't even get a proper mention in the humble address, and certainly nothing from the Prime Minister yesterday. The Home Secretary herself rightly made a personal commitment to strengthen victims' rights back in 2014 when she first said she backed a new victims' law. And she was right to do so because at that time 9% of cases were dropping because victims were dropping out of the criminal justice system because they'd lost confidence. But since then, those figures have almost trebled. 1.3 million cases were dropped last year because victims gave up and dropped out. And yet she's seriously telling us she does not have time in this Parliament for victims again? Instead, their top priority is a rehashed public order bill, even though they've just done one public order bill, because they're again failing to work with the police to sort out swift injunctions against serious disruptive protests or to help the police sensibly use the powers they've got. There are bills that should command cross-party support. We support a protect duty that could keep people safer from potential terror attacks, and we remember with sadness all those victims of the Manchester attack. And I would ask the government to listen to the calls from other bereaved families, from other major incidents, and I would ask her again to look at calls for a Hillsborough law, which she will know have been made by members across the House and by families who lost so much. We also welcome, Mr Deputy Speaker, the long overdue economic crime bill. We've called for years for action to strengthen Companies House, and we will be pressing for stronger action on money laundering, including illicit finance used for terrorist activity. And on terrorism and national security, we always stand ready to work with the government in the national interest. We agree with the need for a register of foreign agents, again promised for years, and we need much greater vigilance and action against hostile state activity. But my honourable friend did raise a significant issue that the Home Secretary did not answer, and I would ask her to consider it and be ready to answer it again in future, because I do think there should be some transparency on the issues around contact with foreign agents, and it would be very helpful if she could confirm whether or not the Prime Minister, while he was Foreign Secretary, met with the ex-KGB agent Alexander Lebedev in Italy in April 2018, and whether any civil servants were present. It would be very helpful to know that information. We support stronger action on modern slavery. We hope that this bill will be an opportunity to go further, but the Home Secretary does need to reverse some of the damaging provisions from the Borders Bill, which will make it harder to prosecute trafficking and slaving gangs, as the retiring Modern Slavery Commissioner has warned. And we have to say, where is the employment bill with the long-promised single enforcement body to crack down on forced labour and abuse? Because without these measures, this is still not a serious plan to tackle modern slavery. In the absence of any serious action, then, on the cost of living in the Queen's speech or any serious action to push prosecutions up, the government did talk instead about levelling up and community pride. The trouble is, I just don't think they get it. Because there is no levelling up if people can't afford to eat, can't afford to pay their bills, or can't afford to go to the local shops. And there is no community pride if town centres don't have police officers or see no action when there is vandalism, or when there is street drinking or shoplifting or litter, or if too often the windows are broken and nothing is done. So how can people have that local pride if there is no neighbourhood police to help prevent crimes, solve problems, or nip them in the bud, or if people feel there are no consequences for criminals? And the very communities to whom they keep making false promises about levelling up are our towns that are being hardest hit by antisocial behaviour or persistent unsolved crimes. And trust within our communities depends on us having trust in the laws and trust in there being consequences. That's why Labour's called for the police to be getting back on the street, to have the neighbourhood prevention teams in place, and to have partnerships in place that work both to prevent crime but also to tackle the criminals and to bring them to justice. Because if people stop believing that a fair and valiant criminal justice system will come to their aid if they are hurt or wronged, that is corrosive for our democracy too. And that's why it is so damaging to feel like we have a government that shrugs its shoulders as victims of crime are let down, a Conservative government that is not a party of law and order anymore, that too often is a party of crime and disorder, a party that is weak on crime, that is weak on the causes of crime, that is letting more criminals off and letting our communities down. Britain deserves better than this.
Order, if everybody could resume their seats.
Just to remind everybody that if you're participating in the debate, you would be expected to be here for the wind-ups. At the end of the debate, there are wind-ups today and in subsequent days, unlike yesterday. And secondly, I'm not putting a time limit on at the moment, but I would urge people to be at least aware of the length of their speeches. Robert Sims.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Queen's speech and the programme unveiled by the government. I think that one can see politics getting back to normal, and I'm sure the contest in the House today will be one of those watched in the next 2 years as we glide into the likely date of a general election, both sides are quite feisty performers, and I'm sure many of us appreciate that. The programme set out is setting out to help grow the economy, for safer streets and indeed support the recovery of the National Health Service. I think in terms of the economy we're in a lot better shape than one might have thought when we had the prolonged period of lockdown. We have a growing economy. This year will be the fastest growing economy of many in the G7. And we have a budget which is moving towards balance. We have falling national debt. And there are challenges with cost of living and inflation, but the government have so far put £22 billion worth of support in and is monitoring the situation. And I'm sure as things unfold, there will be further support as and when needed. This is a government that you could never argue hasn't given support to the British people over the past 2 or 3 years. And I think what we have to do is to wait and see how things unfold in terms of energy. Gas prices have fallen over recent months, and let's all hope that that continues and that the inflation rate is lower than some predict. That's not to say there aren't challenges out there, but I think this government has proven it can rise to challenges. I think that some of the measures within the Queen's speech I think are useful to help and support the growing economy, particularly starting to deregulate some of the EU regulations that we put into British law when we left, but logically we need to review now to see if we can get ourselves as a more efficient, more competitive economy. So I welcome those bills that are looking at that particular area. We have a major challenge, of course, with energy. And it's my great pleasure to commend the Right Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham, who I think is doing an excellent job with his energy brief. And the fact that this government is grappling with issues like nuclear power and with oil and gas and with renewables in order to increase our capacity, I think is much to be commended. Indeed, it is sensible, even if we're heading for net zero at some point in the future, that we use the resources that God has given us, and the British economy has proved able to get out of the ground. And we are going to need oil and gas for a long time, and I think this government is proving that it wants to make use of these resources to make us a richer and more competitive country. And nuclear power is very important. We can see the mistake the Germans made in announcing a closure of their nuclear power stations and their dependency on Russian gas. And we ourselves need to replace many of those magnet stations that are going to go offline. And I think it's an exciting time because I hope soon we get a decision on Sizewell. But I'm particularly pleased that Rolls-Royce has come up with its partners with a scheme for smaller nuclear power stations, which I think is going to be a game changer. Not only a game changer for the United Kingdom, but could well be a game changer for exports that this country could undertake to many countries that wish to avail themselves of safe nuclear power. So I think that's good. There's one area I'm still a bit concerned about, and that is agriculture. I still think we seem to spend a little too much time talking about trimming hedges and less about producing food. And I think one of the things that the pandemic has proven and the current world of shortages has proven is that resilience and local production is quite important. And I would be very disappointed if the food that we were producing reduced below 50%, and if anything, we ought to be producing more. And I therefore think that there does need to be a particular rethink in this area. I'm not a great fan, I have to say, of Bank of England independence. I've always been a little sceptical about it. And some of the problems we face, of course,
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Just on his first two subjects, I wondered if he would reflect on the fact that both in terms of nuclear power and now agriculture, we have freedom and flexibility that comes from his and my vote to leave the European Union. And in particular on nuclear power, he will recall the blood-curdling predictions that were made about our failure in that particular industry by departing from Euratom all those years ago. And would he agree that along with the French now, we can position ourselves as really the only two serious nuclear powers in Europe?
That's absolutely so. The original design teams for British nuclear power were taken apart. And in order to have a productive nuclear power industry, you need continued investment in new plants. And the good thing about what's happened at Hinkley C, and indeed with Sizewell and with Rolls-Royce, is that we are getting the design teams together, we're collaborating with other partners, and that will be a major game changer in terms of Britain being able to produce the power that we need in the future. Going back to the Bank of England, I'm a little concerned that they've merrily gone on printing money. I'm old enough to still be a monetarist in its broadest sense, and one of the reasons that we have higher inflation is that we've allowed for it because of monetary growth. And I think if we'd stopped printing money sooner and had put interest rates up sooner, the consequences of the current spike in inflation would have been less severe. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and I think at least it's only the ECB printing money at the moment, and Britain can get back to more sensible policy. And we have very low levels of unemployment and high levels of employment, and I think there are many other measures in the loyal speech in which we're trying to improve education and outputs in that area. We really do have to educate our population so they become more productive, we can get productivity up. And if we get the investment right and we get education right, then there's nothing that we can't do in the future. In terms of the Home Office, I'd like to thank them for the hard work they put in the last session. My constituents are very appreciative that we now have powers to deal with travellers, which tend to cause problems every summer in Dorset. They're also pleased that we're starting to deal with illegal immigration. Immigration has to be fair, and if people follow the system, pay the fees, fill out the forms and wait in the queue, it is fundamentally unfair that people arrive in boats and try and jump the queue. And the government, therefore, I think is taking action, and I think a lot of the action will put some of those people off coming in an illegal way, which I think is good. I'm also particularly pleased with the public order measures announced today. My constituents look at people trying to wreck petrol stations, getting on tankers, taking action which is dangerous. I have to say my sympathy was with the woman in the Range Rover who was trying to nudge protesters. I actually think that when people disrupt people's lives, a lot of people work hard. They try and get their kids to school, keep them in school uniform, and they take people to hospital. And protesters who aren't demonstrators but are disrupting other people's livelihoods, I think need to be curtailed. And I think these measures, therefore, I think are welcome. And I'm glad that the government is on the front foot when it comes to dealing with these things. It is vitally important. I think part of the problem, the reason we had to legislate, is that we've seen examples of city banks where people outside of hip buildings have smashed windows with hammers, where, unfortunately, the judicial system has let people off. And I think sometimes, those people who are making decisions in the judicial system do not understand the seriousness of where this leads. If you let some degree of anarchy, then it can easily overspill and break out. So I think these measures, are welcome. Of course, 13,500 police officers, I think, are welcome. I still think the police need some reform. I think it's the one area that Mrs. Thatcher didn't reform, and I think that sometimes the productivity that we get out of the police force isn't all that we need, and I think there are some specialists that we need in the police forces. So just the head count of police officers I don't think is not important, but I think it's important sometimes, particularly if we're dealing with fraud, to deal with people that are experts in it rather than people who just happen to be officers. And my final points, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are that we put a lot of money into the National Health Service. It's important we get the productivity, and it's also important it doesn't disappear, and we can't deal with care. We've made a number of commitments. People are paying higher taxes, at least in the short term, because of dealing with the backlog and dealing with care. And I think it is so important that we live up to the pledges that we've made. I welcome the loyal speech. I welcome what the government is doing. There are one or two concerns I have, but broadly speaking, I'm supportive.
Stephen C. MacDonald. Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The debate today is about preventing crime and delivering justice, and we heard the Home Secretary's claim of belonging to the party of law and order, delivered without any sense of irony. But this government's record is one of seeking out every opportunity it can to put itself beyond justice and above the rule of law.
Hear, hear.
We have had a decade of successive Tory governments obsessed with chipping away at any institutions or activities that constrain or hold them to account. Trade unions, charities, the Electoral Commission, our courts, our EU membership obviously. Now it's human rights and protesters yet again in the firing line. To this government, even international law is almost inconsequential, broken quite readily, whether in a specific and limited way or a complete trashing of the Refugee Convention.
Hear, hear.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a government too often pursuing pet obsessions and short-term headlines instead of dealing with the basics. While people struggle to heat their homes and put food on the table because of the cost of living crisis, instead of the action we need, the government imagines up a Brexit freedoms bill, still trying to scapegoat Brussels 6 torturous years on after the Brexit referendum. Mr Deputy Speaker, there were newspaper reports of a cabinet rebellion, but a cabinet rebellion to stop imports of foie gras being outlawed. How about, Mr Deputy Speaker, a rebellion to protect workers' rights or human rights, or to help our constituents heat their homes and put food on the table? This is a government that is out of touch. And these skewed priorities are just as evident in the sphere of justice and home affairs. Two departments cut to the bone by a decade of austerity, pursuing obsessions, pet projects and ridiculous headlines, instead of taking the action and making the investment that is required to deliver the decent public services that we need them to deliver. This government is just not getting on with the job. People just want their passports delivered on time.
Hear, hear.
Because despite all the fuss made by the Brexiteers, it doesn't matter what colour those passports are if they arrive too late. And the Home Secretary very generously agreed to take away individual cases, but I think she'll find that her inbox is absolutely overflowing with thousands of emails if we take her up on that. And if the government is to insist on Ukrainians applying for visas, something that we continue to argue that they should not, those visas need to be delivered speedily and efficiently, because leaving those fleeing war in limbo is unforgivable. The Home Secretary would seem to talk up the fact that 19,000 had arrived here, and I salute the generosity of British people opening their homes. But there are 27,000 in Ireland already, a country that's something like 1/13 the size of this country. This country is not being allowed to step up to the plate by the bureaucracy put in place by this Home Secretary. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, the whole asylum and immigration system needs sped up, decision-making improved, and the hostile environment ditched. And for those who are victims of that hostile environment, we need an overhaul of the Windrush compensation scheme, because it is appalling that people continue to die without seeing a penny of what they are due. And if the government is serious about the lessons learned from that disaster, we need a more serious set of actions to implement Wendy Williams' recommendations, including a Migrants Commissioner. All of these very basic issues need addressed, but that is not what we get in this Queen's speech. Instead, we have further attacks on our rights. But before I turn to the main offenders in the legislative programme, let me highlight the bills for which we will offer some support and bring some light to the Home Secretary's afternoon. Mr Deputy Speaker, an overhaul of espionage laws is badly overdue, as we know from the Russia report and from the Law Commission and various other sources. We need a more resilient state with espionage laws fit for the 21st century and able to keep pace with the ever-changing threats that we face. However, we will always watch out for proper oversight and mechanisms to ensure that these powers are not abused by government, and we will press the case for a public interest defence.
Hear, hear.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we welcome the Economic Crime Bill, again long overdue with my honourable friends such as the Member for Glasgow Central among the voices that have been calling for action for years on end. We have previously welcomed the Online Safety Bill, and we recognise that it is truer now than ever that feeling safe requires regulation of the online as much as the offline. And we do also support the ideas mentioned in relation to the Modern Slavery Bill, particularly around action on supply chains. But any modern slavery bill worthy of the name should be repealing some of the provisions of the odious Borders Act, passed just last month, that will undoubtedly make life worse, not better, for victims of trafficking, including those who face being sent to Rwanda.
Hear, hear.
And we will engage positively, though cautiously, with discussion around the Protect Duty and that draft bill. But these are not the dangerous obsessions or pet projects I was referring to earlier, Mr Deputy Speaker. Those are, of course, coming in to us in the form of legislation to meddle with the Human Rights Act and to undermine, yet again, the right to protest. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Human Rights Act works well and has benefited many. The Government knows this because it was told so by its own independent review body, which noted that many so-called problems with the Act are more to do with perception than reality, perceptions that require to be remedied through a focus on human rights education, not a radical overhaul. The Joint Committee on Human Rights has also done excellent work highlighting the enormously positive impact of the Act on the protection of human rights in the UK, concluding firmly that no case for reform had been established. This is about people being able to have a practical means of enforcing our human rights, challenging unlawful government policies and securing justice.
Hear, hear.
It is about ensuring people interacting with the state, whether it's the police or in care homes or hospitals, are treated with dignity and respect. Our public services are better, not worse, for being fully accountable to our constituents in the courts here, instead of having to travel to Strasbourg to vindicate their rights. And this is what the Government risks undermining and damaging. And as I say, not delivering justice, but seeking to protect itself from it. So we will oppose these proposals every step of the way.
Hear, hear.
But these proposals, Mr Deputy Speaker, tell us something much more fundamental about the British Constitution, because the Human Rights Act is, after all, a piece of legislation absolutely crucial to the devolution settlement, something that hasn't been recognised at all in the debate today. Along with the Scotland Act, it is absolutely fundamental in setting out what the Scottish Parliament and Government can and cannot do. It's the same for Wales, and of course pivotal too for Northern Ireland. Not for the first time, here is a Tory government fixing up the balance of powers in the United Kingdom, not through negotiation, agreement and endorsement, but unilaterally, without consent and absolutely without cause. In most states, in most countries, such fundamental changes would require agreement, approval in all the impacted legislators, sometimes even double majorities, sometimes endorsement through referenda. But here in the UK, the Tories can rewrite the constitutional settlement to suit themselves in the blink of an eye. Such is a lack of checks and constraints upon this government. Mr Deputy Speaker, a Home Office focused on Scotland would be tearing up the immigration system that has served us so badly, left us without the people we desperately need for our economy and public services, and undermined the rights and security of so many of the people that we have already welcomed. It would utterly reject an asylum system that is expressly and increasingly designed to make people suffer. And if we really want to prevent crime and deliver justice, we would be overhauling the out-of-date Misuse of Drugs Act that exacerbates one of the most persistent and difficult public health challenges we face today. This is a scourge that is inextricably linked with so much crime: overcrowded prisons, serious and organised crime groups, county lines, modern slavery, drugs, deaths, ruined lives. The Misuse of Drugs Act is not working, and in too many respects it is now undermining efforts to tackle all of these fundamental problems. Even very obvious evidence-based policies such as overdose prevention facilities remain hugely difficult because of that Act. Now, there were some very welcome steps in the Government's drugs strategy, but for real progress to be made, we continue to make the case for that Act to receive a radical review and overhaul. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are just some of the things that we desperately need from this Home Secretary and this Government, but they will never be delivered. It is a department and a government that delivers nothing of substance for the people of Scotland, instead undermining our rights and undermining the Scottish Parliament. This government will not deliver. Mr Deputy Speaker, more than anything, this Queen's speech shows us that we in Scotland need to get on with delivering for ourselves.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Preventing crime and delivering justice. Surely if we get the first bit right, we don't need the second. Wishful thinking, I know, but nevertheless true. Sadly, we don't live in a perfect world, so justice is needed, and the best justice is swift justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. The legacy of COVID lives in so many ways. I know that in the last session we did much to alleviate the pressures on the justice system, but we will have to see. We have made new laws to protect our borders, To me, it never made sense to spend huge amounts of money on a justice system and continue to let people come in illegally. Am I saying these people are all criminals? Not necessarily, but it doesn't look good on anyone's CV. How did you arrive in this country? Well, I gave a people smuggler all my cash and I hoped to beat the system. Unacceptable. No, it had to be dealt with, and I hope with what we have put in place, it will do just that. We have given toughened sentences for many crimes, and even though I'm not a believer necessarily that a 25-year sentence will deter some of the devastating crimes that happen, it will at least keep these people off the street for a much longer period and help the poor victim move on. As for the victims, I welcome the Victims Bill too. This is the right thing to do, and I hope it will make a huge difference in how victims are treated and hopefully encourage more to come forward. But today I want to talk about prevention. You see, my position as chair of the APPG on issues affecting men and boys, I am fully aware of the statistics about men and crime. 95% of the prison population are men. Just let me run that by you again. 95% of the prison population are men. If this was a statistic for any other demographic, there would be a public outcry. So why isn't there? I'll tell you the House why not. It's because that's what we've become to expect of a large number of our population. Men are bad. But I say to this House, no, no, no. That's not true. Far too many men and boys are being forgotten, left behind, ignored, and now they are being increasingly vilified. Toxic masculinity. Impose a curfew on all men. Yes, that was seriously suggested. All men are bad. We cannot let this constant vilification happen. I say here and now, this has to stop. We need to deal with this head-on and ask ourselves this simple question: why? Why are men committing so much crime? Why are so many women being murdered, attacked and abused? Why are so many men being murdered, attacked and abused? Why? Do I have the answers to these questions? No, not yet. It's not simple, but we need to get there, and I believe we could get there a lot quicker. We need help with this. A minister for men and boys, a minister for their health and well-being, a national men's health strategy. If we are serious about fighting crime, then let's tackle the cause as well as the symptoms. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe if we really start to ask these questions, we will protect our women and girls so much more. We will also protect our men and boys too, but we must start asking the questions. Now, I have spoken with many people in my position as an MP and as chair of the APPG, and they agree with me that we can't arrest ourselves out of all crime. More police are great, and we are getting many. But if there was police on, every police officer was to go out on the beat, there would still be some streets without a police officer. It's great that we are lighting roads, but I'm afraid attacks will still happen on some of those roads and also behind closed doors. What we have to do is ask why. Why is this the case? Is it drugs, alcohol, mental health, or a bad childhood experience? What drove them to drugs, alcohol, depression, and why aren't they talking about their dreadful past? Is it being the victim of a sexual abuse or pornography? Is it the internet? Is it being brought up in a dysfunctional family or a community that does not bring hope? Is it peer pressure or gangs? Why do young people join a gang? Lots of questions, but there are answers. And if we really want to protect one another, surely that's what we should be doing, finding those answers. I wrote an article last week in the Yorkshire Post with an analogy that if we had 3 faulty cars out of 1,000, would we ban all cars? Would we build 100 more hospitals or wrap the pedestrians in bubble wrap? No, we would try and find out what had gone wrong with those cars. And that is what I believe we should do here with that small minority of men and boys. I have been told in this position as chair of this APPG that I may get some opposition. But I tell you the House, I haven't. Well, not yet anyway. And the reason why I haven't is that if anyone really thinks about this, they will see that I am trying to help society as a whole. So who would a men's minister speak to? Well, hopefully lots of men. and lots of women too. But in this place, I expect them to speak to the Minister for Education, Housing, Health, DWP, DCMS, Defence, BEIS. The list goes on. But we need someone to see all the problems that men face, collate it all, and then speak to the Home Office and say, this is what's going wrong. It has to happen. We have to ask these questions, and we have to find the answers. I have a wife, a daughter and a son. I want them all to go about their business safe and happy. We all want that. So let us use our heads with this. Yes, swift justice where required. Yes, long sentences where required. But let us try and prevent the crime happening in the first place. Let's see what's gone wrong with a small minority of our men. Why are they in the criminal justice system, or why they may end up being so? And then when we know, we need a concerted effort to fix the problem at source. We need to fix the faulty cars before they head for the road. I know that the House will agree with me that we will find it hard to manage without cars. Well, we will find it much harder to manage without men. Thank you.
Conor McGinn. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't often get the chance to speak in the House. I think being the Shadow Minister without portfolio means you're the Shadow Minister with a lot to do, but often without the opportunity to say very much. But I'm delighted to be able to respond to the debate today. The Home Secretary's just leaving the chamber, but in her absence, I want to say, and I think it won't do either her or I very much good, and I may even get chased from this place by my own colleagues, but I like the Home Secretary. And I also like the Police Minister. And one of the things that I admire about the Home Secretary, even though I profoundly disagree with her, is that she believes, that definitely won't do me any good, the honourable gentleman from a sedentary position, but one of the things I admire about the Home Secretary is that she, although I profoundly disagree, she believes in things. But despite the virtuoso performance today at the dispatch box, I don't think she believes some of the accusations that she levelled at the opposition. I don't think for a second that the government thinks that an opposition led by a former Director of Public Prosecutions, who prosecuted and made sure terrorists were put in prison, and the worst sort of criminals and offenders, are any sort of threat to national security. So we can argue about policy and about records and around delivery, but let's not kid ourselves or the British public, because, frankly, they don't believe it either. But I want to, before I come on to my main remarks about the loyal address itself, I do want to use the opportunity, given the topic of today's debate, to place on record my thanks and my admiration for Merseyside Police, led by our Chief Constable, Serena Kennedy. We have been blessed with good leadership in Merseyside, using all of the tools to provide a robust policing response to things that matter to people in St Helens and across Merseyside: crime and antisocial behaviour, tackling them at the root cause and giving no quarter to those criminals who would terrorise our communities. And I stand squarely behind our police force, the men and women of Merseyside Police, who day and daily put themselves in harm's way to keep us and our communities safe. Turning to the wider aspects of the programme, or lack thereof, that the government set out, I think there was a chance here, a gilt-edged chance actually, for the government to grab this cost of living crisis by the scruff of the neck. And I think more than that, actually, it was a chance to lay the groundwork after the pandemic for prosperity and renewal across our communities, to set a pathway to a securer future, one that I think has never felt further away from many of our citizens, but is so badly needed. And I somewhat regret, I mean, the House won't be surprised to hear this, but I regret to say that I think the government missed the opportunity to do that. Now, it matters because it's not just about the theatre of the state opening. It matters because it's a profoundly worrying juncture, I think, for our country. Inflation is soaring and predicted to rise further to some 10%. Fuel and food prices are skyrocketing, and the tax rises imposed by this government, 15 of them, are hitting working people, particularly to introduce a national insurance hike. A tax on working people is the wrong tax at the wrong time on the wrong people. And it's clear from when I speak to residents, my neighbours in St Helens, their families, pensioners, businesses, and many other local community groups, this crisis is really affecting people, and they are really worrying about how they will cope. And that was the stark reality, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I heard from community groups in St Helens recently at a meeting that I convened with some of those working with our community and residents who are affected by this. Now, they tell me, and statistics that have been borne out and provided by very reputable sources, that 9 in 10 have already seen a rise in the cost of living, are already experiencing more expensive energy bills, and are seeing more costly groceries on their weekly shop. Nearly a quarter of adults finding it difficult to pay their usual household bills, and worryingly, food bank usage in St Helens North has risen by nearly 900 users over the last year, including 300 children in the United Kingdom in the 21st century in a town like St Helens. And our food banks are also, it's not often cited, but they're wrestling with a 30% reduction in donations, because people who previously gave to the food bank have to look after themselves now because they can't afford to do that anymore. And of course our transport costs are rising and making it harder to get to work, to see family and friends and be connected. Now this will have a huge impact on inequality, because even before the crisis, the sixth of households in my constituency were in fuel poverty, which is why I was very pleased that a central plank of the Labour Party's offer to the people in the local election campaign was about putting up to £600 back in their pocket now by levying a windfall tax on the excess profits of the oil and gas company, who are printing money to all intents and purposes because of the increase in costs. Now, at a time, I think, when the government should be using every policy lever it can to deliver security, it had no answer this week. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've said this before, our communities are resilient. We've been through a lot these last 2 years, in fact over the last 20 or 30 years, but people came together to meet the challenges, particularly under the banner of St Helens, together with a spirit of generosity, kindness and solidarity. Now, contrary to what some commentators wish to believe, communities in the north of England are not homogenous. We're not all the same. The challenges we face are nuanced, but our sense of place is important, and that's the case in St Helens. We're proud of that, and we remain steadfast in our ambitions for a better and secure future. And that's why, and it's a point that I've consistently made, it's not just about me criticising the government. Part of that, part of my job as an opposition MP is, of course, to do that, but it's not enough, because I have agency. I'm a member of Parliament, I'm a political leader too, and so just attacking the government or what it's failing to do, it just doesn't wash for people in St Helens or my constituents, because they want to see action. And that's why, in taking responsibility, we as political, business and community leaders are addressing the big challenges facing our towns, villages and the Liverpool city region. Now, whether that's regenerating our town centres through a historic, innovative £200 million partnership with the English Cities Fund, or the £25 million of innovative projects secured from the Towns Fund, investing record amounts in children's services and focusing on educational attainment, the next generation, creating decent jobs, secure jobs, skilled jobs, training and opportunities through world-leading initiatives like Glass Futures, our regeneration of former colliery sites like Parkside. They're not just a monument, to those who worked there, proud as we are of that heritage. They're not just a monument. They are places that are going to create new employment opportunities for a whole new generation of people across our coalfields. We are revolutionising public transport, taking steps to bring buses back into public ownership, and our bid to bring rail home to where it originated with the Rainhill trials, to St Helens, with our bid to host the headquarters of Great British Railways in our borough. Now, that approach was endorsed again last week, where Labour in St Helens increased its vote share, stood for election on its record in an ambitious manifesto, and is now back forming a new administration in our council with a strong mandate to continue it. So I close by saying, disappointed as I am, expectedly of course, with what the government has, or indeed hasn't, come forward with in its legislative programme, it's not an excuse for me or anyone else to abdicate responsibility. I know that I have a job to do for my community, and we are taking responsibility because we're proud of our past, we're ambitious for our future. But I would stress to the Treasury bench, people are worried. And there are huge fears around the cost of living and what it means for their families, and it does cloud the present and it makes it more difficult to be optimistic about the future. I wish the government would do more to help me in St Helens, my constituents, but also help people across the country. I wish it would do more. I wish it would give us help to get through this cost of living crisis, but also push on with our plans to build a better and brighter future. But as always, you know, in St Helens, if they don't, we just do it ourselves, Mr Deputy Speaker.
James Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to be called in this debate. Law and order is a subject that's close to all of our hearts, and judging by the passionate contributions so far in this debate, I think it certainly is. I'm not going to talk for long today, but what I want to do is to do two things. First of all, I want to provide a constituency perspective, a local perspective, which I think is relevant. But also what I want to do is outline the reasons why I feel that the measures outlined yesterday in the Queen's speech for law and order and the prevention of crime are really important. Bracknell, which is my constituency, is the safest major town in Berkshire, and it's the 21st safest town in the UK. It's a great accolade, and these are stats that are taken from the crimerate.co.uk website, and I would urge everyone to look at them. The overall crime rate in Bracknell was 60 crimes per 1,000 people in 2021, and this compares favourably to Berkshire's overall crime rate, coming in 25% lower than the rate of 75 per 1,000. That's really good. East Berkshire is a pretty good place to live. The offer is excellent. Good schools, we've got good roads, we've got near full employment, and I'm very proud to represent people who live in Bracknell constituency. In Crowthorne, which is deemed to be a small town on the analysis, it's probably a village, but it's 43 crimes per 1,000 people, coming in 76% lower than the Berkshire overall crime rate. At Sandhurst, the overall rate is 45 crimes per 1,000 people, coming in 69% lower than the Berkshire rate. And lastly, Finch Hampstead, certainly a village, categorised as one of the top 5 safest small towns or areas in the whole of Berkshire, and has a rate of 36 crimes per 1,000 people. The most common crime recorded in my constituency is violence against the person, and also, sadly, sexual violence. So we have work to do, and therefore I welcome a number of the measures that have been announced in the Queen's speech. I don't want to wax too lyrical about what we've already heard, and the Home Secretary has covered all of the detail, but we've got the Public Order Bill, we've got the Economic Crime and Transparency Bill, we've got the Modern Slavery Bill, the National Security Bill, we've got the Draft Protect Duty Bill and the Online Safety Bill. But what I want to do briefly is just focus on 3 of them. Firstly, the Draft Victims Bill, in my view, will set out to restore victims' confidence that their voices will be properly heard and that perpetrators will be brought to justice. That's really important for my constituents. The Online Safety Bill, which creates a new regulatory framework that improves the user safety online, that will safeguard freedom of expression, making the UK one of the safest places to be in the world to be online. And lastly, the Bill of Rights. Real relevance locally. It will ensure that there is a proper balance between the rights of individuals, our vital national security and effective government, therefore strengthening freedom of speech, our common law traditions and reducing reliance on Strasbourg case law post-Brexit, and rightly so. In addition, some other areas to focus on. Firstly, 13,500 new police officers in this Parliament so far as part of that manifesto commitment to put 20,000 extra police officers on the streets. We're getting there. In Thames Valley alone, so far, an additional 368 police officers, with a further 233 projected outflow this year. This is great news for Bracknell, it's great news for Berkshire, and it's great news for Thames Valley. Drug strategy in county lines. The commitment to introduce a new drug strategy is really important. We need to break up county lines, break up criminal gangs. We need to help those struggling who are the victims of crime. But we've seen so far the closure of 1,500 county lines, 600 operations against organised crime groups, and more than 220,000 drug seizures. These are really impressive figures, and we can go further. I welcome all of these bills, therefore, on their inherent merits and because they will make a difference. Crime prevention, 200 million offered for a 10-year youth endowment fund. The public order bill, we've discussed it, but it's so important that people can go about their daily business, can get to work, that ambulances can get to hospital. Nobody has the right to impede how anybody else lives their life. And those who chain themselves to railings and glue themselves to the road, they need to be in jail. Fact. I just want to finish with 3 key points that are very important to me locally and to my constituents. Firstly, antisocial behaviour needs stronger powers. We have a lot of it in Bracknell and across the wider constituency, right across the UK. I think we need a bit more in terms of dealing with antisocial behaviour, in terms of police response, in terms of arrest at the scene. Antisocial driving is another feature locally. On Saturday evening at Birch Hill Sainsbury's in Bracknell, we had a big car meet. Fine, I love cars, a motorsports fan, I chair the Motorsports APPG, but activity like that needs to be managed and controlled. We had people spinning cars, donuts, tyre smoke, huge noise. It got to the point where residents were being assaulted. This cannot happen. I would urge, first of all, Sainsbury's to lock their car parks at night if the shops aren't open. What an easy way of dealing with it. But also, I would urge Bracknell Forest Council, the Thames Valley Police and Crime Commissioner, Thames Valley Police, to deal more responsibly with these incidents, because they just cause misery for all those concerned. We've got to cut down on speed, we've got to cut down antisocial driving, we've got to cut down on noise nuisance. It's really, really important. 2 further points before I finish. Luke Ings, a constituent of mine, was jailed at the age of 18 for a fray. He's now 37 years old. He's still in Durham prison. He's done his time in my view. He is what's known as an IPP prisoner, an imprisonment for public protection prisoner. He has an indeterminate sentence. I think we need to review, if I may, Minister, IPP prisoners to make sure that we're not locking people up beyond the point at which they have to be. He's done his time. Let's please release him. And my last point, young Stacey Queripel, aged 7 years old. She was found dead, murdered in woods in Bracknell 29 years ago. I therefore think we need to focus a bit more on cold cases and cold case reviews. I want to see more police resources given to that particular crime and all those like it. Nobody has been brought to justice in 29 years and the family still resides in Bracknell. I think we can do a bit more in terms of cold case reviews. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy with the announcements made yesterday. I'm very supportive of the government. I think the bills will make a difference, but I also think we can go further. Thank you.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate being called early in this debate. Can I say that the Queen's speech, I think, was being looked forward to by many people, not just in this House, but those who have been affected by the huge problems which have arisen as a result of coming out of the pandemic, the hospital waiting lists, the impact on the economy, and now, of course, the cost of living increase, as well as events internationally and in the world, whether that's in Eastern Europe or further afield. And we wish the government well in seeking to address those problems. We will be critical of many of the measures, but we believe that it is important that the government has highlighted the right priorities to deal with. The cost of living crisis, I believe, needs to be addressed very, very quickly, because so many people are now struggling to face the ordinary day-to-day expenses which they face, not for luxuries but for basic necessities. And in my view, the government does need to act quickly through putting money back in people's pockets. I believe that individuals are best placed to decide how they spend their money. And whilst I understand the problem which the Prime Minister and the Chancellor has outlined about huge debt and the debt and having to pay that debt back, nevertheless, the inflationary pressures which have occurred over the last number of months have given the government a windfall. It has given the government finance which is available for tax cuts, and against the background of having imposed the heaviest tax burden on the people of this country since the 1950s, I think that one of the ways of dealing with this issue is to make immediate tax cuts. There's a benefit in doing that. It puts money in people's pockets immediately. And secondly, by not having complicated schemes, it then ensures that the benefits and that people obtain are seen to come directly from the Westminster Parliament. One of my concerns about the Union is that very often things which occur and benefits which occur because of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland being part of the 5th biggest economy in the world are hidden, because the money is devolved down to the regions, we get complicated schemes, and then of course the benefits are seen not to come from being part of the United Kingdom, but from the actions of devolved administrations. And I think that the government should consider how can you quickly address this issue, and secondly, how can you ensure that people understand that the benefits have come because they're part of the United Kingdom. As a unionist, I would advocate that that's a stance that the government should take. We welcome many of the initiatives, which the law and order and justice issues which are in this the bill. I think that it's right that we address the issue of slavery, and I hope that that does delve into the supply chains, where many of us obtain cheap goods because firms are careless as to where they source those goods. I don't want to get cheap clothes because somebody has been exploited in a third world country and the suppliers or the people who sell those goods haven't looked in to where the supplies come from. I also welcome the initiatives on economic crime. And I hope that the government will recognise that it's not just those who engage in economic crime, but those who assist them in engaging in economic crime have to be dealt with in the legislation. And as far as disruptive protests, I'm not averse to protests, Mr Deputy Speaker. Indeed, I have involved myself in many protests over the years of my political involvement. But I think that we have to get the balance between giving people the right to have their say about issues which concern them, while at the same time ensuring that they do not deliberately and callously and selfishly deny others the ability to go about their business. I witnessed at first hand the good people of Canning Town, where I stay when I'm in London, who, in their frustration at being denied the ability to go to work, as one guy said to me, and I'll not repeat exactly his words because I don't think it would be parliamentary, I don't think you would have me, but as one guy said to me as we stood on a packed platform in Canning Town, he pointed out, he says, if I don't get to work today, I don't get any wages. And yet those people sitting on top of the tube think that it doesn't matter. Their concerns are more important than my ability to go to my work. And I think it is right that the government does take action to ensure that those who engage in this selfish behaviour, those who smugly think that their cause is more important than anybody else's welfare, should be dealt with. Of course, not all of these measures will apply to Northern Ireland, because many of these things are devolved to the Northern Ireland administration. But there are many other measures in this bill which will not apply to Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland is not treated as the same as the United Kingdom. And I look at some of the things which the Prime Minister said yesterday. We were going to have, for example, to encourage economic growth. We're going to have a bonfire of regulations, European regulations. Well, there'll be no bonfire, there'll not even be a matchstick in Northern Ireland when it comes to European regulations, because of course we will stay within, and do stay within, the single market of the European Union. It would be illegal for these regulations and this bonfire of regulations to apply to Northern Ireland. And yet That is one of the key ways in which the government says it intends to level up economic activity within the United Kingdom. And yet Northern Ireland will be exempt. Dealing with fuel bills, the energy legislation which will be put through this House cannot apply to Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland is part of the single electricity market. Any attempt to give the support to putting in an energy infrastructure would fall foul of the rules when it comes to state aid, which apply to Northern Ireland. And when it comes to the issue of support, many of the support mechanisms, indeed, we've had the example in this House where the Chancellor couldn't even fulfil the manifesto promise of the party opposite, that when we left the EU, the government would be free to reduce VAT on fuel bills. It couldn't do it. Why? Because that reduction in VAT could not apply to Northern Ireland. And yet, we are told that this protocol, and I heard the former Prime Minister yesterday say that we couldn't possibly do anything to disrupt the protocol. The protocol was put in place in a debate on crime and on threats of crime. I think it is important to remember that Northern Ireland's different position in the United Kingdom, Mr Deputy Speaker, was due to the threats that were made by the Irish Prime Minister, by certain political parties in Northern Ireland, some of which sit here, some of which don't sit here, and indeed by some members of this House, that if we did not have separate arrangements for Northern Ireland, then we would face violence in Northern Ireland. The protocol is the baby of threats of crime and threats of Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would he agree with me? He's just mentioned the former Prime Minister, the right honourable member for Maidenhead, and that she made an unfortunate reference yesterday which was inaccurate, in that she seemed to allude to the fact that we could have avoided this if we had backed her proposals, when in fact we would have been in exactly the same position had GB diverted from the EU regulations, and that was very unfortunate, and it gives us an opportunity now to rectify that error.
Yeah. And in fact, under the former Prime Minister's proposals, not only would Northern Ireland be subject to single market rules, it would be subject to custom union rules, which have meant we couldn't even have benefited from the 80 trade deals which the government has now done across the world. And thankfully that is not the case, and we still do have access to those trade deals, and firms in Northern Ireland are benefiting from it. And indeed I can think of one in my honourable friend's constituency in South Antrim, where a firm has set up exclusively to export machinery which it will produce to the Australian market as a result of the deal which we have now with Australia. So there are benefits, huge benefits, of being separate from the EU. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it is important that we highlight that many of the issues and many of the measures which the government intends to introduce for the rest of the United Kingdom cannot apply to Northern Ireland as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. One of the reasons why, as my honourable friend, the member for Lagan Valley, said yesterday, that until this issue is addressed, then the Northern Ireland Assembly cannot possibly function. We are told that Northern Ireland, without the protocol, could become a hive of economic crime, which has been dealt with in this bill, because people would bring goods into Northern Ireland, smuggle them through Northern Ireland, across the Irish border, and contaminate the EU market. Of course, very little trade actually goes through Northern Ireland into the Irish Republic. Indeed, supermarkets which don't even have shops in the Irish Republic are subject to these trades. What economic crime they're going to involve themselves in, I don't know. But nevertheless, that's the rationale which is attached to the protocol. And the only leverage which we have, and indeed for the sake of good governance in Northern Ireland, this issue must be addressed, because we will not, no unionist in Northern Ireland will accept the divisiveness of the protocol and the economic damage. That means that when it comes to the working of the Assembly, you'll not get consensus. If you don't get consensus, then you'll have all kinds of divisions, and so the Assembly can't possibly work. And therefore it is important that this issue be addressed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, let me say this, that if justice is to be done to the people in Northern Ireland, and if we are not to give in to the threats of criminal behaviour by those who are opposed to getting rid of the Northern Ireland Protocol, then the government must take action. I'm disappointed that there was no action highlighted in the Queen's speech. But I would say to honourable members in this House, this is not solely a Northern Ireland issue. I've already highlighted VAT on fuel bills was introduced because of it. There's another bill which is absent in this, in the Queen's speech. We were promised, and I believe that there's almost universal support for improvements in animal welfare. I don't think that most people in the United Kingdom want to see the continued import of trophies as a result of hunting across the world. I don't think, whether Conservative or Labour, I don't think that most people want to see the import of foie gras, where animals are birds are cruelly treated in order to produce that. I don't think that most people want to see the importing of furs. And yet, those bills have those measures are not in the Queen's speech, even though they were the government indicated that would be doing it. Why? Because Northern Ireland, being part of the single market, you can't ban them in that part of the United Kingdom. It would become the back door, and therefore many of the animal welfare measures, which are not in this bill, are not in this bill because of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And we haven't even tested the state aid rules in the rest of the United Kingdom. So this issue needs to be dealt with. And I would implore the government, do not delay on this. There may be divisions in the Cabinet. There may be divisions even with some of the Conservative Party. And there may be some on this side of the House who really don't care that it's impacting on the Good Friday Agreement, the stability in Northern Ireland, and the ability of people in Northern Ireland to share the same benefits as the rest of the United Kingdom. But I can assure you that this party, my party, will be doing everything we can on a weekly basis to raise this in the House of Commons, to raise this with ministers, and to use whatever leverage we have back home to ensure that the political institutions are not contaminated by the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now then, nobody should feel unsafe in their streets or in their homes, which is why I think preventing crime is probably the most important part of this Queen's speech. And each time we have a debate on this subject in this place, it always seems that the Labour Party seem to side with the criminals. And I'm not sure yet why that is, but it always seems to happen every single time. And the Queen's speech, it serves as a bit of a reminder to everyone here that we are the only party who's serious about law and order in the UK. It's true. Now, the vast majority of decent, hard-working people in this country will welcome the new Public Order Bill, because we see these mindless people almost on a weekly basis now. They've got nothing better to do than wreak havoc on our streets, on motorways, at petrol stations, and quite frankly, the hard-working people of this country are fed up to the back teeth of these people disrupting their very ways of life and destroying our property time and time again. And I've seen them myself when I've been out and about. They've been gluing themselves to property, digging up lawns, throwing paint around, performing zombie-like dances in the middle of the road with no regards for decent, hard-working people in this country. Yes, zombie dancers, a bit like Strangers Bar at night time with the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent, North Talk and Kidsgrove, or wherever he is. But they've got no regards for decent, hard-working people in this country, and their guerrilla-type tactics, they're disrupting emergency workers and putting people's lives at risk, and the public have had enough. Now, we're pretty good at handing out fines during the pandemic, during lockdown. We're dishing out big fines. I think some are justified, and some not. But I would hope the government would look at handing out some bigger fines to these public nuisances who think it's a good idea to damage petrol stations. I suggest a £10,000 fine going upwards to about 20 grand. That'll teach them, I think. You know, when they go back to mum and dad with these 10 grand fines, that might be the deterrent that they actually need. But let's just remind ourselves what we've been up to as a party in government. We're recruiting 20,000 new police officers, and I think we're already over 13,000 new police officers on our streets, making our streets safer. We've enshrined the Police Crime and Sentencing Courts Act into law, giving police extra powers to prevent crimes and keep dangerous criminals off our streets. And this Act, it stops the automatic early release of dangerous, violent and sexual offenders and widens the scope for police powers such as stop and search, and places a legal duty on local authorities to actually work together with the Fire and Rescue Service, the police and criminal justice agencies. And Labour voted against this. And I tell you what else they voted against. Well, they voted against everything in the Police and Crime Bill. But in Ashfield, we're really benefiting from a Conservative government. We've just had £550,000 through the Safer Streets Fund. And this is going to put CCTV up in some real dodgy areas we've got in my town. This is going to make women and young girls feel safe. There's going to be safe hotspots where they can reach out for help. And it's wonderful news for one of the most deprived areas of my constituency. We're putting up new security gates from the fund, which will secure alleyways. These are, again, ASB hotspots. These are making people, residents, feel safe in their own homes. This is real action. And on top of that, we've got new police officers with the Operation Reacher teams in Eastwood and in Ashfield. These are going out, these are taking the most undesirable people off our streets and locking them up. But the police have always been a little bit frustrated that the sentencing has not been enough for these criminals. But we've sorted that through this new bill. You know, people can get locked up for longer. You know what? And I say, so they should be. It makes people feel safer in Ashfield and Eastwood. It makes me feel safer, and it makes my family feel safer. And it's only right that when these criminals are arrested and taken to the police station and taken through the court system, they should be put away for as long as possible and make us all feel safe. But Labour have also got no idea about the illegal crossings, the dinghies, the boats coming over the channel. They seem to be confused, Mr Deputy Speaker. They don't know the difference between an economic migrant and a genuine asylum seeker. It's a shame, really. You know, you can come and have a chat with me and my constituents in Ashfield. They'll put you right. Come up to my Witherspoons in Kirkby and they'll tell you the difference, and they're pretty good at it. I'll gladly give way.
The member is saying that people on this side of the House don't know the difference between economic migrants and genuine, as he calls them, asylum seekers. Then the Home Office doesn't either, because the Home Office has concluded that the vast majority of those people in those boats are refugees and should be recognised as such. So what's he got to say to the Home Secretary?
I'll thank Honourable Lady for the intervention. I think that's a fault of the old failing asylum system, where people, when they get here, they know how to fill the forms out. They've got these lefty lawyers that say put this, this and this and this. They fill the forms out and hey presto, about 80% get asylum status. And it's wrong. It's absolute wrong. It's a burden on the taxpayer. They're abusing the system. It's a bit like some benefit cheats. They do it, don't they? They abuse. They say they're disabled and they're not. Yes, they do. They do. So come on, let's be right about it. But make no mistake about it, Mr Deputy Speaker. If that lot got in power, cherish the thought. Well, not cherish it, perish the thought. If that lot got in cherish the thought. If that lot got in power, this Rwanda plan would be scrapped within 5 minutes. They want to see open borders. They want to let anybody in.
You confirmed it now.
I'll gladly give way to the member for Stoke-on-Trent.
You confirmed it now.
But make no mistake, the Rwanda plan would be scrapped. Would be scrapped within 5 minutes of that lot getting in power. But I welcome the comments made by the member for St Helens North, who's not in his place right now, but he made some sensible comments on food bank use, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I'd welcome anybody on the opposite benches to come and visit Ashfield to my food bank, which I help out on a regular basis. And we've got a great project in place at the moment where I'd gladly give way.
Speaker, thank you. My honourable friend from Ashfield would know that there are two elements to most sentences. Rehabilitation, which is really important because we can rehabilitate criminals in prisons and put them back on the streets, hopefully reformed characters, but also deterrence. Does he agree with me that deterrence is an important function of any sentence and that actually longer sentences may well have the deterrent effect of saying to people, think twice, please, before you commit that crime?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He makes a good point. Not only is it a great deterrent, but the longer they're locked up in prison, then that's the longer amount of time they cannot commit these horrible crimes. So he makes a perfect point. But I go back to my point made about the honourable member St Helens North, who made some great comments about food banks. But my invitation is to everybody on that side of the House. Come to Ashfield and work with me for a day in my food bank and see the brilliant scheme we've got in place, where when people come now for a food parcel, they have to register for a budgeting course and a cooking course. And what we do at the food bank, we show them how to cook cheap and nutritious meals on a budget. We can make a meal for about 30 pence a day, and this is cooking from scratch. We're glad to give way.
The honourable member for giving way. Can you answer me a simple question? Should it be necessary to have food banks in 21st century Britain?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. He makes a great point, and this is exactly my point. So I invite you personally to come to Ashfield, look at our food bank, how it works, and I think you'll see firsthand that there's not this massive use for food banks in this country. We've got generation after generation who cannot cook properly, they can't cook a meal from scratch, they cannot budget. The challenge is there. Come, I'll offer anybody. You sat there with glazed expressions on your faces, looking at me like I've landed from a different planet. Come to Ashfield, come next week, come the week after, come to a real food bank that's making a real difference to people's lives. And I'm going to end now, Mr Deputy Speaker, because they're not listening. These are a generation of MPs that never listen. But the good news is, well, it's bad news actually, because this Labour Party, they're out of control, they're out of touch, and thankfully they're out of power. That's me done, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Joanna Chair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, what I will say to the previous speaker is that all of us have food banks in our constituency. We don't really need to visit his because we're perfectly well aware of the requirement for them. But the requirement for them is not because people don't know how to cook. It's because we have poverty in this country at a scale that should shame his government. Now, before I address the substance of today's debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in particular the government's plans for a British Bill of Rights, like others, I'd like to refer to the results of the local elections last week, because in Scotland they were a very important reminder that this British government has no mandate in Scotland and no mandate for any of the policies it's seeking to impose on Scotland in the programme for government. And it's really no surprise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Conservatives lost so many votes and have been reduced to third place in Scotland. When I was campaigning on the doorsteps of Edinburgh South West, I heard over and over again the contempt in which this UK government is held. And it's not just the endemic law-breaking, it's the rank lack of respect for the frequently expressed views of the Scottish electorate for a different way of doing things and for a second independence referendum, given the broken promises of the first. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly proud that in my own constituency of Edinburgh South West, in the Pentlands Hill ward, my colleague and friend Fiona Glasgow displaced a Tory councillor to win yet another seat for the SNP on the City of Edinburgh Council. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate her for the fantastic campaign that she ran. It's always good, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see women of independent mind elected to public office. Now, it was suggested by the leader of Her Majesty's opposition yesterday that this Queen's speech has no guiding principle. And he's right, insofar as it abjectly fails to make meaningful proposals for reversing the cost of living crisis. And that cost of living crisis is really hammering my constituents as well as constituents across the United Kingdom. There's nothing in this speech about cutting VAT on fuel bills. There's nothing about taxing big companies, not just the energy companies, but other companies with excess profits. There's nothing to increase benefits, and there's nothing to reinstate the £20 that was cut from universal credit. Instead, I heard on the radio this morning that the Cabinet met yesterday to chuck around ideas to deal with the cost of living crisis, but didn't come to any conclusions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the lack of urgency and the lack of focus of this government is as insulting to my constituents as it is callous. Nor does this Queen's speech contain any measures to compensate my constituents for the serial incompetence of the Home Office, not just in respect of the handling of immigration and asylum cases, but also now the issuing of passports. Lots of working-class families in my constituency have lost out on hard-worked-for holidays, and it's an absolute disgrace, and I'd like to know if the government is going to compensate them. Mr Speaker, I might not agree with everything the Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition says. We disagree on the right of Scotland to self-determination, and I'd like to see him do more to stick up for women's sex-based rights and the rights of same-sex attracted people. But I do consider the Leader of the Opposition to be a man of integrity. And I don't want to live in a state, Mr Deputy Speaker, where the government, with the assistance of their little helpers in the right-wing press, are able to influence the police to reopen a closed investigation into their political enemies. It stinks. And most of my constituents can see the difference between what seems to have been a working meal and the endless parade of parties with suitcases of booze and karaoke that took place at Number 10 during lockdown. People are not stupid. Yesterday, we were told in the Queen's speech that this government is going to ensure the Constitution is upheld. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I had to struggle to stop myself from laughing out loud. This Prime Minister can't even uphold the ordinary laws of the land. And in 2019, he rode roughshod over the Constitution when he unlawfully prorogued Parliament, and that was just the start of it. In 2020, his government introduced legislation designed to go back on an agreement they themselves had signed with the European Union. And now they're still at it with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there is a guiding principle of this Queen's speech, and I think it's this. It's to diminish the ability of this Parliament and the courts to hold this government to account. And we see it in the Bill of Rights, we see it in the Public Order Bill, and we also see it in the Brexit Freedoms Bill, which is going to expand executive power to amend, appeal or replace EU retained law by way of secondary legislation. So this House can't scrutinise it properly. So much for taking back control. Now, on the Bill of Rights, Mr Deputy Speaker, as has already been said by my honourable friend, the government's independent review on the Human Rights Act and the Cross-Party Joint Committee of Human Rights, of which I'm a member, have found that the case for replacing the Human Rights Act with the British Bill of Rights has not been made out. The independent review suggested only very minor changes to the Human Rights Act, noting that the vast majority of submissions to that review spoke strongly in support of our Human Rights Act. But this government didn't even bother to address the findings of their own independent review and instead published their own consultation on the same day that the independent review reported. It's really quite extraordinary. And yesterday, the Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden, who's not in his place and for whom I have a great deal of respect, but I disagree with him on this issue, he tried to suggest that the main reason for modifying the Human Rights Act is that it will give the government the ability to deport foreign criminals who've been released from prison. Well, in our recent and very thorough report on human rights reform dated 13th April, the Joint Committee of Human Rights examined that claim in some detail, and we found it to be unsubstantiated by the data produced by the government. And for anyone who's interested, those arguments are set out at paragraphs 223 to 234 of our report. We also found that the government's case that human rights legislation is in serious need of reform is not proven. This is not evidence-based policy making. And we concluded that the government's purporting to solve non-existent problems and offering solutions that will only cause confusion and detriment to those who need their rights protected. We said that if the government really wanted to strengthen human rights, they would improve how they are respected in general and improve education so that everyone knows their rights and improve access to the courts for those needing to enforce them. Improving awareness and understanding of human rights and access to the courts would have a far more beneficial impact than the government's current proposals. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's a cross-party report and it was unanimous, so the government should listen to it. And they should also listen to the conclusions of the independent review that they themselves commissioned. Now, of course, there's a particular Scottish angle to reform of the Human Rights Act, and this has been highlighted in a previous report of the Joint Committee of Human Rights, where we recommended that any proposals to reform the Human Rights Act should not be pursued without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. Again, that was the recommendation of a cross-party committee, and it's in tune with the position of the Scottish Government. Now, the Human Rights Act itself is a reserved matter, but human rights per se in Scotland are not reserved. And we have our own Scottish Human Rights Commission, A-listed by the United Nations, which is very concerned about the government's plans to replace the Human Rights Act with the Bill of Rights. And indeed, the Joint Committee of Human Rights is taking further evidence about that this afternoon. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Human Rights Act, which we already have in this country, is in fact a Bill of Rights. And there's two characteristics of a Bill of Rights. First of all, that they're universal. The rights apply to everyone, not just the people who the government find it convenient to give rights to. And secondly, that it's a higher law. And that's why we have the Section 3 interpretive obligation in the Human Rights Act as it stands. And if you take these things out, as the government's proposing to do, then it's not, in fact, actually a Bill of Rights. Now, everyone knows that the Tories, or some of them at least, have been wanting to get us out of the European Convention of Human Rights for some years. But the reality is, those same Tories, they're cheering now about your leader, their leader, Mr Deputy Speaker, signed an agreement with the European Union when we left, which means we can't leave the ECHR. So actually, this British Bill of Rights idea is just a sneaky little way to try and diminish people's ability to enforce their rights under the ECHR. Now, nobody else so far this afternoon has mentioned the plans for a ban on LGB conversion therapy, and I'd like to say that I support that ban, although I do think the evidence for how much it's a contemporary problem is questionable, but it was certainly a very serious problem in the past. I'm just going to develop my argument before I give way. However, I'm concerned that honourable members are coming under pressure to support a ban on what's described as trans conversion therapy, which ignores the interim report of the CAS review and the testimonies of Tavistock Clinic whistleblowers and detransitioners. Now, there's an exponential rise in the number of girls seeking to transition, Mr Deputy Speaker, and many of these girls will be same-sex attracted. And it's important that this possibility and other explanations for gender dysphoria, such as autism, are able to be explored in a respectful way with a qualified therapist before young women embark on a road to medicalisation. Experiencing gender dysphoria in childhood or puberty doesn't necessarily mean that you are trans. Thousands of adult lesbians and gay men like myself will know this to be true. And I think it's really important that honourable members understand that trans-inclusive means assuming all children who say that they are the opposite sex are transgender. And it also means insisting they don't need psychotherapy if they say they don't want it. And Hilary Cass, former president of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, has been commissioned to report on NHS gender identity services for children. And her interim report, published a couple of months ago, has provided worrying information about the lack of normal clinical standards being applied to children with gender distress. More work needs to be done, but the interim results show a high proportion of cared-for children, those with autism or experience of abuse, and children who would be likely to grow up as lesbian or gay, presenting for gender services. So I'm advocating for evidence-based policy making. Let's wait for the outcome of the CAS report, and let's not be influenced by those who want to criminalise therapists who simply want to do their job and act in their patients' best interests. We urgently need proper informed debate in public and in Parliament, and this must centre on the well-being of children and young people. Now, we can only have those sort of debates in this place and beyond if we have free speech. The Tories say they believe in free speech and they want to better protect it as a right. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than words. The Police Act passed in the last session, the Public Order Bill and the Online Safety Bill all contain potential threats to freedom of expression. And one of the problems with the Online Safety Bill is the introduction of a legal but harmful category for the removal of content. And this will create a situation in which people will be prevented from saying things that are legal but prohibited. And there's a really significant danger that the bill as drafted will lead to censorship of legal speech by online platforms, and that it will give the government unacceptable controls over what we can and cannot say online. Now, as a former sex crimes prosecutor, I completely applaud the desire to protect children online, which underlines the Online Safety Bill. But I'm very worried that this category of legal but harmful will enable vexatious complainants to exploit that lack of definitional clarity to try and shut down lawful speech on topics of public concern that are harmful and should be subject to censorship. I don't know, the honourable gentleman over there wanted to intervene earlier. I'll give way.
It's my lucky day, Mr Deputy Speaker. The honourable member is making a most interesting speech. Does she share my concern that the weight between primary and secondary legislation when it comes to the bill she refers to is worrying, because some of the definitions are so fundamental, such as freedom of speech, that they should be laid before this House rather than nodded through by some instrument or another, whether negative or positive procedure?
I do share that. I don't think it's safe to leave setting out definitions which will impact upon free speech to a government minister in secondary legislation, particularly not a government minister in this government. But really what I'm most worried about is the online platforms, because I don't think the online platforms can be trusted to police speech in a way that's properly cognisant of the law. Not just the law on freedom of speech, but also the law on freedom of belief and domestic anti-discrimination law. Now, I'm coming to a close very shortly, but I just want to take Twitter as an example, because this is really important. Twitter's hateful conduct policy does not include the protected characteristic of sex. And so Twitter routinely censors perfectly legitimate contributions to the public debate on women's sex-based rights, while routinely ignoring threats of violence, and worse, to women participating in the debate. And in October 2019, the Joint Committee on Human Rights published a report on democracy, freedom of expression and freedom of association, in which we noted that Twitter has omitted sex from the list of protected characteristics in its hateful conduct policy. We recommended that they should remedy this, and in May 2019, a Twitter executive promised us she would look into the issue. But nearly 3 years later, nothing has been done. And this is a very real concern for the Online Safety Bill, because when women have challenged Twitter's unfair and discriminatory moderation policies, Twitter have replied that they do not consider themselves bound by the Equality Act in relation to the services they provide in the United Kingdom. And their argument is that because they're a company established in Ireland as opposed to the UK, they're therefore exempt under paragraph 2 of Schedule 25 to the Equality Act. Now, I'm not sure that that's right, but it's a loophole that could be closed in the Online Safety Bill. And I've already had some informal discussions with ministers about closing that loophole. So, to conclude, there's no point in saying that we need a Bill of Rights to protect free speech and then handing over the policing of speech to private companies such as Twitter, whose record shows that they can't be trusted. So on free speech, this government needs to put its money where its mouth is.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to speak in this debate, as it always does, to speak on behalf of the great people of Peterborough. Whether I have this is the best job I'm ever going to have, and whether I have it for 2 more years or for 22 years, it's always a pleasure to talk about the issues that concern the great people of Peterborough. And one of the great concerns they have is around crime and disorder, and they would fully expect me to come to this place and talk about some of those issues. And we're very pleased, actually, to note that the number of police officers in Cambridgeshire is now at record levels. They've actually surpassed their recruitment targets for the 2nd year in a row, and it's incredibly welcome that we now have more police, as I say, than ever before. That's 145 new police officers this year, above the and this is on top, by the way, of what is normal expected recruitment levels, and this is above their target. That's 1,671 police officers in Peterborough and Cambridgeshire, and they're on the streets of Peterborough right now, patrolling, preventing crime, and doing the things that the people of Peterborough would expect them to do. We're also at, I think, 13,570 extra police officers recruited so far. That's above our 12,000 target, which is obviously good news for the country. Now, I'm going to just really speak about three measures included in the Queen's speech in this debate. I'm going to talk about the Public Order Bill, I'm going to talk about the British Bill of Rights, and I'm going to talk about the Draft Victims Bill. Now, on the Public Order Bill, one of the most popular pieces of legislation from the last Parliament was the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. And in a funny sort of way, I was delighted when I saw expectedly Labour politicians opposing this bill, both here, obviously nationally, and also locally in my constituency, because it showed them, quite honestly, to be out of touch with the genuine concerns of the British people. I think sometimes members opposite seem to think that somehow Twitter is somehow resemblance the actual representative of public opinion. Well, I've got news for them, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is not. And the people of Peterborough are hugely supportive of measures taken against those who glue themselves to roads, those who disrupt ambulances, disrupt hard-working people going about their ordinary business. Action against those mindless fools who do that is hugely popular in Peterborough, as is, by the way, measures against unauthorised traveller encampments, which currently blight the picturesque village of Thorney in my constituency, preventing people using Thorney Park for football games. The Cubs were supposed to be using it, I think, this weekend for some activities. And unfortunately, this unauthorised encampment is preventing people from enjoying that public space, leaving rubbish, human waste and all sorts of other unspeakables in their way and costing the taxpayers thousands for clear-up.
I thank the Honourable Member for Peterborough for giving way and I'm enjoying his speech, but we all this summer were frustrated at roads being blocked, ambulances not being able to get through, fire engines. But would you not agree with me that actually the police already have the powers to deal with these things and that they should be using the powers they have rather than adding others which will restrict the right of people in reasonable, fair, peaceful protests?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a thoughtful intervention, and I agree with her that I wanted to see the police quite often actually act much tougher on people blocking ambulances, gluing themselves to the sides of roads. But what these powers will do, Mr Deputy Speaker, is give the police further powers, strengthen those powers that they have in order to get rid of those nuisances she quite rightly identifies. And this will add... Of course I will.
Would you not agree with me that stopping people blocking roads, sending criminals back to the country they come from, and ensuring that people are not enslaved to produce the goods that we consume are just common sense measures that most people understand and most people agree with?
Well, the Honourable Friend is absolutely right. He identifies that these are issues that hard-working people in this country, sentiments hard-working people in this country completely agree with, and I'm glad to be on their side. And I'd like to ask Honourable members of the Labour Party to do me a favour. Please oppose the Public Order Bill, because what that will do, it will allow me to demonstrate to the people of Peterborough that once again the Labour Party are not in touch with them, their values or their concerns. So do us all a favour on this side of the House, vote against the Public Order Bill and give us an opportunity to demonstrate once again how out of touch they are. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the Bill of Rights, a British Bill of Rights. And I'd like to remind members opposite, this in fact was a manifesto commitment to introduce this, a manifesto commitment by which I was elected on, and this Conservative government was elected with an 80-seat majority. We have to do this. We promised the British people we would, and that's, I'm thrilled to say, that's what we're going to do. It will rip up Labour's Human Rights Act, which enshrined the European Court of Human Rights into British law. It will stop criminals dodging deportation by vexatious and continuing legal challenges. It will stop judges from Strasbourg overriding British judges, and it will protect free speech and press freedom. But more importantly, what it will also do, as someone who understands that human rights are important, what it will also do, it will also restore public confidence in the law and in human rights. And that's why it's so welcome to be part of the Queen's speech. The last thing I want to talk about is the draft Victims' Bill. I feel sometimes that the criminal justice system doesn't resemble, and it certainly isn't on the side of the victims of crime. This principle, the fact that we are looking to legislate on this, shows that this government is on the side of victims. We want criminals to be scared of the law. We don't want the law-abiding majority to be scared of criminals. And the Victims' Code, putting that on a statutory footing, will ensure that victims' voices are heard. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I recall a story of a constituent who came to see me in one of my advice surgeries. I was told by this local mum about her son, how this young man was beaten up very, very badly in a bar in Peterborough, and she described the experience of the criminal justice system as almost re-traumatising. You know, she was pushed from pillar to post, and the very structures and the very resources that she thought were in place to support her and her son, they were found wanting. And this really did kind of stay with me. She felt let down, and they felt that they didn't have enough support when it really mattered. And that in some exchanges, they were made to feel almost like the criminal themselves, rather than the victims of the crime. And Mr Deputy Speaker, we really must do better. And the draft bill, Victims' Bill, is designed specifically to do just that. So it's got to be hugely welcomed. Mr Deputy Speaker, people in Peterborough, as I said at the start of my speech, want to be tough on criminals. They want to make sure that we protect the British public, and they want to see natural justice to be done. We had that in part in the last session with the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act. As I say, one of the most popular pieces of legislation in my constituency and in Peterborough. I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, from some of the measures announced in the Queen's speech, that once again, members on this side of the House and this government have shown themselves to be in touch with the people of Peterborough and in touch with the British public.
Terry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for Peterborough that's just spoken, it was actually very revealing what he said, because he actually put on the record that this is very much, this whole package of legislation, most of it is about party political advantage and posturing and setting up straw men and trying to create divisions that don't really exist, rather than actually trying to address the real issues facing this country at the moment, in particular the cost of living crisis, and I don't think he referred to that in his speech. What we have is the government wasting parliamentary time, bringing back with the Public Order Bill the culture wars nonsense that we saw with the worst parts of the Policing, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. At that point, it was about a tax on statues, which was obviously very much based on the what happened in Bristol. And it's interesting, he talks about public opinion, but a jury trial actually then acquitted some of the protesters by the Colston statue. And yeah, that was very much an attack on the whole Black Lives Matters movement, and although I didn't agree with the fact that the statue was removed in the way that it was, it didn't need a piece of legislation increasing the maximum sentence for damaging statues to 10 years. It was just about party political point scoring, as I said. And now we've got the measures on climate change activists, and again, that's trying to create a false divide. Most people, if you ask them, want to see greater action on climate change and support the right to peaceful protest, while thinking that the tactics used by some protesters are ill-judged, inconsiderate and counterproductive. And people who are very much involved in the environmental movement will share my opinion that some of the things that we've seen do not help the cause at all. But I'm not convinced there needs to be legislation on this, rather than the government working with infrastructure providers to obtain injunctions. Again, I think that the reason this is being brought forward is very much about those headlines and trying to stir up antipathy. And it's also interesting that the people that try to do that don't even manage to pay lip service to the need to address climate change when they do. The levelling up...
The Honourable Lady, but I'm a little confused. Is she saying that she's content for protesters to be brought before the court in injunction and punished either with an imprisonment or a fine through an injunction process, a civil process, but wouldn't support the same through a criminal process?
No, I didn't say that at all. What I'm saying is I think the reason why the government is bringing forward this legislation is suspect, and I'm not convinced that the police are actually need these powers. If the government can prove, as the bill goes through, that the police are calling for these powers, because they weren't calling for the increased powers that were brought in under the policing bill, they said that they didn't feel those measures were necessary. So, you know, the government, it's now down to the government to actually prove that the injunction system doesn't work. But as I said, I think that that some of the protests are ill-judged and inconsiderate to people going about their daily lives, and I think would all speak as one on that point. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, again, looks at first sight like a lot of it is more about spin than substance. If it does genuinely give more powers to local communities rather than developers, that's a good thing. Although the government's past action on this front doesn't really inspire confidence. I do hope that as we look at that piece of legislation, we can look at what's happened. I have a particular case in my constituency where originally land, Brislington Meadows, was designated for housing by a previous administration. We've had real delays with updating the local plan, partly because of the West of England haven't updated their planning strategy, and I think the government rejected it. So we now, even though we have a one city ecology strategy that says we want to protect 30% of the land as green space, we can't oppose the planning application on those grounds because the previous local plan is still in place. And I think the Minister may have some experience of this sort of issue in previous roles. But I hope that when we get a chance to discuss this bill, we can talk about how we can make sure that planning rules do take into account cities' desires to address the ecological crisis. I would quite like to have a conversation with the Secretary of State about architecture. And again, this is just, he was quoted at the weekend talking about Poundbury, which was the village that the Prince of Wales has set up. I happen to think on aesthetics grounds, I don't like Poundbury. I don't think that it's brilliant architecture. So I disagree with the Prince of Wales and the Secretary of State on that. But in his comments, the Secretary of State just set up this completely artificial argument. He was saying that opposition to new housing development comes from, quote, a few modernist architects who sneer at what the rest of us actually like, and people who dislike anything that seems small c conservative. And that just isn't the case. So the opposition to new housing development is about people wanting to protect green spaces, thinking that there's not infrastructure available, you know, worried about the impact that it will have on the road systems, on local facilities. So it's not about people saying we would accept this new housing if only the architecture was more modern or that. It's just as I said, it's just made up, and it doesn't do for good political debate if people are constructing these straw men arguments around these things. Privatisation of Channel 4, I think, is an unnecessary and indeed a spiteful move. Channel 4 is not broken and doesn't need the government to fix it. Public ownership is not a straitjacket, as the government is trying to say it is. The channel invests more in independent production companies outside London, including in Bristol, where it has one of its regional hubs, than any other broadcaster. Privatising Channel 4 could mean £1 billion in investment lost from the UK's nations and regions, with over 60 independent production companies at risk of going under. Happy to give way.
Thank you very much. Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. She's making a very, very important point. In my previous career, I worked in an organisation which worked with Channel 4 to encourage independent production companies across this country and to help them into the international market. And watching Sunday's BAFTA Awards, it was clear that Channel 4 is an integral part of our culture in this country. So would the Honourable Member agree with me that everything we can do to protect it rather than try and change it is what the government should be doing?
I entirely agree. Channel 4 is doing a brilliant job and it's financially viable, and there's absolutely no reason to seek to privatise it. The long overdue online safety bill has had its second reading of course in the last session. It's good to see that fraud is included. Many of us will have had constituents who've fallen prey to scammers. It's disappointing, however, that with so much of a delay in bringing forward this bill and with it having gone through the pre-legislative scrutiny as well, there's still so much room for improvement. The government needs to focus on how harmful content can be amplified and spread, including breadcrumbing, which leads to smaller sites, which often contain the worst content. As the bill stands, these sites may well slip through the net because the focus is all on the larger providers. I'm also concerned that in the bill, the definition of what is harmful to children will be left to secondary legislation rather than set out on the face of the bill, that the government hasn't accepted the Laws Commission's recommendations on self-harm, that misogyny isn't a priority, that state disinformation from countries like Russia will still be allowed to thrive, and much more. I hope that we can significantly improve the bill during committee and report stage. I welcome the Renters Reform Bill and the scrapping of no-fault evictions, but again, there's been such an inexcusable delay. The legislation was promised 3 years ago, and in that time, the number of people evicted in Bristol from private rented property through no fault of their own has more than doubled. If I can speak now briefly about the Mental Health Act Reform Bill. It's another measure that's been long promised, but it's still only being published in draft. There's been some terrible stories about people with autism and learning difficulties being detained long-term without their consent, and also a disproportionate use of sectioning for people from the black community. But this is a piecemeal measure. It only addresses one part of the problem. We know that mental health services are not fit for purpose, that far too many people are waiting far too long for diagnosis and treatment or not getting help at all. We know that when children need residential services, they often face being sent hundreds of miles away from home as beds aren't available, and that far too many people resort to turning up at A&E in mental health crisis. There is a balance to be struck between giving mental health patients control over their treatment, but making sure that people who would be helped by a stay in hospital get the help they need. Very recently it's been reported that FOI requests from 22 NHS trusts reveal that over half of the 5,403 prisoners assessed by prison-based psychiatrists as requiring hospitalisation were not transferred from hospital to prison between 2016 to 21. And that's an 81% increase in the number of prisoners denied a transfer in the previous 5 years. And there's a very high threshold for that transfer request being met. It's prisoners with major psychotic illnesses or chronic personality disorders. They're being kept in prison rather than actually getting the help that they need, which is not just, I suspect that the honourable members over there will think that I'm being a wet liberal on this, but this is as much about preventing reoffending and as supporting the prisoners themselves. Finally, there are quite a few measures missing from this bill that I'd have hoped would be included, including the Animals Abroad Bill. Given that we've long accepted, and trophy hunting as well, of course, given that we long ago accepted that the production of foie gras and fur in this country was inhumane and should be prohibited, there is no excuse now that we have left the EU for not acting to ban imports too. It just shows the warped priorities of this out-of-touch government that would rather give in to the demands of the pro-hunting lobby on its backbenches, and actually some in the cabinet as well, than enact one of the few genuinely popular promises it has made. And trophy hunting is just an example where very senior figures on the Conservative Party have spoken out about it, got lots of good publicity on this time and time again, but where is the legislation?
Except that regardless of whether people are supporters of the Labour Party, Conservative Party, Liberal Democrats or whatever, there's a huge majority of people in the United Kingdom who actually want to see these animal welfare issues addressed. But does she also accept that one of the reasons why it would be difficult to implement any such legislation is that Northern Ireland cannot be covered by this and will become the back door into the United Kingdom for any of these things that would be banned by legislation here?
Okay, I agree with I'm thankful for the honourable member's support for the animal welfare measures. Given that I've already been speaking for rather longer than I intended to, I don't think I can unpick the Northern Ireland Protocol today, but I hope that as we get on to... Well, actually, there's not many Tories here, so maybe I can speak for another half an hour, but I hope that is something, as we come to talking about the future of Northern Ireland, that we can look at the impact it would have and whether we can still proceed with this ban on imports without completely upsetting the balance of politics there. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, What is also missing from the Queen's speech was any action to address the cost of living crisis. According to the Food Foundation, 1 in 7 adults now live in homes where people have skipped meals, eaten less or gone hungry. Energy bills are skyrocketing, rising inflation is starting to bite. We've heard about the 15 Tory tax rises. And it is the government's responsibility to mitigate this suffering, whether it's through measures in the Queen's speech or through introducing an emergency budget, which is much needed. What we are seeing in operation now is an active choice by the Chancellor, by the Prime Minister, by the government to allow this pressure, this financial pressure on households to continue. A windfall tax on BP and Shell would hardly dent their enormous recent profits of £12 billion. But while my constituents remove items from their shopping baskets, spend their days on buses to keep warm, stress over bank balances in the red, the government has refused to act. Even Tesco has come out in support of a windfall tax, and I think the boss of BP said that it wouldn't stop them from investing. Labour has been clear that the best solution to the cost of living crisis is a green one, yet this speech promised nothing to help insulate homes, which would lower bills and emissions, nor did it promise to rectify this government's nonsensical ban on new onshore wind. To conclude, Mr Speaker, I look forward to debating some of these 38 bills in the Queen's speech. I think it's a massive missed opportunity. I hope that we see an emergency budget soon and that the government wakes up to the real crisis facing it.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was going to confine my speeches to the Public Order Bill, but I'd like to follow on a few comments that the Honourable Member for East Antrim made, because the more I listen to him, the more I think he speaks a good deal of common sense. And I would like him to know that I, for one, and a number of my colleagues agree with a lot of, if not everything, of what he says, and we have a steely resolve to make sure that we are one United Kingdom, because that's what we voted for when we voted for Brexit. Mr Deputy Speaker, my daughters, for some unfathomable reason, can sometimes describe me as a grumpy old man. I really don't know why. I really don't know why. But there are a few things that can make me a little bit miserable. But one of the things that has really grated on me in recent years has been about the minority of protesters who have pretty much used guerrilla warfare to disrupt the everyday lives of the vast majority of our constituents. Not just my own constituents, but everybody's. The good people of Dudley North are ordinary folk working hard to make a living that is increasingly harder to make in the current climate, so I cannot fathom how the privileged and entitled few think it is acceptable to stop our carers, our nurses from being able to get to work to care for our sick and elderly. They think it is acceptable to block a fire appliance from getting to a serious fire, burning a local business to the ground, or, more tragically, perhaps stopping people from inside the burning building from being saved. But of course, this applies to any blue light service. This isn't just about the fire service. So this minority of criminals, Mr Deputy Speaker, do truly disgust me. They have no concept of the real world out there. They have no concept of the misery they bring to those less fortunate than themselves. Furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping that yourself and the front benches will join me in making working here more bearable for our own staff and some of myself and my colleagues. I'm not going to dignify his existence by tarnishing Hansard with his name, but there is a noisy man outside who dresses up as a clown that harasses and chases Member of Parliament and our staff from his little camp on the Crossing Island on Parliament Street. He's someone who serves no public benefit whatsoever.
On that point, would he give way?
Yes, I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for Dudley North for giving way. I know the character that he alludes to, and I've been witness to some ferocious verbal attacks on my colleague here from this character who does patrol Whitehall like a public nuisance. But what I would suggest is, could you please suggest to him that if he is interested in changing things in this country, that he comes to Dudley North and stands against you at the next general election?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In fact, that invitation has already been made. I'm actually going to print off a set of nomination papers, but I just wondered about the 10 people he might need. The 10 people he might need to get the form valid. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I mean this when I say that my staff cannot hear distressed constituents on the phone through the awful racket he causes. All of our staff, who have offices in 1 Parliament Street, are caused considerable stress and anxiety by the disruption he causes, theirs and our work. And I have no doubt that staff in DCMS and HMRC, buildings opposite, would say anything different. Is someone wanting to intervene? I don't know. I heard some noises. It's like a Hoover, so it's like an irritating thing in the background. I don't know what it is.
They support him.
Right. So anyway, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he needs his loudspeaker system confiscating and needs to be moved on. Personally, I'd like to see him locked up in the tower with a loudspeaker playing Land of Hope and Glory on repeat at maximum volume. The Met Police really should deal with him. He's causing misery to hundreds of staff and he intimidates many. I think someone wants to intervene, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And he intimidates many, passing by going about our business, representing our constituents. Would you like to intervene, sir?
The honourable member clearly doesn't know how Parliament works, but we do often make sounds across the chamber when we disagree with him. I disagree with him. I'm happy to swap offices, and I'll take his office, he can have my office, and then there will be no problem, and you don't need to shut down free speech either. Win-win.
I'm actually very comfortable with the honourable member to come to Dudley North and make these very arguments because he will be out of office completely. Please do come and make those very arguments. And I'm not going to allow someone outside who is a public nuisance forcing this kind of behaviour and for us to have to make changes for him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our police, whether in Dudley, the Met or elsewhere, need to have the tools they need to better manage and tackle the dangerous and highly disruptive tactics used by a small minority of selfish protesters to wreak havoc on people going about their daily lives. Our police have already enough to be doing without the unnecessary burden of a privileged few who seek to rinse taxpayers' money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I won't come as any surprise that I wholeheartedly support the Public Order Bill. If this disruptive minority want to glue themselves to anything, maybe the bill should make it easy for them to have their backsides glued to a tiny cell at Her Majesty's pleasure. They would be most welcome. Thank you.
Catherine McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's custom to say it's an honour to follow the speech of the member for Dudley North, and not being personal in any way, but it's incredibly frustrating when we are facing a catastrophic rise in the cost of living, a war in Europe, an economy that is just starting to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet this is a Queen's speech that we are dealing with today. It should have been full of ambition and vision for our country, but instead we have cynicism, half measures, a total lack of vision. We have an eclectic mix of bills that's more about stoking division, setting up dividing lines. It doesn't come close to tackling the issues that the public care most about, the catastrophic fall in their incomes and the cost of living soaring as a recession looms. The very beginning of the Queen's speech talked about supporting the police to make our streets safer. And we know the government has no shortage of hardline rhetoric on crime. We heard it from the Home Secretary earlier. Browse the headlines on any given day and there's a good chance you'll see something about how harshly criminals will be punished if they get caught. But it's the if they get caught bit that is really crucial. And after 12 years of Conservative cuts, the police and the justice system often do not have the resources to investigate even the most relatively straightforward crimes. The impact of this has been devastating. The antisocial behaviour that blights significant parts of our country and my constituency has effectively been decriminalised, as cuts to frontline policing and the criminal justice system have caused a proportion of reported crimes ending in prosecution to plummet. If the Minister wishes to disagree with the very obvious statistics on this, then he's welcome to. We'd love to hear it.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Just to let her know that obviously antisocial behaviour is an important issue across the whole of the country, and we definitely recognise that. And certainly in my own county of Hampshire, the Police and Crime Commissioner has established an antisocial behaviour task force using the resources, the extra resources which the government has now provided for the third consecutive year. Has she had the same conversation with her own Labour Police and Crime Commissioner to establish exactly the same kind of assertive response in Newcastle upon Tyne?
I appreciate that the government states his commitment to the issue, but we have seen an accumulation over the last 12 years of the impact of public service cuts right across the board, whether it be education, youth services, and to our police, that have sent the message to constituents across my constituency and elsewhere that people are getting away with it, and there is very little that people can do. The relatively small increases in police numbers aren't going to change it either. The Northumbria Police have lost 1,100 officers, and we still need 632 more to get back to 2010 levels. But replacing police officers isn't going to take us all the way either. Ministers have shown very little interest in replacing lost backroom staff as well, who are essential to releasing that police resource onto the streets. The Minister seems to think it's solved, but residents in my area would disagree, and right across the country. We need to put community safety as a priority, and it means more police out there tackling crime, out there tackling antisocial behaviour, out there tackling dangerous driving. His own backbenchers have been calling for it repeatedly today. The things that the police came into the force to do, and it means tackling the backlog in the judicial system, something that the government has simply ignored and continues to ignore. And we know the distressing impact that antisocial behaviour can have on victims, destroying their mental health and impacting every part of their lives. And in worst cases, it can be life-ending. And when I speak to people in my constituency, in Leamington, Newbiggin Hall, Kingston Park, West Denton, Gosforth and Fordham, they're very clear that what they want is greater support and protection from antisocial behaviour and crime, and they want greater strength and legal protection as victims. Yet victims are too often treated as an afterthought. The community trigger, which is supposedly the main instrument to support antisocial behaviour victims, it's largely unused. Meanwhile, support for victims remains a postcode lottery due to the lack of dedicated government funding. It's also disappointing that the long-promised Victims Bill is still not enacted, after being promised in no less than 4 Queen's speeches and 3 manifestos. Putting the Victims Code on a statutory footing, it is so overdue, and I urge the government to take up the Victim Commissioner's recommendation to include victims of antisocial behaviour in it. We must give them the same rights as victims of crime. We must end the postcode lottery in support for victims with proper, dedicated funding. But taking on crime is also vital to rebalancing our economy, or levelling up, as the government likes to call it. Not only does it leave people fearful in our own communities, but it also damages the prospects of attracting people and businesses to areas that quite often badly need the investment. But the levelling up agenda itself seems up in the air, with little sense of the government's priorities. The modest changes expected in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill simply aren't enough, especially if the government has already passed up the chance to transform northern economies by delivering on the long-promised eastern leg of HS2. In the Levelling Up White Paper, the government identifies 12 missions to drive and measure change. I don't have time to go into them all, but take the mission of 90% of children to meet the expected standard in reading, writing and maths by the end of primary school by 2030. I'd love to see it happen. We'd all love to see it happen. But is it possible to achieve this when the highest performing areas currently don't reach 90%? It's really hard to see how a government that's presiding over 500,000 more children sinking into absolute poverty can possibly achieve that goal, given all that we know about the impact of poverty on achievement at school. Promises are one thing, delivery is another. And indeed, there is no mention of child poverty at all in the Queen's speech or in the Levelling Up White Paper, even though we know it accounts for much of the difference in attainment at school across the country and impacts on so many areas of life, from health, wealth and happiness. It's become a reality that must not be named, but in failing to do so, the government is failing our children. I want to just touch on transport, because the transport bill will include long-awaited and much-needed measures to roll out charging points for electric vehicles. Making the shift to low-carbon vehicles will save drivers money, increase energy independence and will clean our air. And on buses, we know the nearly 40,000 vehicles on Britain's roads need to be replaced, both as part of the switch to zero-emission vehicles and to encourage people to switch from private to public transport with a new modernised fleet. So the DfE's target is to fund 4,000 zero-carbon buses in this Parliament, but there are 40,000 that need replaced. The DfT's approach of funding zero-emission buses through this ad hoc, centrally administered funding pot, forcing local authorities to spend precious time and money writing bids, feels like an outdated and half-hearted solution, if I'm honest, to the urgent problem of decarbonising our transport system. I often imagine my communities with full electrification of cars and buses. How quiet, how clean the air would be. It's within our grasp. We just need more urgency, and we need to streamline the process of returning bus networks to public control so green buses can become an integrated and efficient and accountable, like they are in major cities in London, and the same we want for Newcastle. Fundamentally, we need to remove fossil fuels from transport, we need to make electric vehicles affordable for everyone and ensure that every community has the infrastructure to charge them. We need the right regulation and funding for a clean, efficient bus network, and we need investment in cycle and walk paths to allow people to travel safely. That's how we create safe and healthy communities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, crippling energy bills and runaway inflation are hitting families hard, and the catastrophic fall in disposable income alongside the crisis in Ukraine will define our politics for the foreseeable future. The very first line of the Queen's speech should have acknowledged that we are living in a cost of living crisis and make a commitment to bringing forward a budget to support households. Yet it's not what we got yesterday, and we're left with grudging half measures previously announced by the Chancellor. It's scant comfort to constituents facing another increase in the energy cap in the autumn, when energy bills are expected to reach a staggering £2,500 to £3,000 on average. It's just not good enough. 2.5 years into his premiership, it's not at all clear what the Prime Minister's guiding mission in office is, other than staying there at all costs. It's remarkably thin policy programme from a government with an 80-seat majority that tells us it's going to level up our country. It shows a government seriously lacking in ambition, far more interested in stoking culture wars that it thinks it will benefit from in the next election than supporting the British people and British businesses through the multiple domestic and international crises we face. I will work with Labour colleagues to try and improve these bills, to try and improve the government's programme, but quite frankly, after 12 years, it's time for a Labour government.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my friend, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne North, who spoke passionately about the cost of living crisis and the problems we face that haven't really been addressed by this government's bill. I would like, first of all, to talk in the new session of Parliament about the Platinum Jubilee. It comes weeks before this year's celebration, this address, marking 70 years since Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth became the monarch of the United Kingdom, as well as other territories and countries where she is head of state. It's particularly poignant for myself, who was fortunate enough 20 years ago at the Golden Jubilee, as a result of efforts of people in Preston, the council, other stakeholders and myself, found Preston to receive city status as a result of the Golden Jubilee competition, where 40 towns from across England competed for that status. I don't know which town is going to be chosen this year, but good luck to whichever town and whichever Member of Parliament is representing that town. Because I do know that we've seen considerable investment in Preston as a result of the raising of the profile due to city status. Despite this joyous occasion, celebrating the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the people of Preston and this country cannot help but be distracted by the real-time tragedy of this cost of living crisis, when it comes on the heels of two plus years of hardship and sacrifice caused by the global pandemic. In the Queen's speech, the government has made clear it is not interested in easing the pain of people suffering right now and in the many months to come. Between last month's spring statement by the Chancellor and last year's Queen's speech, no tangible action, I should say, to address the cost of living crisis has really been brought forward. The country is in a state of emergency and on the brink of a potential recession. People need help now, and I echo the calls that the government will have heard from this side of the House for an emergency budget to try and address this situation. At a time when high inflation is outstripping wage and benefit increases, happening in conjunction with recent tax increases, this Queen's speech is a missed opportunity to address the issues that matter most to people, their livelihoods and future. Today's debate is focused on crime and justice. The party opposite fancies itself as tough on crime, yet has a PM and a Chancellor who have been issued fixed notice penalties for breaking laws that they wrote. Crime is up while criminal enforcement is down, with thousands of criminals getting off without being charged or held accountable. The same is true for fraud and computer misuse, with online fraud soaring during the pandemic and well before, yet very few fraudsters are being arrested. The figures I have and have been reported, 416,000 cases of fraud have been reported in the last year. £35 million have been stolen as a result of that fraud. Only 156 fraudsters have been arrested. And you would conclude from that that crime indeed does pay. And I've had many cases of... yeah, sure.
I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman would want to acknowledge that while he is right that fraud and computer misuse has been rising and has been included in the overall crime numbers just in the last few years, that quite a lot of those offences are committed by people who are operating internationally and online, and therefore particularly difficult to bring to justice when they're in other jurisdictions.
Well, I'd certainly agree with that point. And in fact, the Minister will know there's been a big shift away from things like car theft and telephone theft, and many people are finding now their identities being stolen and fraud taking place as a result of computer crime. And computer crime is a big problem. I think certainly we see the problems in cyberspace in terms of defence, and I'm very pleased that the Cyber Security Centre is coming to Lancashire and will hope to be doing a great deal in that area. But I am still quite bemused at the resources being committed to police forces up and down the country to tackle this sort of thing, and the lack of wherewithal from Companies House to actually try and tackle this thing in terms of fraud with businesses. As I say, I have a number of cases in my own constituency which I've written to the government about when it comes to online cases of fraud. The online safety bill, which was carried over into this session, and what we've seen there is delay has allowed disinformation to spread like wildfire online, and we've seen that particularly during Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, which obviously speaks to the point I've just made about cybercrime and cybersecurity. And what we want to see is more effort regarding scams to be included in the scope of this legislation, which I know our side of the House, the Labour Party, is committed to. There is also a data reform bill which will reform the way data is handled in the UK after Brexit. And the government said that the changes would help increase the competitiveness of UK businesses and boost the economy. Well, just reinventing the wheel by finding an alternative to GDPR, just for the government to claim freedom from EU so-called red tape, I think is just a waste of time, and it's a posture really, and isn't really going to solve any problems by just creating new standards of data security. And on the question of security itself, with the current state of affairs internationally, I think the government needs to be reminded how critical national security is. We welcome the National Security Bill, and we want to see limiting state threats activity in the UK. As has been witnessed with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and state-backed interference here in the UK before that, there are changing threats to the UK, and foreign interference and legislation must keep pace with the reality on the ground. So we do want better security, and we support a national security bill, but we want to see that transformed quickly, and the cyber centre that I spoke about obviously built, constructed, and have the experts in there as soon as possible. On the question of the public order bill, this really should be about tackling injustice, but it's not about tackling injustice. It's about restricting further rights to protest in a legitimate way. Now, there are extreme cases. We've seen it here in this chamber when people were gluing themselves to the glass on the balcony, on the gallery that overlooks this building. I mean, that sort of thing, law exists at the moment to deal with that sort of thing. But normal activity around demonstrations is something that, as a free country, we've come to expect. And I think if the government is too heavy-handed on this, then the public order bill will, I think, do a great deal more to cause problems than it will in allowing people to protest freely. There's talk as well about an energy security bill, talking about building on the success of last year's COP26 Environment Summit in Glasgow, with a pledge to build up to 8 nuclear power stations and increase wind and solar energy production in the UK. Again, I, as a Labour member, and my party will support an energy security bill. Particularly, I think the increase of the provision of nuclear power, to me, is a no-brainer. What we've seen too much of, I think, in this country over the last 20 years, and I do stress the last 20 years, I mean, I would include the Labour government as well, is a lot of talk about nuclear, but not as much being done as should be done. And I certainly welcome the considerations given on nuclear power to small modular reactors, which I think will provide very efficient nuclear power from engines that were originally designed to power nuclear submarines rather than provide power to the public. And I think there's great developments and potential, not only in this country to see us move towards a carbon-free future, but I think also for exports abroad. And in the area of my constituency, we have Springfields, which was formerly British Nuclear Fuels and is now part of the Westinghouse Corporation, which is a world leader in producing nuclear fuels. And I think the 1,000+ people that work at Springfields can look forward to extra work if this government and any future Labour government is committed to delivering on the ground instead of just the talk that we've had over the last 20 years. Yeah, sure.
Would you recognise that the government has actually invested some £220 million at Rolls-Royce exactly on this very point for small modular reactors? So it's not just talk, as he asserts.
Yes, and a good friend of mine, Mike Tynan, has been very involved in looking at, particularly through the Advanced Manufacturing Centre in Sheffield. He still lives near Preston. He's formerly of Westinghouse. He's done a great deal of work in that area, and I'm glad that this government, after 12 years, finally sees the benefits of this for the future. But it's taken the instability of the wholesale energy market to bring that about. And I would have liked to have seen this much earlier in this government's tenure, as well as within our own tenure. At the time, it shouldn't take a war for us to move in this direction. One of the things I am concerned about, though, on the question of energy security, is the whole question of restarting the debate about fracking. Now, in Lancashire, we've had experimentation, an experimental phase of fracking, which I was originally quite agnostic about. And when the coalition was in government and the Lib Dems and the current Lib Dem leader was energy minister at the time, I was quite agnostic about fracking. I'm not now, because I've seen that having moved from an experimental phase towards the production, what we've seen in Lancashire is tremors of 7 and 8 on the Richter scale. Now, we were assured at the time that any tremors above 2 or 3 on the Richter scale would be dangerous, and the government would actually look at whether or not they should continue with that. Now, what we've seen now is the Secretary of State start to look again at fracking. Now, his argument was, well, the wholesale energy market has brought this on. Well, in fact, it was nothing to do with the wholesale energy market when the decision to put a moratorium on fracking was decided. It was to do with safety, about production, but this idea about lifting that moratorium because of energy prices was never a consideration. I think it's a desperate attempt to try and to bring that dangerous sort of business to certain communities, particularly in the north of England, when it's not warranted on safety grounds, or for that matter, energy grounds, when nuclear can provide that extra energy that we do need. So I support the government in what it's trying to do on nuclear, but I think it's making a mistake if it thinks that it can revisit the area of fracking. We welcome steps for a low-carbon economy and the commitment to nuclear, as I've already said, and the impact it will have on our energy independence. Now, this debate today is also about justice. And when discussing the delivery of justice, we would be remiss not to mention food injustice, because that's what we're seeing in this country at the moment. Justice isn't just about what's happening in the courts, it's about what's happening in society and fairness in society. And as a Labour and Cooperative MP, one of the founding principles of the cooperative movement is tackling hunger and food insecurity, which is so critical in the face of a cost of living crisis. In one of the richest countries on earth, no one should go hungry. And what we've seen is 2 million people affected by the cost of living, and 2 million people, mainly UK adults, have had a day when they went entirely without eating food, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in this day and age, that should not be a situation that we accept. What we want to see is a Fair Food Act which enshrines a commitment to zero hunger by 2030, and that is a sustainable development goal that should be put into UK law. And what we want to see is a comprehensive national food strategy, which were not included in the Queen's speech. Now, as I say, if we were really concerned about justice, I think justice about people being able to eat is a priority which this government has not really considered and should have been in that Queen's speech. We also are aware that as many as 16 million people may be in poverty by 2023, which is only less than a year away, and 1.3 million are currently suffering in this country in extreme poverty, and that comes from the Resolution Foundation. Now, whilst not specifically mentioned in the Queen's speech, it's no secret that the government is preparing new draft legislation to unilaterally scrap key parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol. including chucking away checks on goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, stripping away powers of the European Court of Justice and eliminating all requirement for Northern Irish businesses to follow EU regulations. Now, this all comes from a government and Prime Minister who negotiated and agreed to this protocol. In September 2020, this government was prepared to break international law in, quote, in a very specific and limited way. Now, when it comes to the protocol, before backing down, yet here we are again as global Britain, issuing thinly veiled threats to Brussels under the guise of protecting peace and stability in Northern Ireland, all the while jeopardising relationships with Dublin, Brussels and Washington and any credibility we would otherwise have with international trade partners. The government at the moment is trumpeting the Australia and New Zealand trade deal, which is looking to bring through this House, as mentioned in the Queen's speech, when the degree to trade that we've lost as a result of the shenanigans over Brexit and what's happening with Northern Ireland at the moment is phenomenal. No amount of trade deals that we're likely to do over the next 5 years will replace that loss of trade, which wasn't what Brexit should have been about, according to its own government's own declarations in the run-up to the referendum. Now, the Prime Minister said the Brexit Freedoms Bill introduced yesterday would allow the UK to get on with growing our economy by making the most of our Brexit freedoms, quote, by liberating the economy in the wake of the UK's departure from the EU. Yet by overturning the protocol, the UK is risking the possibility of trade retaliation during a cost of living crisis, which is a perfect storm in terms of the livelihoods of people in this country and the businesses that tend to support those livelihoods. We are just now beginning to see the fallout of Brexit. We would have seen the fallout earlier but for COVID, and now the effects of COVID are being masked by obviously increases in energy prices as a result of the Ukraine war. But the cost of living crisis is factored by several things, which I've just mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is returning to the 2019 playbook of using the EU as a bogeyman following last week's dismal election results. But people know the ruse and are tired of being taken for fools when it comes to Brexit and the so-called benefits. Madam Deputy Speaker, the country cannot continue like this, with a cost of living crisis, with the government sleepwalking into a threadbare Queen's speech which will do little or nothing to increase the livelihoods and the living standards of the people in this country. Thank you.
Order. We're not under huge time constraints today, which is unusual, and so I'm not going to put a time limit on, but we'll leave it up to people to judge for themselves how long they should speak. But I should just give an indication that 10 minutes is usually the maximum for a backbench speech, for all sorts of reasons which I don't need to explain to anyone who feels the atmosphere of this chamber. Roundabout 10 minutes. We don't normally have heckling on this. It's all right, but the honourable gentlemen on both sides are forgiven. It's nice and lively. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure, probably an unusual pleasure for me to follow my honourable friend, the member for Preston. Perhaps that's because the government haven't been able to muster enough MPs to actually speak in support of their legislative programme and defend it, perhaps because it's impossible to defend. The problems that our constituents face are grave and numerous. A snowballing cost of living crisis, stagnated growth, energy bills soaring by 54%, inflation at a 30-year high, the tax burden at a 50-year high, record-length NHS waiting lists, criminal prosecutions at an all-time low. The logbook of Tory failures grows more comprehensive by the day. Our inboxes are full of correspondence from people who are struggling to make ends meet. School children who have to go hungry in the holidays, pensioners who are forced to choose between heating and eating. The same pensioners who suffered yet another of the government's broken promises when they ditched the pledge to maintain the triple lock on pensions. More than 2 million adults across the UK have gone without food for a whole day over the past month because they simply cannot afford to eat. It's a national scandal that brings shame on the government. Professor Sir Michael Marmot, a public health expert at University College London, said it best. If 1 household in 7 is food insecure, society is failing in a fundamental way. These figures on food insecurity are all the more chilling because the problem is soluble, but far from being solved, it is getting worse. In a Queen's speech with 38 bills, there was nothing that would help address the worsening cost of living crisis. In the face of obvious need for ambitious reform and support, the government has offered nothing in response. No wonder our regional newspaper, the Northern Echo, run the headline today, "Have they run out of ideas?" And the answer is an overwhelming yes, they have. And the people of Hartlepool, they actually agree with that. Last week they cast 8,316 votes for the Labour Party and 6,487 for the government's party. The government have even dropped plans for the employment bill that was promised in the last Queen's speech. That means that at a time when everyone is straining to make their pay packet go further and they need their wages protected, the government have rolled over at the feet of the likes of P&O Ferries and others who fire and rehire at will, screwing down wages and treating loyal workers like dirt. And of course there's nothing on slave labour in the bills either. The Queen's speech lacked any real substance needed to address the challenges the UK faces. Sadly, we know that this deficiency of leadership in government will hit low-income families the hardest. And it's in regions like mine, where income levels are the lowest in the country and poverty rates are amongst the highest, that will bear the brunt of the crisis. Now, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, that's he of the funny voices on television this morning, himself even admitted in the media over the weekend that the government-created cost of living crisis is going to further entrench the existing inequalities we see across our regions. In some ways, it is no surprise. We know from past experience that inequalities widen when the Conservatives are in power, and now, by their own admission, that economic mismanagement has made it more difficult to achieve their flagship policy of levelling up. As we've long suspected, the government's apparent commitment to supporting growth in our regions is nothing more than bluster and electioneering, and it completely lacks the ambition and will to do so. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill in this Queen's speech is inexplicably thin. With so much inequality right to be addressed, it's ridiculous that getting the funding needed is a lottery for local authorities. In the place of bold reforms, we have a centralised pot of money controlled by Whitehall, where overworked councils who are trying to provide services to the communities that this government left behind have to bid against each other for scraps. And even when they have a demonstrable need, they may still fail, as Billingham in my constituency did, and all the while leafy suburbs nearby were somehow successful in their bids. Perhaps the Queen's speech should have had a bill compelling the government to be fair to all our communities. The Secretary of State said that the government would be employing levelling up directors to help councils write their bids. So the government is actually going to use taxpayer money to employ people to help places that the government has disproportionately cut funding from bid for pots of money that the government controls. Why does the government insist on making areas that have been left behind by their failed policies jump through ridiculous hoops just to access basic pots of funding? But it is the scandal of growing poverty that's really on my mind. I agree completely with the Director of the North East Child Poverty Commission, Amanda Bailey, who yesterday said, "We all want a North East in which every child can thrive and fulfil their potential, including through education. But they cannot do that whilst already high levels of hardship continue to grow." Through their failure to take decisive action, the government is removing opportunities from children and young people in my constituency. As the Child Poverty Action Group have said, this is the legislative agenda that risks leaving increased levels of child poverty, currently at almost 4 million and expected to rise further, as its only real legacy. The failure to deliver on levelling up is also seen in our struggling town centres. While I would be interested to see the detail of the government's non-domestic rating bill, from little information available, I'm concerned it's not going to provide the overhaul that is really needed. I would urge the Government instead to look at Labour's ambitious plans that would scrap and replace the outdated system of business rates and that disincentivise investment and holds back growth. These benches would also immediately cut tax for small business by raising the threshold for small business rates relief, supporting cash flow and investment this year. It's time we made the Amazons of this world pay their fair share too. Huge online companies have thrived throughout the pandemic, and it's important their tax burden appropriately reflects that. It's not fair that high street businesses are taxed more heavily than online giants, and it's high time the Government levelled this playing field and bring business taxation into the 21st century. Central to the current rise in the cost of living is the increased cost in energy prices, affected by domestic consumers all over the country. But of course it's also felt tremendously by industries, and in particular energy-intensive industries like those in my constituency. There is nothing in the Queen's speech to support them, despite many months of dire warnings to the Government that some of them will simply no longer be able to competitively produce their materials in the UK. The job market in constituencies like mine rely on the sector, and once again it is my constituents who will be the hardest hit if the Government do not get a hold on this issue. Production lines across the country are dependent on the industry's continued functioning, as was dramatically shown in the CO2 crisis of last year. If the Government was serious about keeping down prices for consumer groups for our constituents who are struggling with rising prices, then it would have provided comprehensive support for these industries. Another area in which the Queen's speech is completely lacking is health. The pandemic brutally exposed the existing cracks in our healthcare system, but the Government have done nothing to fix them, instead allowing them to yawn even wider to gaping holes in provision. A record 6 million people are waiting for NHS treatment, and they're waiting longer than ever before, often in serious pain and discomfort, which limits their ability to carry out their lives as normal. I've said it in every Queen's speech and budget debate since I was elected 12 years ago, and I will call for it again. My constituents need a new hospital. And let me make it clear, I mean a proper, whole new hospital, which will help my community address the health inequalities that blight it. Not a refurbishment or single new wing added to an existing hospital, which is now the Government are currently holding up to count amongst their hospital bills. They just try to fudge the numbers all the time. What this Queen's speech shows is that Tory ministers simply do not understand the enormity of the cost of living crisis that is being faced by people on Teesside and across the country. Instead of measures to deal with rocketing food and energy costs, the Government is choosing to forge ahead with a tranche of half-baked and recycled ideas from previous Queen's speeches and that they failed to previously implement, and worse again, the number of unnecessary ideological bills that will do nothing to help the people of this country. Why is the Government ploughing ahead with a media bill that will see Channel 4, a unique institution that is owned by the British public but costs them nothing, sold to a foreign bidder? All it demonstrates that it is not serious about supporting British-made programming and our homegrown creative industries across the UK. There's another broken promise over action on conversion therapy. After promising a comprehensive ban, why won't a ban cover trans people or consenting adults? It's now time to end this cruel practice for all, no exceptions. The Transport Bill is yet more evidence of a Government out of touch with the country. Under the Tories, rail passengers are paying more but getting less in return. Fares have risen twice as fast as wages, but services have been slashed and our constituents are being priced out of rail travel. And constituencies like mine don't even have proper infrastructure to support improved rail services for my constituents. So how do they stand to benefit from this bill? Similarly, there was nothing to improve our dire bus services, and at the same time, the Tory Mayor has poured tens of millions of pounds into Teesside Airport, which continues to lose money, and that may increase after Logan Air ended their flights to Heathrow and Southampton, an announcement made yesterday. The Mayor has blamed Heathrow charges, but I met with Heathrow Airport this morning, and I suspect this is more to do with Logan Air's arrangements with the Mayor and extremely low usage rates, so I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Another bill to suggest to the Government, perhaps legislation, to ensure there is full transparency where public money is being used. I think it would be a very good idea. We needed a Queen's speech that would tackle that cost of living crisis with an emergency budget, including a windfall tax, to get money off people's energy bills. Instead, we get the last scrapings of the barrel from a government that's run out of ideas and is unable to tackle the challenges our country is facing. They should make way for one that will do so.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a free, fair and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one is enslaved by poverty, ignorance and conformity. Poverty, given that we have had a set of council elections where if there was one message the country sent this government was that they were struggling, that they needed help at this time of a cost of living crisis, and then you compare that to what was in Her Majesty's gracious speech, it speaks to a government who is not listening to what the people of this country are asking it to do. It's a government that is more interested in stoking culture wars and in replaying past sores in this country rather than looking forward to a future that we can all agree on. You just have to look at the way that they are attacking our human rights. Promoting human rights is right at the heart of what Liberal Democrats believe. It's in the DNA of our mission. But in this Queen's speech, what we have seen is a replacement of the Human Rights Act with a so-called Bill of Rights. A Bill of Rights that weakens and limits, undermining our current human rights protections. That is not, I don't think, what people across this country have asked for, and it certainly isn't their priority right now. But let's put aside what is in the speech, which is underwhelming, and then let's look at what has been missed completely. We've got no law to make misogyny a hate crime, no reform of the criminal justice system that has failed women and girls in particular for far too long. There's been nothing for the 4.1 million victims of fraud. And I should say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've had personal experience of this recently. My official Twitter account was hacked. I found myself looking at my online self trying to flog PlayStation 5s to my unwitting Twitter followers. Luckily, none of them took it on and no one was inconvenienced. But it took an age to get control of that account back. When we then reported it to Action Fraud, I got a phone call eventually from a lovely gentleman, I must say, who told me that in his team of five people, and that was the whole of that support network, 3 were off with COVID and the other one was on holiday. And I'm pretty sure I got the call because I was an MP and we'd reported it because we were worried about security concerns. I think that says a lot about the emphasis that this government puts on online crime, worth 27 billion a year, and the provision in the Online Harms Bill we don't believe is enough, which is why the Liberal Democrats are calling for the creation of an online crime agency to effectively tackle illegal content and activity online. But this government, I'm afraid, is not listening. And it's not just the legislation that is missing. I would like to put on record, I really hope that there are some loose ends going to be tied off in this session from the last one. And in particular, I want to talk about the Vagrancy Act. We finally, and there was much celebration across all sides of the House when we consigned that to history, or at least in theory, because actually in reality it has not yet been scrapped. The government has put out a review. That closed last week, that public consultation. And I just want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, put it on the record. I sincerely hope that this Christmas we will not have the Vagrancy Act in force, and we will no longer be a country that criminalises people simply for being homeless. And I look forward to truly celebrating when that happens. Now, that campaign was brought to me by Oxford students who, when they were turfed out of clubs at the late hour, would have a conversation with homeless people on the streets of Oxford, and that was how they found out that this was one of the things that the police used in order to move them on. And there is another campaign that those students, different students, those ones have now graduated, but new students, that I think is really, really troublesome and I wanted to raise in my speech today, and I sincerely hope will find its way into one of the 38 bills. And that is a campaign to stop the use of gagging clauses for university students, and in particular young women, because it's mainly young women who are the victims of this, from being encouraged to not speak out about their experiences of sexual assault in university. Now, the prevalence of sexual violence among young women and girls is well known, and there are doughty campaigners on this across all sides of this House. The group Make It Happen, It Happens Here supports survivors of sexual violence at the University of Oxford, and they urged one survivor, and I'm going to call her Lucy, and she's given me permission to tell her story today, to show just how widespread this issue is. Now, she was assaulted in her college dorm room by her ex-partner, who lives in the same college, and with support from Oxford Sexual Abuse and Rape Crisis Centre, she reported the assault to the police during the Easter holidays. On return to the university, she was terrified her assaulter would find out that she'd reported him to the police and therefore try and hurt her again. And so, on advice to by the Crisis Centre, she spoke to the principal of her college about putting in place measures to protect her. Months went by, months. And eventually, the college set up what is known as a no-contact agreement. Now, this banned both students from entering each other's accommodations and set out separate times to enter the dining hall, which sounds perfectly sensible. Except that the agreement was conditional, and by the way, the condition was expulsion if they broke this. It was conditional on neither party making any information about the assault, the police case, or indeed the college available in any way publicly. That's shameful. Yes. What it did, and this is Lucy's own words, she says, and I quote, "I signed it, feeling terrified that if I didn't agree to it, he would be able to enter my accommodation without consequence. But I was incredibly upset about the effective gag clause. I was terrified of telling absolutely anyone anything, because what if college interpreted that as publicly available? I felt I couldn't talk to anyone, my friends, or my mental health support, or my GP. I felt very alone." And the thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't an isolated case. It Happens Here, which is a group supporting victims like Lucy, has received testimonies from survivors across several different colleges under similar gagging orders. I am aware of young women who are my constituents who are scared to talk to me directly about it because they are fearful that that would then invoke this gagging clause and they would be expelled. And so they fear they have to choose between their voice and their future. The irony of this, of course, is that in cases of sexual violence, it is that discrepancy of power that is at the core. It's not just about sex, it's also about power. And so these young women have gone from a situation where they were robbed of their power into another situation where that power is taken away, this time by the college. Now, I want to congratulate those survivors for having the courage to come forwards to either It Happens Here or indeed to Lucy for coming to me, and I would urge others to do the same, to Oxford Student Union and especially Fionn Samuels, who have been brilliant at bringing these cases forwards. And I'm pleased to report, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Lady Margaret Hall, the college that Lucy attended, has now taken an important first step, and they've signed a pledge committing to never use these types of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual misconduct, harassment or bullying. And for this they should be applauded. But you know what's shameful is that they are the only Oxbridge college who have signed this. The only one, not a single other. There are other universities that have done it, but actually this is rife across the country in many other universities. I am grateful to the university's minister who has called on all colleges to sign this, and also to the Home Secretary who earlier today condemned such use of gagging clauses and agreed to meet with me so that I can relay more stories of these victims. But for these survivors of sexual violence, delivering justice begins, surely, with allowing them to tell their story. We should be helping those victims reclaim their power. These gagging clauses in the cases of sexual misconduct do nothing to help this. In fact, they do the exact opposite. They are immoral, They have no place in modern society. And I simply urge the Minister, please can we find a way to address this in this Parliament?
Richard Burton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we meet at a time of a cost of living emergency. And that's why I'm so taken aback by the fact we've seen too many Tory MPs in this debate, even though there are far too few here. Too many Tory MPs in this debate, instead of calling for action and support that millions of people across our country need, have instead resorted to Alf Garnett cosplay, ranting about so-called benefit cheats, ranting about asylum seekers and fixating on a single protester outside Parliament and how he annoys them. At the time of this debate, millions of people are having to choose between heating and eating. Pensioners are riding buses in order to keep warm. Parents are going a whole day without eating to keep the kids fed. It's a cost of living emergency. And if we recognise it as an emergency, that means that this Queen's speech should be used to implement emergency measures to help people now. Yet in the Queen's speech, the Tories have offered nothing. The government is sitting on its hands and refusing to act. The government is standing idly by whilst others suffer. Why? Because actually it hasn't been a bad crisis for everyone. The Tory party exists, and I understand that not all Tory MPs will realise this, exists to ensure wealth in society is sucked from the many into the hands of a few. Like Robin Hood in reverse, they rob from the poor and give to the rich. British billionaires have increased their wealth during this crisis hugely. Increased their wealth by £290 million per day in the first year of the pandemic. We've seen billions of pounds handed out in crony COVID government contracts. We've seen multi-billion pounds worth of tax cuts for bankers, even as banks are recording record profits. So some are doing very well at the moment. So given all that wealth, given with the fifth biggest economy on earth, it's clearer than ever before that poverty is a political choice, always and at this time of the cost of living emergency. And the Conservatives are choosing to push people into poverty through this cost of living crisis so that more and more of the wealth in our society goes to the wealthy. Take energy, for example. Bills are rocketing. The Tories scoff, but the reality faced by millions of people in this country is that they won't take kindly to having explained to them by a Conservative MP earlier in this debate that actually food banks exist because people don't have the cooking skills to feed themselves. Actually, food banks exist because people don't know how to budget. It's completely out of touch, despite the Alf Garnett theatrics, and it's completely contemptuous of the reality faced by millions of people in our society. The End Fuel Poverty Coalition are warning that the energy crisis could leave over 8 million households unable to heat their home. 8 million households in one of the richest countries on earth. And at this time, gas and oil giants are making £900 profits every single second. Yesterday, with the Queen's speech, should have been the moment to make our energy system work for people and not for profits. That should have included a windfall tax to raise billions to lower the bills of millions. But not just that. We should have seen the introduction of price caps, as we've seen in France. In France, they've only allowed bills to rise by 4%, not 54%, as has been the case here. And we should have seen action to bring the energy system back into public ownership. As I say, to get an energy system that works for people and not for profit. But the Prime Minister and his government are willing to accept millions of people being forced into fuel poverty because that, to them, is more acceptable than the alternative of reducing the profits of the oil and gas giants. We often hear discussions about wage restraint. Sometimes we should be having discussions about profit restraint as well during a cost of living emergency. But the government is on the side of the oil and gas giants, not on the side of the vast majority of people in our society. So we need an emergency plan to tackle this social emergency, to tackle this cost of living emergency. Instead of doing nothing, the government should be doing everything it can to immediately get money into the pockets of the millions of people hit hard by this cost of living crisis. And that's why I put down an amendment to this Queen's speech to call on the government to deliver a wealth tax bill. That bill would introduce the best ways of raising taxes on the very wealthiest in our society. We could use the tens of billions of pounds this would raise to create a huge emergency fund to support people through the cost of living emergency. That's the job of government. That's the job of government. People need security in their standard of living. People need security in terms of being able to pay their bills and having a roof over their head. People need to ensure, and the government needs to ensure, that people get enough to eat, have enough to eat their homes, and have enough to be treated with the respect that they deserve. But how obscene that we're having this discussion in one of the richest countries on earth, and how obscene that the government has deliberately squandered this chance to take the action needed to support people in this country facing a cost of living emergency that never in their lives they've experienced before. It's at times like this that people look to the government to do the right thing and to support them through the toughest times. This government, true to its political ideology, has chosen not to do that and has chosen to stand by and leave people to it. I think that's unforgivable, and I think that a wealth tax should just be the very start of taking action to support people, the many in our society.
Chiomura.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Leeds East and his passionate calls for action. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have become accustomed to feeling disappointment, dismay, despair, and at times disgust in response to government pronouncements. But this Queen's speech is a new low. The people of Newcastle Central deserve better than this low-growth, high-tax and increasingly high inflation government. Under Labour, we had growth on average of 2% each year. Under the Tories, it's averaging 1.5% and forecast to go negative. The cost of living crisis brought about by this government has my constituents flocking to food banks. The choice between eating and heating is real in Newcastle Central. Child poverty rates in the North East rose by more than a third to 37% from 2015 to 2019, and 61% of children in Elsick, in my constituency, are growing up in poverty in 2022. And what is the government's response? The Queen's speech is remarkable for what is not in it, not what is. No emergency budget with a windfall tax to get money off people's bills, as Labour has called for. No employment bill that the government itself promised. We needed a real plan for growth to get our economy firing on all cylinders, with a climate investment pledge and a commitment to buy, make and sell more in Britain. Instead, they hike national insurance, cut universal credit, have real terms pay cuts for public sector workers, freeze the rate of local housing allowance, freeze the cap on childcare costs universal credit claimants are entitled to. Each of these decisions makes it even harder for my constituents to deal with rising costs. The problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this government does not believe that government can make a positive difference to people's lives. And that leaves my constituents with stagnating wages, that leaves the North East regional economy without the investment it needs, that leaves hard-working Geordies facing massive technological and economic change without the skills they need. It leaves the Tyne Bridge peeling and our buses infrequent and overpriced. And it doesn't have to be this way, Madam Deputy Speaker, because government can be a force for good. It can look ahead and plan. Not this government, obviously, but I want to show how it can be different by looking at one bill which actually is mentioned in the Queen's speech and which really highlights this, and also where the government is actually creating growth. That is to say, growth in online crime. Online, the Conservatives are the party of no law and total disorder, and the Home Secretary did not even bother to defend her government's record on this when I challenged her earlier. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm an engineer and a passionate advocate for technology and innovation, and it has truly distressed me to see technology go from being boring but useful to exciting but exploitative. Our constituents fear tech is managing them, tracking, monitoring and analysing their every move and then serving them up to be trolled, exploited, scammed, groomed or just bombarded with advertising and misinformation. Online harms are not some future threat. They are an established current reality about which successive Conservative and Liberal Democrat governments have done absolutely nothing, because they believed, indeed promoted, the Silicon Valley libertarian lie that governments could do nothing about the internet, therefore allowing monopolistic platforms to acquire more money and power than many governments. This power is used to deny workers' rights in Silicon Valley and delay and minimise regulation here. Successive Conservative and Liberal Democrat governments chose to leave it to the market, blinded by their belief that the state was too slow or too stupid to regulate to keep people safe and secure online, and doing that while actively cutting the parts of the state whose job it is to protect people, such as the police and trading standards. And we see the same dogmatic approach now in their attitude to the cost of living crisis, refusing to take action, like a windfall tax, and instead cutting programmes which could help, like the Green Home Scheme Act just 6 months after it was announced. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is possible for governments to take action. The last Labour government saw the fast-evolving communications landscape of the late 90s, consulted widely and put in place forward-looking regulation in the form of the Communications Act 2003, which set out a regulatory landscape fit for the next decade. Come 2013, and the Conservative Liberal Democrat government chose to ignore the many calls from me and many others to do something similar. And it's no surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Liberal Democrat Deputy Prime Minister is now Facebook's President of Global Affairs, justifying the online harms that deliver billions of pounds of revenue to that company. The online safety bill in this Queen's speech won't be in place before 2023. So Conservatives have left my constituents unprotected and insecure online for over a decade. And this much-delayed bill still fails in so many ways. It fails to strengthen child protection across the entire internet. It fails to properly address the harmful impact social media can have on young people's mental health. It fails to ensure a voice to victims of abuse and harm online. The bill needs to tackle disinformation online. It needs to close the loophole, which means people are not properly protected from online fraud, by ensuring that all platforms have to take a proactive approach to preventing scams. And the data reform bill, also in the Queen's speech, seems to be more about taking away protections than actually giving new digital rights, and the Digital Markets Bill has no proper enforcer. This government is constructing a piecemeal, ad hoc and at times knee-jerk online legislative framework when what we need is a comprehensive, cross-departmental, evidence-based, forward-looking review of digital rights and responsibilities so that we can have a regulatory framework that is fit for the future. This is the security and the respect the British public deserve in the digital age. And it's also, Madam Deputy Speaker, mind-numbingly depressing that the government is repeating its mistakes of a decade ago, ignoring emerging harms, algorithms, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, bossware, data dominance. There's nothing in the bill which addresses the decentralisation inherent in Web 3.0, reflected in the use of blockchain as part of the future architecture of the web. And whilst distributed ledger technology has many strengths, there is also a libertarian dogmatic view that the blockchain can replace regulation and government. This is a lie, and the government needs to show that it understands that, and I see that it clearly does not. And so we also need more emphasis on people's rights, on access to algorithms and their regulation. The metaverse poses significant risks to children, with virtual reality chat rooms allowing children to mix freely with adults. Labour has long campaigned for stronger protections for children and the public online to keep people safe, protect their prosperity from scams and online fraud, secure our democracy and ensure everyone is treated with decency and respect. Governments can act. This one refuses to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, to be competitive in the global age, we need to empower everyone to be confident digital citizens. That's an economic imperative, an investment now which will bear fruit for decades to come. The government has failed to rise to the challenge of the digital age, just as it failed to rise to the cost of living crisis, just as it failed to rise to the challenge of COVID, of climate change, of child poverty. They look at our northern cities and see problems to hide from, not opportunities for investment. Whether it is short-term or long-term planning, this government is failing. Britain deserves better, and I look forward to a Labour government which is on the people's side.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a set of divisive straw man bills that have fluff and no substance. And where they do have substance, they're nasty and they're miserable. Or they're in complete reverse from what was suggested only in the last session. Planning, one example of that. One moment it was to give a developer's charter. A rebellion on the Tory backbenches meant that suddenly is reversed, and now we have a NIMBYs charter. Suddenly your neighbours will be able to vote on whether you can have that loft extension. Don't upset the Joneses, otherwise you won't be getting that extra room for your child. What a kind of world are we living in? Absolute tosh. And then, of course, we have a bill that will make sure MPs can sit in their offices in silence so they don't have a noisy protester outside. Really? Is that the extent of the government's ambition? And a borders bill that sums up just the failure of the Home Office, unable to process refugees and applications properly, where they're waiting years to get proper and decent outcomes, unable to create safe and legal routes for refugees, of which there are none at the moment for the vast majority of people in the world. There are none, in fact, for anyone outside of Afghanistan and Ukraine. There are no safe and legal routes. The only legal route to claim asylum is to make an illegal crossing. Isn't that stupid? You would have thought the government would fix that tautology. No, instead what they do is they offshore the problem. They let Rwanda fix it because they can't get their own house in order. And of course we see that because it's not just people who are applying for asylum that are suffering from the hands of the mismanagement of the office. Ordinary people can't even get their passports from the Home Office. So is the incompetency in that department. And in conversion therapy, we have a bill that is completely useless. Yes, it will protect under 18-year-olds, but every over 18-year-old that goes, of which are the majority that attend conversion therapies, of course will sign a waiver because they will be told if they want to stay in their church, in their community, in their friends and family, they will have to go onto it. And they will still have to go through conversion therapy. Now, there is a good argument, I think, about including trans people in a ban on conversion therapy. That's not about saying that trans people shouldn't have psychotherapy and be able to discuss their options as they go forward, and that there is presented to them the different options to go forward and things are slowed down rather than rushed up. But conversion therapy is when you enter therapy with the idea that the therapist is trying to force you into one direction. That is wholly unethical in whatever form it is, for trans people, for gay people, for any form of therapy, actually, if the therapist is forcing you into a direction. The government's failure to ban trans conversion therapy, the government's failure to ban conversion therapy full stop for over 18-year-olds is a real missed opportunity. My partner twice suffered going through conversion therapies in his long process of coming out, comes from an evangelical Christian background, and it has caused huge amounts of pain and agony. I don't want other people to go through that pain and agony, and the loophole there that the government have given, I'm afraid, is just not worth then the rest of the bill, the paper it will be written on. And I'm deeply, deeply saddened by that. And I hope the government will come forward with such... Go on.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I'm interested in his view. Is he proposing that there should be an absolute ban on conversion therapy at all, even if an adult consents? I understand the problem that he's raising about societal and other group influence, so I'm genuinely interested in how he thinks you would overcome that issue of freedom of association, or indeed freedom of action for an adult.
I don't think any therapies should ever have a prescribed outcome when you are talking about psychotherapy processes. Of course, you can have friends persuading you one way or another, but that is not a therapeutic programme. That's the difference. Anyway, this bill, in my view, is a lock-em-up kind of Queen's speech as well. Lock up the refugees if they manage to get over here because there are no other legal routes for people to come. You know, lock up protesters, lock up, of course, people who may be drug addicts and need treatment and support rather than actually a criminalisation approach, and of course allow corporations to get off the hook with tax dodging like they have continued to do. Allow, of course, corporations and the huge COVID scams that existed under this government to go unpunished. And nothing really on actually clamping down on those corporations that led to the Grenfell tragedy either. No forcing them to pay for the costs of converting all those places up and down the country. But what we could have seen a cap on fuel bills, we could have seen real progress on social care, integrating it into the NHS, we could have seen a saving of the Union, which actually involved confederalisation of independent, sovereign states and regions of this country coming together instead of the continued blind approach of just trying to pretend that the Union's not in peril and just forcing it further apart, which is what the Conservatives have done. What it does in justice, I'm afraid, all it does is pretend that there is no problem here. It pretends that there is no backlog in the courts. It pretends that all people want is some British Bill of Rights when they have it. It pretends that there is not a crisis in the family courts. It pretends that there is not a crisis in the magistrate system, where they have cut local magistrate courts up and down the country in the last 10 years, where victims and people seeking justice can't access a local court, where often they have to get a bus that takes half a day to get to the local court and a bus back. No access whatsoever and no suggestion of fixing it. And even where they do suggest some positive things, it is too little. The one area where I do welcome some progress is on housing and the renters' rights that they are suggesting will come forward in this Parliament. In fact, I did welcome it in 2019 Queen's Speech as well, and I welcomed it in the 2021 Queen's Speech, and of course I welcome it in this Queen's Speech. I would say, however, this is the third attempt to announce strengthening of tenants' rights, and ministers are planning to produce a white paper, consulting on that, producing a green paper, getting it all through all the stages in this place, all whilst assuming there won't be a new term in Parliament or a new general election, in which will mean that all of that good work is completely wasted. I would implore the government to get on with this process, because every minute delayed is another minute of private renters being turfed out of their homes, and I quite literally mean every few minutes. Research by Shelter shows that every 7 minutes in England a Section 21 eviction notice is served to households since the government first committed to ending no-fault evictions. That equals 230,000 private renters who have been evicted from their households for no fault of their own. Every one of these renters has their own stories, but just last week I had one, a private tenant for 13 years in her current home, has 5 children, 18 to 7 years old, but their landlady has informed them that they have to leave with a Section 21 notice. The council will not help them until they get a county court judgment, by the way, which is another scandal, because once they have the county court judgment against them, they've got a black mark on their name, and they can't actually rent from the private rented sector. So in this Kafkaesque world, this parent is petrified about even being able to put a house over her children's head. She has the money to pay the rent, but will any landlord or the council help her? She says she is terrified. She has never had rent arrears. She's got 2 children with autism. One of them has hypermobility problems, and both attend special educational needs in the city. She's worried she will have to move out of the city with the rest of her family. And there is no legal redress for compensation that they've been kicked out due no fault of their own after 13 years of calling it a home. I'm the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Renters Reform, and I should mention we're meeting next week for those others who want to join, and our group have had time and heard time and time again that the lives of renters are really being harmed. So it is positive, these moves. And they have agreed to put a private rented property portal. I hope the lessons have been learnt from the rogue landlords register, in which the government predicted that there would be 10,000 entries, but after 2 years of operation, there are just 21 names on that register. It's completely useless. If they're going to make the next register work, all landlords must be on it. Every single landlord in this country, everyone in here who is a landlord, everyone out there who is a landlord, everyone, no exception, needs to be on that register, and there needs to be a scorecard against them. And if there is not, it will not work for people. Finally, and most pleasingly, out of the housing section, there is a new landlord's ombudsperson, a housing ombudsperson. This is music to my ears. But what is the detail going to provide? Take the deposit scheme, where there is already a system of redress. The deposit scheme doesn't allow for precedent to be set from one judgment to the next in terms of deposit disputes. So if you win an argument about that level of mould was the landlord's fault and not the tenant's fault, in the house 2 doors down with the same landlord who holds the deposit back and refuses to give it, you have to go through all the arguments again. And with a different ombudsperson, you can have a different outcome. You cannot have justice like this, Minister. So an ombudsperson in housing must have precedent for all other cases that it then sees, unless, of course, the precedent is overturned through legal argument. And it must have open justice, where you can see the results of previous outcomes. It must look at rent. Because we know if you abolish Section 21, all landlords will do is whack up the rent and kick tenants out. And the government saying that they will make it easier for landlords to kick people out for rent arrears, not going through the courts, actually is a worry in itself. So the system needs to not penalise tenants if they seek to use the system, which currently happens in the county court system. The county court system that can take months and months and months, and almost a year in some cases, to even get a hearing. There is a real problem in a backlog of our courts. The government have called the bill on housing and renters radical, and a radical approach is needed. I hope we'll see it. Thank you.
Jonathan Cullis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I say thank you to you and to Mr Deputy Speaker for being so understanding regarding my needing to be absent from the chamber for a period of time and being allowed me to come back in to speak. It's very gracious of you. And it's always an honour to funnel the gentleman from Brighton, Kemp Down. He has a flair for the theatrics, absolutely, and he's a gentleman I certainly enjoy conversing with, and I'm sure that his audition there for the panto in Christmas in Brighton is certainly going to get him many phone ringing. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kids Grove and Talk, were delighted with this Queen's speech. And they're delighted with it because it is talking about the very places that they're proud to call home, about the very issues that when I was out knocking doors in the recent local elections were being raised with me on those very doorsteps. And obviously the theme for today, and the thing I will start with regarding safer streets, is clearly one of those. And they were delighted that it's this government pushing forward with the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill, which is going to see child killers receiving a whole life sentence, killer drivers being given longer sentences, an end to the automatic early release of violence and sexual offenders, but also adopting a desecration and war memorials bill, which I brought to this House after the shameful acts of vandalism upon our Union flag at the Cenotaph over a year ago now in London, and actually was something that when I looked into and noticed was happening not just in London but across our country, and sadly even in Tunstall, where we had a war memorial to our glorious dead, was graffitied, and thanks to two fantastic young girls who went along to clean it, really brought to the attention the importance of making sure war memorials and the government added war graves, rightly, are having that special protection, because whilst the monetary value would require 10+ war graves, for example, to be damaged for any offence to go to a magistrate's court, now we have that offence to understand that the emotional damage done for a community, because these war memorials and war graves are in every village, every town, every city of our United Kingdom, and our glorious dead should always have the respect that they rightfully deserve. And it was just a shame that when I brought this to the House, I had members opposite ridicule this very piece of legislation as somehow a protection on statues, rather than what it was quite clearly about were war memorials and war graves to our glorious dead. And I hope that jumping on the Twitter bandwagon, which I know the opposition do like to do quite frequently, is a lesson learned, and actually that they will now come out and say it was absolutely right to make sure that they have those full protections. I'm also delighted to know that we'll be having the draft victims' bills, because those rights to victims are so important. I think it's so easy in the criminal justice system for us to focus on those who are the offender, and sometimes can quite easily forget those who are the victims. And it's vital that we make sure the victims not just have their day in court, but have that extra support and welfare after any sentence is given, so they can rightly feel recompensed for the crime taken against them. And the Nationalities and Borders Bill is exactly what the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kids Grove and Talk voted for when they voted for 73% to leave the European Union back in 2016, because they wanted us to take back control of our borders, and they wanted to send a very clear message that whilst they have absolutely no issue with people coming to this country legally, whilst they have absolutely no issue with people, for example, coming from Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, who are fleeing persecution, and they're seeing that, they do have an issue with people choosing to come across as illegal economic migrants from safe mainland European countries like France, putting tens of thousands of pounds into the hands of people smuggling gangs, fuelling an industry that's taking on the misery, turning the English Channel into a watery grave, meaning that 70%, let's not forget, of whom are men, making this very journey, that they are therefore seeing this jumping of the queue, and they do not feel that sits right with them. That's not because they're not compassionate. Stoke-on-Trent is the 5th largest contributor to the asylum dispersal scheme. So therefore, they are happy to do all they can to support those who are most vulnerable and most in need. What they want is fairness. And if someone is coming from Ukraine, someone's coming from Syria, Hong Kong, or Afghanistan, that is fairness. People choosing to make that journey unnecessarily is simply not right. It is jumping the queue, and the British public were delighted when I was out in Stoke-on-Trent, North Chisholm talk, to hear that we were taking action. They are just now waiting to see that first flight take off and to make sure that policy comes into fruition. And then we go on to the Public Order Bill, another fantastic piece of legislation. I think my friend, the Honourable Member for Ashfield, was absolutely correct in saying that the crusty woke warriors who are busy gluing themselves to pavements or into roads, who are busy standing atop of trains, meaning people can't take off, people who are preventing others from going to earn their money, it is simply not correct that that action is allowed to go without the full force of the law being felt against them. There are plenty of ways you can demonstrate your feelings about wanting to solve the climate change crisis without having to go to those extremities where you damage people's lives, particularly when we are suffering with rising inflation, the cost of living, and you're asking people potentially to lose out on a day's pay. That is simply not right. Those people need to be held to account, especially when, and the Policing Minister has said this from the dispatch box, they are taking extremely dangerous action on motorways, risking the lives of men, women and children, as well as themselves. It is simply not appropriate, and it is therefore correct that we do this. And then we have the government's fantastic ambition of 20,000 extra police officers, of which over 13,500 have been so far recruited, and over 201 now in Staffordshire alone. But what's important, I know the Policing Minister gets this, is that we don't just have these numbers, that they are seeing that transferred onto the streets. And we are very lucky in Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire to have got rid of the absolutely pathetic former Chief Constable, who had absolutely no ambition, no drive, no understanding of what the people wanted or expected. We've now brought in the new Chief Constable, Chris Noble, a fantastic Chief Constable who's already completely drawn a new plan for neighbourhood policing in our local area. That means Newcastle-under-Lyme will have a new policing hub base there with dedicated officers for the Kidsgrove and Torque area, as well as a look at how the Stoke-on-Trent North policing area, which I also cover, is going to work as well, which will be extremely well received. Bobby's on the beat. Bobby's engaging with local businesses, schools and communities, but also making sure that those response times are undertaken. This is all the type of things that people want to see. And then finally, the Safer Streets Fund, which is something that I'm a full supporter of. And in Stoke-on-Trent, we've had a whopping over £2 million from 4 successful bids. My only gripe, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that none of that money has been in Stoke-on-Trent North. It's all gone to my friends in Stoke-on-Trent Central and Stoke-on-Trent South. So I'm greedy. I want my own pot of money for places like Cobridge, for Tunstall, for Smallthorne, who rightly want alley gates, they want more CCTV, new back doors and front doors, because the blight of antisocial behaviour, the blight of fly tipping, is something that I know that members across this House will experience in their constituencies. And we need to make sure that all the measures that can be taken are taken to prevent that as best as possible. And therefore, I look forward to lobbying the Minister, lobbying Stoke-on-Trent City Council and Staffordshire Police Fire and Crime Commissioner Ben Adams to make sure that those bids go into the right place. But we also need to look at the consequences for those who undertake antisocial behaviour. It is easy to blame the government, and it is easy for the public sometimes to moan at the police. But actually, personal actions are someone's personal responsibility, and those personal individuals should be held accountable for their poor choices. But if it's in the case of someone under the age of 18 who is constantly having the police knocking on that door, speaking to those parents, and those parents or carers are taking no action to back the police, back the school, or back a social worker in saying that you need to have stricter controls on the young person that you're in charge of, then perhaps we should look at making sure that we don't just have high-vis chain gangs for those who commit ASB, but perhaps the household themselves are made to go out and tidy up the community and clean up the streets, because if they're having to suffer the consequences of that delinquent's poor actions, that feral youth who's acting in such a poor way, then perhaps their whole household will take much more seriously the need to understand that they need to back our police, back our teachers, back our social workers, back our care system, which is saying that you, as a parent, as a carer, have your responsibility to play to bring up your child or young person in care in a responsible way. It's about holding people accountable. Boundaries are important. I know that because I spent 8.5 years before being here as a teacher, and as a head of year, I was in charge of attendance and behaviour, as well as, I'm sure the party opposite will be shocked, a trade union representative on the shop floor, proud to represent in the NASUWT for all that time. But in terms of other things, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this bill, and I will be quick because I appreciate I don't want to be cheeky with time, the Mental Health Act Reform Bill is something that's really personal to me. I shared my story in the Daily Telegraph about my own struggles with mental health, and I'm really proud to be part of a campaign called No Time to Wait, led by my friend and a former government advisor, James Starkey, which is calling upon the government to make sure that we have a mental health nurse in every single GP surgery across this country, helping to triage, because we now know that 40% of GP cases are specifically for mental health, and therefore we need to have action on this. And I'm delighted to have the support of members from the Labour Party, like the Honourable Lady from Canterbury, who appreciates not in her place, as well as members of the Liberal Democrats and the Royal College of Nursing and the Daily Telegraph and Mind, a very important charity. And I was delighted that the Chancellor hosted us at number 11 Downing Street yesterday for a reception to obviously share the campaign aims, raise the awareness of it, and I hope that this is something that the government will take up. And I see one of the ministers from the Department for Health and Social Care on the Treasury bench, so now I'm delighted that he's had that chance to hear that, and I look forward to meeting with him and the Secretary of State to have those discussions further. It is simply something that we have to come to terms with and deal with quickly. In terms of the online safety bill, I'm delighted this legislation is also coming forward. We need to tackle those vile online sites that coerce and advise people on how to take their own lives. And in Stoke-on-Trent, there was a young man called Brett Stevens who was sadly the victim of this type of crime. And his mother, Angela, brought this to my attention, and we've been engaging with the Department for Culture, Digital Culture, Media and Sport, and it's absolutely vital that that legislation creates that new offence of anyone who is encouraging or assisting self-harm is held accountable by the law, as the Law Commission itself has recommended, because it's not right that websites like that are able to do such things. And then we have our places and Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Well, this government was elected on. This is what Stoke-on-Trent has been long overdue and waiting for, after having 70 years of Labour neglect and forgetting where it is, because the assumption was it would just automatically vote for them at every single general election. It took them to lose Stoke-on-Trent to finally find where it is, although it has taken a little bit of a journey. Stoke Newington's where they thought it was first. They have finally made their way to Stoke-on-Trent on a couple of occasions, and every time they've come, the Conservative gains have been ever so increasing in local elections and by-elections. So thank you very much for all the campaigning that the opposition are helping us to do with. And what I want to see is, with the planning reforms that are being undertaken, is that the government goes further than just compelling landlords on the high street to fill their shops after a year. It's actually enforcing planning, strengthening planning enforcement to make sure that if that landlord's window is broken or dirty, or if there's poom up, as there is sadly out some of my shop fronts, if the signs are half hanging off, the landlord is held responsible and tidies it up. It is not appropriate a private landlord allows the high street to become neglected and ruined. It is not, and therefore the state should give the power to the local councils to hold those responsible to account. But I also want the government to adopt my 10-minute rule bill that I introduced over 2 years ago and reintroduced into every new session since, and I'll be doing it again this time, which is to Section 215 of the Town and Country Planning Act, which is to increase the current fine of a maximum of £1,000 on a rogue or absent landlord, as we have at Price in Kensington, to unlimited, to allow a judge to determine the seriousness of that fine, but also to increase the daily fine after that from £100 to £500, so these rogue landlords can actually be held accountable and responsible for their actions. And we also then have education mandate speaking. We have the post-16 and skills bill, which has been absolutely brilliant, because it's about time that we have that focus on technical education and apprenticeships, but we need to make sure apprenticeships work. That's why we need to reform the apprenticeship levy, because I think members from across this House will agree the apprenticeship levy is not working in the interests of business, and it's not enticing those businesses to take on apprentices. So we need to make sure that a lot of money sitting in a pot somewhere, not doing anything, is actually doing what it should be doing, helping those young people or adults who are looking to reskill, retrain. And I'm delighted to have Jess in my office, an apprentice from Talk Pits, who's doing a fantastic job, and we're soon to be advertising our new apprentice with Stoke-on-Trent College soon, because I want to make sure that I'm leading the way. If I'm going to be calling businesses to do it, I need to set the example. But also the £4 billion into those skills with a lifetime skills guarantee is superb, and the higher education bill with a lifelong loan entitlement is already reaping benefits in giving those people who need to reskill, retrain or want to have that change is becoming very exciting as well. And the schools bill, which is banishing the lazy culture of low expectations and poor aspiration, is important as well, with especially the increase in literacy and numeracy up to 90% in those young primary school students. But there is two things, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're going for full academisation. Good, we're going for full academisation by 2030. It's about time that we do this. But the system, there are some rotten multi-academy trusts in our system. I know that as when I was a trade union rep in my time. And what we want is a bill to make sure that the Board of Trustees of a multi-academy trust face an Ofsted inspection to look at their governance structures, to look at their accounts, and to look at their, how they're applying their policies across the board. Because if we want to make, I want these to work, and if they don't work, the party opposite are going to say these are just more unaccountable and less transparent local education authorities. And I don't want the party opposite to be right. So that's why I want to make sure that we get this policy right. And I hope, therefore, the government will adopt my 10-minute rule bill. I will be relaying it in this session. I will be seeking the cross-party support as I got on the previous parliamentary session for it, because it's about time that the Board of Trustees are held to the same standards as the teachers who work within their profession. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wrote not long ago about grammar schools as well. And I know that there will be people on my benches who will say you're just dragging up an old-age Tory argument, and the parties opposite will be going, oh, here we go, a bit of blue on blue maybe. Well, I think grammar schools are fantastic. And I believe they're fantastic because I saw with my own mother, who was the beneficiary of one, my own brother, who's the beneficiary of one, and those who I've met within Stoke-on-Trent who were able to attend one, said it transformed their lives for the better. And I think it's so important that we remember that whilst grammar schools, 60% of them are situated in 11 out of 150 local education authority areas, which is simply not right, and that a child in Teesside or a child in North East doesn't have access to a single one. That is not appropriate, and that is why I hope that this government will be working with myself to see how we can lift the ban on grammar schools and give parents that choice, so a kid in Stoke-on-Trent has the same choice as a parent in Kent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mrs Deputy Speaker. After 12 years of a Conservative government, they now promise that this will be the Queen's speech to fix regional inequalities. Forgive me if I do not take the government words at face value. We have heard all this before, and just like before, this government is all talk and no action. First, it was the long-term economic plan. Remember that? The party opposite cynically used that phrase time and time again to justify slashing services for those who needed them most. Then it was the Northern Powerhouse. Let's check in on how that's going. Major infrastructure projects scrapped, living standards down, and inequality up. And when I say inequality, that's quite a word that you can sort of, knock about with a bit, isn't it? But it means people and families and children living in abject poverty and having no way out of it. Let us be clear about that. And let us remind everyone again whose fault that is. This government has been in power for 12 years, and some of the rhetoric I have heard today, you would imagine it was only invented, this government, 2 years ago. When these honourable members talk about resetting things and getting on with things, what they're actually doing is admitting that they've got it wrong for the last few years, because if they'd have got it right, we wouldn't be seeing them coming in with such policies now. So I don't think that's actually anything to celebrate or talk about. And I want to move on now and say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the latest buzzword now is levelling up. But just like all those other times before, the government is hoping that a catchy slogan will be enough to distract us from their chronic inaction. It is yet another piece of empty rhetoric which we have come to expect from the party opposite. But their record speaks for itself. In my constituency of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, we have borne the full brunt of more than a decade of Tory cuts. The spending power of Sheffield City Council has been slashed by almost a third since 2010. Communities like mine don't need catchphrases, they need investment. Turning to a particular area very close to my heart, further education has a huge role to play if we truly are to level up. We are sadly seeing worrying trends in skills and in education. In a recent survey, a third of British businesses said their workforce is lacking basic literacy and numeracy skills. Our further education institutions go above and beyond to upscale their students. Having worked in colleges for most of my life, I know that education is one of the most powerful tools in lifting people out of poverty. I have seen this in action in my own constituency. Sheffield College and Longley Sixth Form College do fantastic work to ensure that their students leave with the skills they need to succeed. But this commitment is not being matched by the support they need from government. The Prime Minister speaks about the importance of getting people into high-paid jobs, but refuses to take the action needed to get them there. More investment in further education and post-16 education and careers is needed, and it is needed now. The government's further education and post-16 reforms risk leaving students who need the most help at risk of being left behind completely. T-levels are an important addition to our education system. However, they should not come at the expense of existing qualifications which have proven to be successful. BTECs are taken by almost a third of 16 to 18-year-old students. They help to ensure that young people enter adulthood with a level 3 qualification, which is vitally important when entering the workforce. Rolling them back will undermine this work. It cuts back on student choice and degrades the variety of qualifications employers can look for. It could mean that students who do not qualify for T-levels end up falling through the cracks and will miss out completely in any levelling up exercise should it even exist. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member very much for giving way. I agree that I think things like apprenticeships and technical education hasn't been promoted enough. But does the Honourable Member agree with me that it wasn't helped by the previous Labour Prime Minister, but one, obsession with a 50% university target? And many people actually went to university would have been better served by doing an apprenticeship.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but I would say to you, your government has been in power for 12 years, and if you didn't like it, why didn't you do something before? So.
The lady knows she mustn't address the honourable gentleman directly.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. This flies directly in the face of levelling up. Instead of cutting BTECs, the government should be championing them alongside T-levels. This is just one example of the government's actions failing to meet their rhetoric. Already, ministers are making excuses on levelling up. The Levelling Up Secretary himself has spent the last week trying to cover up his own failures and that of the government. He is trying to lead us to believe that deepening inequality is purely a result of external events like COVID and the war in Ukraine. But we know the truth. We know that responsibility for the entrenched inequalities in our society falls at the door of this Conservative government and their policies. Pensioners are having to ride buses all day to keep warm, and families are struggling to afford the basic essentials. But instead of stepping in, this government is stepping aside. They are too busy trying to cover their own shortfalls to provide the support people are crying out for. We all know why they're doing this, because just like the long-term economic plan and the Northern Powerhouse, levelling up will one day be retired as a political slogan with nothing to show for it. Just deeper inequality and worsening living standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has once again showed that it is all talk and no action. This Queen's speech is yet another missed opportunity which fails to fix the deep-rooted inequalities caused by 12 years of this Conservative government. They are out of ideas and out of touch. and hopefully, following the dire local election results on Friday, will soon be out of office. Britain deserves so much better than this.
Colleen Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. We heard that earlier. It was her opening remark as well when she stood up to start this debate. But the government, I believe, has failed in that duty over the last 12 years. On the Conservatives' watch, we have seen police officers disappearing from our streets, a criminal justice system in chaos, and people feeling much less safe in their own communities. The government's record on crime and justice is utterly woeful. Total crime is up, charge rates are down, and victims appear to be being abandoned. The Queen's speech was an opportunity for the government to finally get tough on crime and the causes of crime, rebuild our broken criminal justice system and make our communities safer. Yet again, they have failed completely to grasp that opportunity. Once more, the government is chasing the wrong priorities while ignoring the criminality that people face daily. While there are vague promises in the Queen's speech to make our streets safer, there is little detail on how this will tackle the real concerns that people in Coventry North East have, such as local neighbourhood crime and persistent antisocial behaviour that has such a serious impact on both individuals and communities in my constituency. Over recent years, we have seen significant issues with antisocial behaviour on our streets, from problems of noise nuisance and neighbour disputes to vandalism and the illegal use of off-road motorbikes. More and more residents are now contacting me to tell me that these incidents are leaving them feeling intimidated, threatened and fearful for their safety. Sadly, the government's record shows they simply do not seem to understand, or worse still care, how persistent antisocial behaviour like this can destroy communities and blight the quality of life for residents. This probably explains why the government has failed to put in place a coordinated national plan on antisocial behaviour for a decade. This has left communities in Coventry North East feeling abandoned by this government, while my local force, West Midlands Police, has been badly let down and hamstrung by a lack of resources, with both officer numbers and budgets having been cut to the bone by successive Tory governments for more than a decade. The police in my constituency do a wonderful job, and I'm always grateful for the updates they bring me, and they're very regular. However, what is really apparent is that they cannot do more with less money and fewer resources. Worst of all, we now have what seems like a postcode lottery on policing resources. For example, how is it Warwickshire Police can have a dedicated off-road bike team when the West Midlands does not and cannot? This lack of resources means there is an absence of visible community policing on our streets, with fewer officers to reassure residents, deter criminality, investigate crimes and support victims. Indeed, all too often, residents tell me they rarely see bobbies on the beat anymore, while the officers I have spoken to tell me there are simply insufficient resources to investigate every crime. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way, and she rightly talked about the plight of things like such as off-road bikes, which is an issue in Stoke-on-Trent, North Case Government talk. We have obviously the Section 171 notices, which I just don't think are working as a deterrent. Does the honourable lady agree with that, and does she think that perhaps cross-party we can try and find a way to toughen the law in this area?
Look, I think off-road motorbikes and in my constituency are being used in a very, very intimidating way where they're almost escorting cars around and then not doing any actual harm to them, but intimidating people, so much so that you know, a person in my constituency had to stop at the side of the road to gather himself to be able to drive on. And that is something that's being said to me time and time again, through email, through visits in the community. I visited the police. I had a meeting with our Police and Crime Commissioner only 2 weeks ago, a summit meeting with the leader of the council and other people, where I spoke about off-road motorbikes. I mean, what I think it would be useful if we could do something. What the police are telling me, what the Police and Crime Commissioner is telling me, is that there are not enough resources, and they have to put the resources where they need to. And there are pots of money, aren't there? There's the Safer Streets Fund, you know. But is that really the way to tackle these problems? I think it must be done far broader than it is now. And I think out of all of the antisocial behaviour, the most I have is on off-road motorbikes. And I know that this is something that goes on across the whole of the West Midlands. It isn't something that only happens in mine, which is why I think we should look at what we're giving to police forces and saying this is a problem up and down the country. You know, we need to tackle this. I'd work with anybody to try to tackle that, to be honest. So in a tacit admission of the damage they have inflicted on policing, the government introduced the Police Uplift Programme. And while any uplift in officer numbers is welcome, let's be clear, this will still not take West Midlands Police Force back to pre-austerity levels of policing. We lost 2,221 officers in the West Midlands during the austerity years. And while the force is due to get back through the uplift programme, over 1,200, that still leaves a shortfall in the West Midlands of more than 1,000 officers compared to 2,000 levels. I've nearly finished now, so I have given way already. When launching the Uplift programme in 2019, the Prime Minister said, "I have been clear from day one, I will give the police the resources they need." If his rhetoric is to match reality, and if he is to meet his own pledge to level up, the Prime Minister must return the 1,000 police officers to the West Midlands. Sadly, there was no commitment in the Queen's speech to either resource the police properly or to tackle the antisocial behaviour problems on our streets effectively. I fear that once more, on crime and justice, this government has failed West Midlands Police and failed the people of Coventry North East.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address this really from the position of justice. And justice is a light and shade issue. It's not all black and white. And I think what has been really disappointing, I mean, I'm not surprised, I have to say, by this lacklustre Queen's speech and government programme. I've not been surprised by the policies of Conservative governments since I was a teenager. So I'm disappointed that we are yet again facing the same challenges that were visited on Scotland when I was younger. But the tone from the government benches today is one of a punitive government that's focused on punishment, not justice. And I think that's personified really by the behaviour of the Home Secretary when she opened this debate earlier with her dismissive and graceless attitude towards her counterpart on the opposition bench. And it's really, I think, from my perspective, this needs to be addressed from that position of understanding light and shade of justice. Many of the drivers of criminality are social in nature. They are things like poverty, destitution, grinding hopelessness. I cast my mind back to my teenage years when Thatcherism stalked the streets of Scotland and destroyed many of the communities in Scotland, proud mining communities, industrial communities, as the cuts and closures were visited on them. I used to be a Labour voter. I was a Labour voter when I lived in London, but when I returned to Scotland, I was absolutely gripped by the progress that had been made with devolution and the team record and vision, as it was known, of Alex Salmond's early SNP government. And they made really significant advances in improving the quality of life for the Scottish people. And that is what seduced me and encouraged me to believe in Scottish independence. But of course, the other factor that drove me to that conclusion was the re-election with the enablement of the Liberal Democrats of a Conservative government in 2010. And that motivated me sufficiently to move out of the health service into frontline politics. The UK government's legislation doesn't fit the aspirations of Scots. Their immigration policies drive down inward migration, and in Scotland we need more, not less people. In terms of policing the streets, I mean, you know, largely crime and justice is devolved in Scotland, but the causes, those drivers of criminality, they are the responsibility of this place, and it is this place that has legislated to drive people into deprivation and destitution. And the job of the police is made all the harder in Scotland because we don't have the normal powers of an independent country. So a couple of key issues. So drug deaths. We have a serious problem with drug-related deaths in Scotland. People don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to become a drug addict. That is the result of grinding poverty, of hopelessness, of lack of opportunity, and that is controlled by this place. And if we are to improve the quality of life for those people, then we must have the full economic powers of an independent country, but we also must make progress on moving drug-related problems from the criminal justice system and make them a public health issue. I will give way.
Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I do recognise that the nationalist imperative is that all that is good in Scotland is down to the nationalists, and all that is bad is down to the UK government. But in terms of what he cited about drug deaths, I mean, it would be interesting, wouldn't it, to try and understand why the problem is so much more severe in Scotland than it is, say, for example, in England or in Wales. Given that I don't think necessarily the UK government over the last 30 or 40 years has discriminated particularly between the two. And it's certainly the case that for the last 10 or so years, over a decade, all the tools required to get on top of that drug death problem, which I acknowledge is very severe in Scotland, have been in the hands of a nationalist government. And presumably he is putting as much pressure on them as he should, quite rightly doing on us, to come together to solve this problem.
You're handy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the gentleman for, or the Minister for that intervention. I think the point that I would make is that drug deaths are not an isolated issue that exists in a bubble. They are driven, and the opportunities to correct them require the full economic levers of an independent country. So whilst the problem exists, the remedy to that is retained by this place. You cannot isolate those kinds of issues, and I certainly don't say that all is rosy in Scotland and an independent country would just flourish, spontaneously. Independence is a gateway to different choices, different policies, different politics. It's not a panacea. That's not the argument that I'm making. I'll go on to cover some of the other points that he's made as I progress. But the other aspect, this is a very good illustration of why an independent country, or why Scotland needs the full economic levers of an independent country, is the other issue that affects crime and justice in Scotland, is that harnessing Scotland's vast energy resources must be to the benefit of the Scottish people, not Her Majesty's Treasury, as is the current situation. It leads me to ask a question. How can it be that in an energy-rich country like Scotland, our people are fuel poor and hungry, and our pensioners survive on the lowest pension in the developed world? There are uncomfortable truths for the government benches. It is absolutely clear by this Queen's speech and the actions and words of the members on the benches opposite that this government will prioritise the profits of energy companies over the well-being of the people they are supposed to serve. The Chancellor's economic policies is making inflation worse, not better. There are alternative choices, and I will set some of them out for you now. The Chancellor could reduce council tax by a quarter at the cost of £10 billion a year. That would reduce the retail price index by 1%. He could halt skyrocketing energy bills by 50%, and that would cost another £10 billion. But that would be another 1% off the RPI. Every time the RPI goes up, so does the interest payments to global financiers on index-linked gilt debt. 1% RPI increase puts £5 billion onto those interest payments, but equally 1% off the RPI saves £5 billion. So the Chancellor, if he had a conscience, and a government with the political will, could reduce energy costs and cut council tax immediately. Her Majesty's Treasury could finance the additional £10 billion with a windfall tax on energy companies and the profits that I mentioned a moment ago. So saving £10 billion to the financial markets and £10 billion from a windfall tax could fix much of the problems that we are facing immediately. All it takes is the political will and the determination to improve the lives of the people you are supposed to serve. Or, I apologise, the government are supposed to serve. What it makes clear, and what has not been said, I don't think, by anybody today, but has been said many times outside this place, poverty is a deliberate political choice. Scotland is replete with energy, far more than we could ever possibly need, and our people see absolutely no benefit. There are particular issues that are in place still, contracts for difference and the asymmetric and uncompetitive transmission costs that impede any inward investment into Scotland, and we should be at the vanguard of the renewable sector manufacturing industry, and unfortunately there is precious little manufacturing happening in Scotland. But it's not just Westminster, so go back to the point that the Minister made a moment ago. It's not just Westminster that's at fault. The Scottish Government shamefully sold off ScotWind licences for relative pennies. They set a ceiling on the bids, a ceiling for a much smaller licence in the States. They realised, I think it was £4.37 billion, dollars, sorry, $4.37 billion, £700 million.
On that point, will you give way?
I will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm sure he wouldn't want to inadvertently mislead the House, but the £700 million to which he refers is for options to develop, and it completely ignores any future revenue streams or indeed any royalties that might come. I'm sure he'd wish to correct the record.
Neil Hanby.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I think he's made his point clearly. I don't wish to go back over what I've said. I think using up enough time. But there are real people in need. In my constituency, in Kirkcaldy and County constituency, my local food bank, the Kirkcaldy Food Bank, Their operating costs monthly have gone from £3,000 to £23,000. The notion that this is some kind of squeeze is an absolute fantasy. This is a cost of living catastrophe. People are in absolute desperation. There was a caller into LBC, a working poor gentleman who phoned in. He can't afford to feed himself for days on end. He prioritises feeding his children, and he has been thinking about stealing clothes for his children. He is so desperate. It was absolutely horrendous. And it cast my mind back to my university days and the Heinz dilemma, which is when a man who has a sick wife is forced to consider stealing the cure for her illness because the pharmacist will not cut the price or allow him to pay it over time. And that is where we are. People are in absolute desperation, and that is the misery that the greed of the markets drive. I knew that when David Cameron was elected as Prime Minister, things would be bad. But I have to say, I didn't anticipate it would be quite the horror show that we are witnessing. And I don't regret or apologise for my sense of urgency over Scottish independence. The Prime Minister talks about compassion. Well, people need governments to deeds to match their rhetoric. And I hope and pray that Scotland's First Minister comes good on our promise for an independence referendum next year. Prevarication will not do. People are desperate and they need action. If you want to prevent crime, then you need to lift people out of deprivation, and that is the only true way to deliver justice. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Stone, are you still standing? Yes. Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No debate of this nature would be complete if I didn't make a reference to space launch in Sutherland. So it's not all bad on the benches opposite. We are profoundly grateful for the government's assistance in bringing this to the point where it is today. And it's been a great pleasure to have Mr. Roy Kirk of Hand Science Enterprise sitting up in the gallery for much of this debate. He's had to go home now, but me being me, I'll make sure he gets a copy of Hansard on the fact that I've name-checked him. This is my only opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak over the next few days on the Queen's speech. And therefore I'm going to make three general points, which are fairly broad. In the last few days, just about every single candidate standing in local government elections in the Highlands, those candidates standing in Easter Ross, the southern end of my constituency, almost all of them used a picture of the oil rigs in the Cromarty Firth. And it's a very, very fine site. It's a majestic site. All of us know it very well indeed. And if you travel further north in my constituency and look east, you will see the Beatrice offshore wind farm. This produces enough electricity to power a staggering 450,000 homes. Now, we have onshore wind farms in my constituency. We've got loads of them. And, of course, there is a discussion to be had about the merits of offshore and onshore, as many Conservative rural members will be aware of. But this leads me to my first point, and it is to echo the Honourable Member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, which is that my constituents live cheek by jowl with the symbols of British energy production, and yet we are faced with a crippling rise in the cost of heating their homes. And I hope this image, Madam Deputy Speaker, brings home to this House the irony of where I live. We produce so much energy, but we have to pay through the nose for it. And remember this point too, far too many of my constituents have no choice other than to use fuel oil to heat their homes. This is the nub of the problem, and this is why I am horrified that the vulnerable have to make, and it's already been said in this chamber, perhaps it's a hackneyed phrase, the invidious choice between heating and eating. So, if the government does really believe in another hackneyed phrase in levelling up and helping the most disadvantaged, and I hope they do, then solving this particular energy problem is utterly crucial, and I personally intend to pursue it in the most dogged fashion possible. Madam Speaker, in terms of levelling up, the contribution made by BBC and Channel 4 in terms of bolstering local independent production companies all over the UK cannot be overstated. With Channel 4's plans to provide 100,000 opportunities for young people starting the media industry, to invest £2 billion in nations and regions content over the next decade, and to become a truly digital public service broadcaster, The government's plans to sell it off to the private sector are, I'm afraid, severely misjudged, but I take confidence, I take heart in the fact that I know many members opposite agree with this opinion. And you think of what has been produced, the Paralympics, it's a sin. Dairy Girls, made in Northern Ireland. What benefit has that been to the economy of Ulster? Black to front, shows and features that have a British hallmark and would not have been made if Channel 4 did not have the freedom to prioritise public interest and purpose over profit. Now, in today's Times, and many of you will have read this, Tim Bevan, who co-chairs Working Title Films, has said, and I quote, "British films have always been quite difficult to get made, and the plans to privatise Channel 4 and scrap the BBC licence fee would be a travesty." He also said this, "The British film industry and independent productions have been supported by these two institutions. That is our culture. We don't want to be making American projects. We want to make British films." He's absolutely right. And, Madam Speaker, the fact is that English is one of the most widely spoken languages in the world. And it is also a fact that the work of Channel 4 and the BBC give our country soft power internationally, soft power which can hardly be imagined. I've seen it myself. Power is where I want to conclude on, Madam Speaker. I shall keep this contribution short to help you out with this debate. The Public Accounts Committee has drawn this House's attention to the fact that the Royal Air Force will have 30 fewer combat aircraft by 2025 because of the decision to retire Typhoon early. And when you think that over the last 7 years we've spent £701 million, no less, £701 million, developing new radar systems for Typhoon that will not be ready to 2030, then you can see that there is something desperately wrong with the way we are planning to defend our country in the future. These are killer facts. Honourable members on all sides of the House have rightly said in the past that the plans to reduce the size of the British Army are ill-conceived. When you combine this with this kind of Typhoon nonsense that I described, then you can see that the United Kingdom is surely in danger of sending out entirely the wrong signals to our friends and allies, particularly in a time when the dangers we face are all too clear. Now, more than ever, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must not drop our guard. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I close with a reminder from the past. In the early 1980s, the Treasury imposed cuts on defence spending, one of which led to the decision to remove the Royal Navy Antarctic vessel HMS Endurance from the South Atlantic. It is claimed by historians that that decision was part of the reasoning by Argentina that the United Kingdom was not serious about defending the Falklands, and therefore it was worth Argentina taking the risk of invasion. Madam Speaker, the rest is history, and only an exceptionally foolish state does not learn from the past.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to focus on a few key areas today. I think the Queen's speech is arguably more notable for what's not in it, as it is for what is in it. The biggest issue facing our country, and certainly most, if not all, of our constituents, is indeed the cost of living crisis that is causing great hardship in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney and beyond. What we needed more than anything yesterday was a Queen's speech that included measures to tackle the cost of living crisis, with at the very least an emergency budget, including a windfall tax, to get money off people's bills now. Yesterday, the Prime Minister hinted that help would be announced in the coming days, only for the Treasury to announce in the following hours that this was not the case. Both shocking and unbelievable in normal times, but as we know, we are a long way from normal times. At a recent discussion with my local Citizens Advice Bureau, was highlighted the growing hardship in my constituency. Overall, client numbers have doubled. Queries around energy have increased by 250%. This is evident from the current fuel poverty crisis and is now mainly around support to pay fuel bills. Debt numbers have increased by 200%. Council tax debt is now the highest issue, with a 200% increase from last year. This is incredibly worrying, as these are household debts. Probably the most worrying is the massive increase, over 500%, in requests for food bank vouchers and other charitable support. Yet there was nothing in the gracious speech to tackle this growing crisis. The government is either not listening, or if they are listening, they're failing to act. The lack of compassion and action is shameful. What is also offensive is that the energy giants are announcing their highest ever profits. Shell last week over £7 billion in the first quarter of the year, and yet the government refused to consider it a windfall tax, when at the same time, as we've heard over and over today, people are struggling to choose between heating and eating. Truly shameful. I'm pleased to see legislation around access to cash after years of delay. We eagerly await the details, given that the government has allowed 6,000 local bank branches to close on their watch since 2015, leaving many geographically isolated communities without access to cash. And in some areas, including Treharris in my own constituency, post offices too have walked away and left communities without access to cash. Pleased to see that the ban on conversion therapy is in the speech. It's long overdue, but it should be a complete ban with no fudging or vague approach which will leave loopholes which will no doubt be exploited.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. On the issue of access to cash, does the honourable gentleman agree with me that the government should take proper, firm action to make the banks work together to produce some sort of common access, some sort of real face behind the counter?
I would absolutely agree with that point, because I think we've seen too many examples, particularly in rural and isolated areas where communities are left without any access to cash at all. So the opportunity for banks and other financial institutions to work together is, I think, long overdue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to the Tory record on crime, which, as we know, is shocking. We've heard again today, crime is up, charges are down, criminals are getting off, and victims are being let down by the Conservatives not taking crime seriously. We've seen an 18% rise in total crime over the past 2 years. Quarterly recorded crime is now at its highest point on record, 1.6 million. As my honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, told us earlier, the overall charge rate has fallen from 15.5% in 2015 to just 5.8% in 2021, meaning thousands more criminals getting off and over 1 million thefts cases being closed without a suspect being identified, and there's no sign of things improving. Antisocial behaviour continues to blight our communities. I've spoken in previous debates about the difference we had in the period of the last Labour government, when all local wards, I was a county councillor in that time, and local wards had a police officer and one or sometimes two PCSOs per ward. We don't have to hark back to the times of Dixon and Dock Green, when people knew their community bobbies. We had this in the period of the last Labour government up to 2010. At that time, the neighbourhood policing teams provided meaningful engagement and deterrence in communities before issues got out of hand. We now have the same size teams covering 5 or 6 wards, and the sheer lack of people on the ground makes it impossible for them to tackle issues effectively, despite their best efforts. Labour would strengthen legal protections for victims of antisocial behaviour to give victims of persistent, unresolved antisocial behaviour new rights, and give stronger powers for police and local authorities to shut down premises being used for drug dealing or consumption. Whilst we've seen more police officers being recruited, we still have thousands less police officers than before the Tories started cutting them in 2010. I'm grateful that in Wales we have the support of the Welsh Labour government, who, although don't have the responsibility for policing, as that is not devolved, they have provided funding for 500 PCSOs, which has increased to 600 in this Senedd term. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I leave the topic of policing, I would like to put on record again the issue of the apprenticeship levy paid by Welsh police forces. In England, funding for the Police Educational Qualifications Framework, which includes apprenticeships for uniformed police officers, is provided through the National Apprenticeship Levy. In short, English police forces are fully reimbursed by the government for the cost of training police officers. In Wales, the Home Office has reimbursed only half that cost, leaving Welsh police forces with a shortfall of over £2 million.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and I do acknowledge the issue that he's raising, but I'm sure he would want to acknowledge that while the English or the UK government does collect the apprenticeship levy, as he rightly points out, the money is passed to the Welsh Government, who then have declined so far to pass it on to the police forces who are affected. And he is right that the Home Office has stepped in to fund it this year and in the past. But I would urge him to speak to his Labour colleagues in Wales and to get them to pass on the money which has been given to them after being taken from the police forces in the form of the levy.
Yeah, I think the Minister really should go away and do his homework. This issue was taken up by his colleagues in the Wales office team, and correspondence has been exchanged. I appreciate it is a long and a complicated issue, but it is something that the Home Office are responsible for and should take the responsibilities and fund the 4 police offices in Wales in the same way as the police forces in England are being funded, because Welsh police forces are being shortchanged, and that responsibility does lie with the government. Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to the cost of living crisis. I would urge the government to listen to the concerns. We've heard them today over and over again. There is an urgent need for government to listen and take action on things like VAT, energy, cutting that the VAT costs on energy bills, the windfall tax. These are practical steps which have been offered to the government. The government really do need to take them on board, take action, and take action now for the sake of families right across the United Kingdom. Thank you very much.
Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems like only a matter of weeks since we were in this place fighting against the UK Government's now successful attempts to restrict some of our most precious and long-held fundamental rights. It seems like only a matter of weeks because it is only a matter of weeks. In the last session, we battled against the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act that will strip people of the rights to protest, amongst other terrifying measures. The Judicial Review and Courts Act that has serious implications for access to justice and accountability of public bodies. And finally, the Nationality and Borders Act, set to treat asylum seekers and refugees in ways which I can only describe as nightmarish. It is exhausting to be standing here today, facing an almost identical set of challenges in this legislative programme. Rather than see this Queen's speech as a unique opportunity to help people tackle the cost of living crisis and put some compassion back into the system, the UK Government is just adding to its attacks on people's rights. A constituent and friend of mine is called Joanna, and she's a cleaner. On Monday she said this: "So wages have gone up and my company added a wee bit extra, so not too bad. But today I got my wage slip and my national insurance contribution is now more than my income tax contribution, and it's taken me back to exactly where I was, exactly what I was earning before." What in this Queen's speech will tackle the issues everyone out there is worrying about? Energy bills spiralling out of control, the cost of the weekly shop absolutely skyrocketing, and the ever-present and impending climate crisis. Well, there's nothing in this that tackles it. It's being left to the likes of one of my constituents, Mandy Morgan, who dreamt up the Scottish Pantry Network and in the last year has opened 9 shops. And what that does is it charges people £2.50 membership for £15 worth of food, and it's fresh fruit and vegetables and fresh meat and fish. And it's not just for poor people, it's for environmental reasons as well. It's tackling food waste so that you don't have to worry when you go into these beautiful shops that somebody's going to know that you are on your uppers. And I want to pay tribute to Mandy Morgan for everything that she's done and everybody and all the volunteers and staff who work there. There are troubles ahead for them, however, because they are struggling to access the food that we need to food, and they are struggling with increasing numbers of people needing their help. But instead of tackling these, the government is just attacking people's rights. And you know the old saying that about dividing and conquering. So who do they want people out there to blame for all of this? As usual, it's the already least powerful, often completely voiceless. This government thought it was perfectly acceptable to mention those poor, desperate refugees forced to cross the Channel in the most perilous of conditions alongside what they say are plans to help the police make the streets safer in the same paragraph of the Queen's speech. It's a consciously cynical ploy to conflate the two in people's minds. It's a deliberate attack on asylum seekers and refugees. It's this Tory government's shameless propaganda that says anyone fleeing persecution and trying to get to safety on these islands is a criminal. And it's working, because whilst there are many people on these islands doing everything they can to welcome and support refugees, and I thank them, and I pay tribute to them, and I thank God for them, there are also many who repeat these tropes that the government has so cynically created. It is cynical, it is deliberate, and it is strategic. You only have to listen back to some of the very similarly worded interventions in the last debate on the Nationality and Borders Bill from some of the backbenchers opposite who had never shown an interest previously to know that. But today the attacks have moved to those of us who support refugees. I was disgusted to hear the Home Secretary refer to those of us on this side of the House as defenders of murderers and paedophiles. Now, I understand that it's apparently okay to do that in this place as long as it's not directed at an individual. So I am going to be writing to her and I'm going to be asking her, does she believe me to be a defender of murderers and paedophiles? And I would encourage everybody in here to do that, because I think we deserve an answer. Now, this was also a Queen's speech primed to reinvigorate the Brexit vote, but perpetuating the myth that Brexit is somehow reclaiming our sovereignty is just ridiculous. Doing it at the cost of trashing our rights is plain scary. I want to talk briefly on three of the many bills that I feel I'm most concerned about in this Queen's speech. And first is the Bill of Rights. It's no secret that the Justice Secretary has a long-held disdain for human rights, or to put it another way, people having rights. His book, The Assault on Liberty, What Went Wrong with Human Rights, is illuminating, if not wholly depressing. And I'll give you one quote from it. The spread of rights has become contagious. Well, we can't have that. That's my quote, not his. The spread of rights has become contagious, and since the Human Rights Act has opened the door to vast new categories of claims which can be judicially enforced against the government through the courts. And let's not forget the footage from the same year, 13 years ago, which saw him look into the camera and say, I don't support the Human Rights Act, and I don't believe in economic and social rights. Well, I do, as does my party, which is why human rights are entrenched in Scots law. I thank my lucky stars that we have them, more so now than ever, because they make sure that we can all, to some extent, stand shoulder to shoulder in society, that we share some of the same rights of access to justice, that we can all call out the government, whether it be this one, the Welsh Government, the Scottish Government, past Labour governments, future Labour governments, or any public body when they act in a way which undermines our rights. Who on earth would not want to? Who on earth would want to do away with that? These are not some legal concepts out of reach for most. They're entrenched in our modern psyche, and people know that they can rely on them to protect them at their most vulnerable moments, or when they need to face the might of the state. And that is what the Tories don't like. They don't want people to know that they can be held to account in the courts. They don't want to be scrutinised. And I predict when they are out of office, they will perform a complete U-turn on this. Exactly. I do love the positive spin, though. The Bill of Rights will defend our freedom of speech. Really? Well, just as long as you're not outside this place with a megaphone or stood at the gates of a fracking site. Your freedom of speech will end right there if the members opposite get their way. And it's nonsense to imply that the perfectly functioning Human Rights Act has somehow stifled our freedom of speech, when it has in fact codified protections for freedom of both speech and assembly under Article 10 and 11 of the ECHR. As with so many pieces of legislation forced through this place, reform of the Human Rights Act has got little to support, has little evidence to support much of what the government claims. There is an agenda, there are facts, and then there are government ministers determined to bend, manipulate and skew the evidence to fit. Why should the government be allowed to dictate who can access justice? That's completely at odds with the rule of law and our international obligations to anyone who's seeking refuge on these islands, for example. And when will the government realise this is not what people want? People are lying under immigration control vans to stop deportations. People are physically running to gather together to protect others from Border Force officers. We all know about Ken Muir Street and Pollock Shields. But last week, on the day of the council elections, SNP council candidates Marianne Mawicki and now councillor Samita Kumar stopped campaigning for themselves and staged their own Kenmure Street protest, along with activists from Edinburgh SNP and hundreds of their fellow citizens from all parties, and none when border force vans came looking for someone. And you just have to look at the number of emails absolutely flooding into our inboxes on the Rwanda plan, and you know this is not what our constituents want. And of obvious concern to anyone in Scotland is the adverse effect this bill will have on the devolution settlement. The rights enshrined in the Human Rights Act are at the very core of this devolution settlement, and as Scotland's Equalities Minister, Christina McKelvey MSP, said this morning, changes must not be made without the explicit consent of the Scottish Parliament. The Scottish Government wants to enhance and extend rights protection. The UK Government wants the opposite. What could the solution to that possibly be? Now, we'll no doubt be debating all of this for many months, and we may be exhausted with it, but we're very much up for that debate. But what I don't understand is why anyone would believe that this is somehow going to cut our ties with the European courts. Rather than our rights being brought home, we'll be forced to go to Strasbourg to enforce them. Our human rights should not be embroiled in the Tory Brexit fantasy. And on the Public Order Bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's no surprise to see the 11th hour amendments to the Policing Act vehemently voted down by the House of Lords, returning in the Queen's speech. Is this the way it's going to work now? Democratically rejected clauses will be repackaged and grouped together to form next year's legislation. And if they can do that after just a few weeks of being told no, what on earth is their argument against Scotland's right to go to the people to revisit the question on Scotland's independence after 9 long years? They are leaving themselves with no arguments for refusing a Section 30 order. That will not stop them refusing, of course, but they have no valid arguments. It's one rule for this Tory government and another for everyone else. It's a brazen thing for the Home Secretary to do. These were not clauses that went unnoticed by the public. They sparked outrage and protest during the passing of the policing bill, and rightly so. The government is deluded if it thinks that the people who were willing to stand outside this place and risk arrest and imprisonment are going to lay down and accept this public order bill. They are also deluded if they think that the same people on this side of the House and the members in that other place are going to roll over and accept defeat. Can I? Okay, if it is brief.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. One of the arguments that was put in the House of Lords around the clauses that she refers to was that they hadn't been adequately scrutinised by the House of Commons. And that was the main argument why they were knocked out. So by bringing them back, we're going to be allowing that scrutiny. But I'm interested in her view. As she will know, there's a protest taking place in Scotland at the moment outside a fuel depot where protesters have locked themselves on. Does she support the arrest and removal of those protesters and their prosecution? And if they are prosecuted and convicted, what penalty does she think they should get?
They're constantly doing this. They're constantly trying to suggest that because we don't like these draconian laws that they want to bring in, that we somehow support everybody's right to do whatever they want without any penalty. So I'm not going to get dragged into it. Because actually, what I wanted to do was tell him that we will continue to fight this because what they're doing is wrong. And no matter how dispiriting it gets, we will continue to fight them. And today, on the 41st anniversary of the death of the late, great Bob Marley, I'd like to use one of his quotes to tell you why. He said, "People who are trying to make the world worse are not taking the day off. Why should I?" Well, we shouldn't, and we absolutely will not. If the Policing Act was a step too far, this bill is a leap into the realms of a dystopian nightmare. Can I take a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say how pleased I was to see my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Eastern Bartonshire, back making her speech yesterday. And I mean, it was quite emotional for all of us, not least for her parents and her partner, her fiancé, who were sitting up there watching it. And I was particularly pleased to hear her express her support for a fully inclusive ban on conversion therapy for all LGBT people. And I absolutely concur with her. Nobody should be subjected to conversion so-called therapy. Absolutely nobody. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll finish my remarks by saying that I am disappointed. Of course, much of this was predictable, but much of it is manifesto pledges These are not manifesto pledges becoming reality. They're personal agendas and attacks on the most vulnerable people on these islands. And as I asked earlier, where is the compassion? Where is the helping hand or the reassuring support from a government which is at least partly responsible for the cost of living crisis? Scotland wants to do things differently, and I do appreciate there are many members on this side of the House who also want to do things differently. But we do want to offer that helping hand. We do want to act with care and compassion, and we do want to welcome people in need, not throw up the shutters and turn them away. And the Scottish Government does do all of those things, but they do it with one hand tied behind their backs. I'm ready for this year's challenges, but I'm raring for our independence referendum because, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the people of Scotland recognise that the only way we can stop tinkering round the edges of dreadful Tory policies, the only way we can stop having to spend millions mitigating the effect of those policies, thus leaving the Scottish Government with a lot less money to do the things we as a country want to do, when they reach the conclusion that the only way to have full control over the kind of country we are is to vote yes to independence, then that is exactly what I predict they will do.
Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What we know is that the backdrop to this year's Queen's Speech is one of real concern and worry. People up and down the country terrified as they work out how to manage their ever-thinning finances. Working people having to sacrifice themselves to feed their children, having to choose between eating and heating. After 12 years of Tory rule, we're seeing the fabric of our society, of our communities, being ripped out, services decimated with no plan in place to put this right. Inflation and interest rates going up and a recession now looming. What are we supposed to say to our children and our young people? How are we supposed to reassure them that after 12 years of this, after 12 years of Tory government, that they can achieve whatever they want in their future? And what is their future? For some children, they've only ever known a country in which a community centre houses both a food bank and a polling station, or where services are so decimated that there is nothing to do and nowhere to go. Consequences of this Tory government. They deserve better. Cardiff North, my constituency, deserves better. Britain deserves better. Yeah. And now, after the local elections, we know that the British people want better. The election results have told us that. And I'm proud, in Cardiff North, we've gone from 3 Labour councillors to 11. And now there are absolutely no Tory councils anywhere in Wales. Yeah. The Tories' shattering results across Britain saw them lose nearly 500 seats and include strongholds like Monmouth in Wales, Wandsworth, Westminster right here. And I want to give a special shout out to Cardiff North's own Paul Fisher, who did win a seat right here in Westminster against the odds. Labour is a renewed, confident party, but the Conservatives are tired, mired in scandal with their own candidates, I'm afraid even refusing to put the party logo on their election materials. True. Right now, people up and down this country are working hard, paying more, but getting less. They need solutions, not tired, empty rhetoric and political soundbites. And I am inundated with emails, stopped on the street in Cardiff North, and asked again and again what I can do to get this Tory government to help hard-working families, families seeing bills escalate and having to make those huge sacrifices. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my constituents, Linda, an elderly pensioner who is struggling to make ends meet, told me that what the government is doing is torturous and will slowly kill people. Grave and sinister words to be hearing in 2022. But the government's announcements yesterday do absolutely nothing to help curb the crisis that is crippling her and others in our communities. Here, the Prime Minister is more concerned with saving his own skin than tackling the real issues that families are facing. Prices and taxes rising, wages stagnating, opportunity. This government has failed to step up and support struggling families at every opportunity. Where is a windfall tax on oil and gas producers to save households up to £600 or the much-needed emergency budget? But perhaps the cost of living crisis is simply a joke to this government. We saw the Housing Secretary take to the airwaves this morning, mimicking and laughing at calls for an emergency budget. This isn't a laughing matter. People need real help right now. Yep. And meanwhile, oil and gas producers announce seismic growth, billions in their profits propped up by this government. And they themselves have welcomed our suggestion of a windfall tax to help those hard-working families. But the Tories aren't on the side of working families. 15 Tory tax rises in just 2 years is evidence of that. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, what of the way ministers run their departments? Creating chaos and confusion, many of them too busy focusing on the chaos of their own internal affairs. They are letting criminals off the hook, letting victims down, and I'm afraid the hostile environment of the Home Office is just stark. I know many civil servants, hard-working civil servants, are doing the best they can under these difficult circumstances, but there is only so much they can do under this disconcerting leadership of this Home Secretary. It is clear this Home Office is not fit for purpose. While innocent women and children in Ukraine are being targeted, gunned down, beaten, raped, murdered, indiscriminate attacks have continued to destroy homes, hospitals and schools. Russian rockets strike railway stations, and people are rightly fleeing the horrors of war and seeking sanctuary. I feel very fortunate that under a Welsh Labour government in Wales, Wales is a nation of sanctuary for refugees and a super sponsor of those fleeing Ukraine. It is absolutely heartwarming to see how many people have come forward, how many in Cardiff North have signed up for the Homes for Ukraine scheme. But the incompetency of this Home Office is having a human cost as they continue to lose applications of the families my constituents are sponsoring. My constituent Sarah, who actually stopped me in the street a few weeks ago and has written, and we have tried helping, is sponsoring that Ukrainian family with a severely disabled son. They've been unable to flee because their son needs extra assistance. And they were kept waiting and waiting, terrified, because the Home Office lost their visa application. Another of my constituents, Maria, who sponsored a mother and baby, were in utter distress as a Home Office error meant that only the mother was granted the visa, meaning she would have had to leave her baby behind. This is unimaginable. What a mess to put these families who are facing such horrors in their own country through. And this chaos is not only impacting refugees trying to enter the country, but our own citizens here because of the Tories levelling down our communities. Crime blighting our neighbourhoods because of the 12 years of chronic underfunding to our police forces, to our local communities, to our services. Victims of crime are being let down, criminals let off the hook. When crime is up 18% under this Home Secretary, prosecutions are down. Criminals getting off, and the Conservative clearly not taking crime seriously. And the bills announced in this Queen's speech do absolutely nothing to change that. And after 6 years of waiting for a victims' bill, a victims' law, we've seen time and time again 6 Justice Secretaries and still no bill. under the Tories, hundreds of thousands of more criminals being let off the hook. Victims being let down, but losing faith in this criminal justice system. This Tory government playing with people's lives. And out of 300 women across England and Wales who are sadly raped, only around 170 are reported. But it's just 3 that make it to the court of law. And that's before we even look at the failure of prosecution, which has gone down from 8.5% in 2015 to just 1.3%. This just demonstrates that victims are nothing more than an afterthought from this Tory government. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, what of the climate crisis, the biggest challenge we're facing? And based on the Queen's speech yesterday, one which this government are hell-bent in ignoring. Just a few hours ago, The Guardian published an investigation which has found that oil giants are secretly planning 195 carbon bombs. These are short-term oil and coal projects that will produce greenhouse gases equivalent to a decade of CO2 emissions from China, the world's biggest polluter. They would each result in at least 1 billion tonnes of CO2 emissions over the lifetime and have catastrophic global impacts. And yet nothing announced yesterday by this government will help avert climate catastrophe. We have a government who is so caught up in their own mess, they're sending us along a path to our own destruction. We need leadership on this. And the gap between the government's empty promises and real climate action is disturbing. Failure to put sustainability and net zero at the heart of the government's new legislative agenda is a betrayal to future generations. Delivering net zero and nature recovery is the only way to protect people and planet and create valuable, well-paid, highly skilled jobs and resilient communities. The energy bill announced in the Queen's speech yesterday is welcome, but will it include those important elements that we do need to see? Will it invest in those crucial green jobs? Prioritising energy efficiency, for example, that is critical to tackle the cost of living crisis. By 2025, energy efficiency, clean heat and renewables alone could replace 4 times the gas we currently import from Russia. The energy bill is a chance to make right the absences from the energy security strategy, prioritising renewables and energy efficiency measures that offer a win-win for consumers, business and the environment. We need a mass retrofit programme, slashing household bills, cutting emissions and investing in skills. And we know that new onshore renewables are 6 times cheaper than the cost of running gas plants. But we have yet to see a single piece of evidence that further licensing in either the North Sea or through fracking would increase UK energy security or lower bills. No more warm words. We are at a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get this right. It is imperative that this government matches deeds with words. This Queen's speech is little more than a vanity project delivered with the intention of winning back favour with the public. Instead of neglecting and decimating our communities, letting victims down, letting criminals off the hook, let's invest in a nation that we can be proud of. And only Labour can do that.
Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure and an opportunity to speak on Her Majesty's programme for government for this session. There are, Madam Deputy Speaker, many things to be welcomed, and since I am by and large a positive person, I will start off with those. So I very much welcome the commitment by government to the Modern Slavery Bill. I know it's one that I pursued and supported the Honourable Gentleman and the far side and others in this House, and it's good news that we will see the end of the use of dubious supply chains and labour. And the Uyghur Muslims are, of course, one of those groups of people that we're trying to protect. So when we talk about justice as our topic for today, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a massive step forward in doing just the right thing, and I fully support it. I also welcome the Minister's commitment on 2 occasions to questions that we have put from this side, from our party, in relation to those who preach the gospel and preachers in the streets. And the Minister has given us that commitment on 2 occasions. Again, I welcome that. I also welcome the Secretary of State's commitment earlier on today when the Honourable Lady referred to the £187 million for victim support. There is some clarification needed in that, but the Secretary of State was very keen that we should be contacts should be made both here and the Northern Ireland Assembly to see how we can make things better. And I also and very much welcome the National Security Bill, because this government, our government, has been very clear on how they address the issues of national security. And when it's taken on terrorists, whether it be ISIS, Daesh, IRA, or indeed the terrible atrocities by Russia in Ukraine, this government, our government, stands firm, and I thank them for that. I also welcome the support for nuclear power stations. Again, would ask that Northern Ireland be given consideration as the only part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that doesn't have their own power supply. And I welcome the change in planning, although I do have at a distance look at how that will work if someone can object and the problems that there would be there. But there is a planning commitment to providing affordable houses, and I'm really hoping that some of that will trickle down towards us in Northern Ireland, where the planners appear to have a refusal as a standard unless there is an exceptional case made to prove why they can't legislatively prevent. And however, my note of caution in that must be that it cannot be permitted to prevent agricultural growth and our food sustainability goals. And I see the Right Honourable Minister sitting beside, and I know that her commitment, the Honourable Lady's commitment, is for agricultural growth and food sustainability as well. I also very much welcome the commitment to addressing the issues, and I spoke to the Secretary of State earlier on today about it, the issue of those who block the roads, super glue their hands, lie on top of tube trains, and basically are obstructive. Now, I've protested on many occasions, all legally, but I was born in a decade whenever protesting was a norm, as my honourable friend Ferry Santom referred to earlier on. So I understand the importance of it, but I also understand this, that you can't stop people getting to work, you can't stop nurses turning up for their jobs, you can't stop a man earning his money, and you can't stop either. And I do express some concern where I read it in the press last week, where a lady was fined and jailed for taking her child to school. I've spoken to the Minister. I do really hope that matter can be reviewed and satisfactory as well. The Honourable Member for Bracknell referred to the review of cold cases. I think that was quite an interesting point. I'm a great believer in that. Coming from Northern Ireland, I like to see those who the cold cases where nobody's been made amenable can be investigated. I now come, Madam Deputy Speaker, to this debate is about delivering justice. We need to deliver justice for the Northern Ireland Protocol. It should have been made a priority. There's no other way of putting it. Government has repeated time again that the Good Friday Agreement is at the heart of negotiations, and I support that, but have repeatedly failed to prioritise Northern Ireland's constitutional place within the United Kingdom. Accountability in relation to the protocol lies with Westminster, and is crucial to the political stability of Northern Ireland that the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State listen to the concerns of the people. The cost increase of an increasing number of goods in Northern Ireland is a clear result of the protocol. It should be prioritised by the Brexit Freedoms Bill in order to remove these restrictions forced upon us by the EU. So I remain disappointed that we didn't see it, but I remain encouraged by the fact that the Prime Minister has had meetings and also the Secretary of State for the Foreign Office has also said in the papers in the last 2 days that they intend to take action. Now, I've heard it before, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the action, about the words of action. I believe in actions of action, so I look forward very much to seeing what's going to happen in the next period of time in relation to that. And I know it's not an easy job to do, but I very much look forward to it. Just to give an example again, Madam Deputy Speaker, businessman in my constituency who supplies shops in every corner of the province told me he was speaking to some of his nationalist friends, people with a different political opinion, and they are friends of his, and they asked would the DUP, my party, be able to get the protocol sorted. My friend said to him quite rightly, he says, look, go and speak to your own MP. He says, well, my MP's a nationalist MP, and he says he wouldn't like it if I spoke to him. So on behalf of all those people, from whatever religious persuasion and whatever political opinions they may be across the province, I then once again ask that if they've been crippled by the protocol, which they are, then in this chamber, I think the tales that those people have told us in Belfast last week, the elections are quite clearly sent out a message. All unionist candidates oppose the protocol, and the numbers of those vastly outnumber unionists, outnumber those of a nationalist point of view. They are facing rising costs for power, transport for goods. Increasingly, to save hassle, they are sourcing from other places whenever they want to buy their goods from the United Kingdom and from the mainland. So we need action to rectify the mistakes made. And I listened to, with great respect to the Right Honourable Lady yesterday in some of her comments, when she said that she negotiated the deal, saying that she had designed a deal to respect the Northern Ireland position. I wholeheartedly disagree with her, as did my the member for Lagan Valley and the member for East Londonderry as well. We were sacrificed to secure the deal, and we have paid enough. The Brexit Freedom Bill must give us back our freedom, and I believe that freedom to buy British goods must be part of where we are. We want the same opportunity as they have elsewhere. Little wonder that my right honourable friend for Lagan Valley is waiting to see the substance of scrapping the protocol and not more suggestions of tweaking. It's not tweaking we want, I think the paper said it has to be absolutely done away with, and that was what the Foreign Secretary was saying. As one businessman said to me, we are trying to rebuild after COVID, and yet if we build on an unstable foundation, it could be biblical in this, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it won't be, the structure will tumble. The Northern Ireland Protocol is not a stable foundation. Unless we have one soon, businesses will crumble and the cost of living will skyrocket further. So again, I ask government to do the right thing, and I put it on record. If we're going to deliver justice, and that's what we're about, everyone in this House is delivering justice, then the justice has to be that the Northern Ireland Protocol is ditched. Stormont only works with consensus. We don't have a system of majority rule, which many of my friends on these benches have pointed out over the past few years. We have power sharing. If unions are not on board, then there can be no power sharing. So let's get it right and get our people into positions on a stable foundation. This is a priority, and it shouldn't be a priority. It should not be cultural expressions in an Irish Language Act, for instance. It should be allowing people to heat their home, feed their family, access medical care, and those pushing for limited finances to be spent in such ways need to go into estates and pensioners' bungalows and look these struggling people in the face. So every person I who spoke to, every right honourable member, every honourable member who has spoken mentioned about the cost of living, and rightly so. But we must address all of those issues, and we need to do it well. And one last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in relation to the Queen's speech and to the legacy issue. The Right Honourable Lady very kindly let me intervene on her yesterday. I want to put it on record. My concerns about the legacy, if it doesn't address totally, fully, and in a very embracing fashion those who have lost loved ones in their troubles. I think of many people that I know, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think of them often. I think of the Ballydugan Four. Three of those boys I knew extremely well. Murdered. I will be at a church service on Sunday to remember them, some 32 years after they were murdered. Nobody made accountable. I want justice for those families. I say it because they're my constituents, but I say it because I mean it as well. I want justice for Stuart Montgomery, who was murdered outside Pomeroy many years ago. He was only 18-year-old, just out of the police training college. Never anybody made accountable for him. I want justice for those in Le Mans who were murdered in a violent way. I want justice for those in the Abercorn. I want justice for the Darkley Gospel Hall. All of those occasions were when no one was made accountable from the IRA for what they did. I want justice for those who carried out the King's Mill massacres, the Omagh atrocity. I think those are things that I need to see. I want justice for my cousin Kenneth Smith, who was murdered by the IRA. No one ever made accountable for him. So when it comes to the legacy I want from this government is a legacy for my constituents, for my families, for my relatives, for the people of Northern Ireland who want justice for those who murdered their loved ones and have never seen anything happening for it. A mother's tears are the same regardless of their political persuasion or religion, and each deserve compassion, respect and above all truth. So I have real concerns that this bill will not provide this, and I'll be anxious to see the detail of all the legislation and listen to the views of the victims who do not have law centres behind them or millions of public money, but who simply miss their loved ones and don't want them to be forgotten. These people have paid a daily cost, and we cannot leave anyone behind whilst it is clear that Northern Ireland must move forward together. I welcome the Economic Crime Bill and welcome the Mental Health Reform Act. I watch that to see how that goes. Others have spoken of it. And I conclude with this, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome Her Majesty's gracious address, but I'm asking her government to do the right thing by us in Northern Ireland, do the right thing constitutionally for us, but also do the right thing practically, direct funding to help the cost of living, address the waiting list and educate our children. Put political aims in the back burner and practically work towards ensuring that every home can afford heat, light and food, rudimentary things, and yet things that are too many homes feel they must choose between. And this, I believe, cannot be accepted in any region of this glorious United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Always better together. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State Steve Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking colleagues on this side of the House who have made some really thoughtful contributions to this debate. Those are the Honourable and Right Honourable members for Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney, Cardiff North, Coventry North East, Sheffield Brightside and Hillsborough, Brighton Kemp Town, Newcastle upon Tyne Central, Leeds East, Stockton North, Preston, Newcastle upon Tyne North, Bristol East, St Helens North, and of course my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton Pontefract and Castleford. They have made clear in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Conservatives are a party that has got high on tax and are now also soft on crime. What a sorry situation for a party that once proudly stood for the precise opposite of the record they now hold. This Conservative government took 21,000 police officers off our streets. They closed courts and created a backlog of nearly 60,000 cases. And they targeted cuts on the youth services that prevent crime at source. At every stage in the criminal justice system, this government has let criminals off and they've let victims down. And now we have this thin, meagre Queen's speech offering nothing to put that right. The Conservatives have promised, and we've heard this from members on this side of the House this afternoon, the Conservatives have promised a victims bill in every Queen's speech since 2015. Yet 7 years on, this bill has still not appeared in Parliament. And yesterday, we were promised only a draft bill, meaning it will take even longer to ever become law. A victims bill should be at the centre of the legislative programme, not an afterthought, because this government's let victims down for far too long. It is scandalous, nothing short of scandalous, that only 1.3% of reported rapes ever results in a prosecution. The other 98.7% never reach court. And in those rare cases where a prosecution actually happens, the average delay in getting to court has now exceeded 1,000 days for the first time ever. Rape survivors deserve so much better than this. Letting an offender walk free for nearly 3 years, especially when so many of them live in the same neighbourhood as the person they attacked, is a major contributing factor as to why so many cases are dropped. At a time when rape involving a knife has gone up by nearly 10%, this government has effectively decriminalised rape. Now, the Home Secretary mentioned paedophilia in her opening speech. I'm sorry she's not in her place now, but let me respectfully remind her it was her party that ignored the child victim of the predatory former Conservative MP for Wakefield and allowed him to stand as their candidate. She might reflect on that before she debases herself with slurs against other parties ever again. Labour you didn't hear, I'm afraid, what the Home Secretary said from the dispatch box. Those comments are directed at what she said, and she debased her office in the way that she said it. I meant, of course, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Lady. Labour has already proposed a victims bill that puts victims and survivors back at the heart of the criminal justice system. The government refused to work with us, and we can only conclude after 7 years of delay and dither, low prosecution rates and eye-watering court delays, they just don't care about victims. A fundamental part of supporting victims is to make sure you catch the criminals that offended against them in the first place. But this government's police cuts are so extreme that they have effectively decriminalised many of the crimes that worry people the most. They fail to prosecute 93% of reported robberies, 95% of violent assaults, 96% of thefts, 99% of reported rapes, and 99.9% of reported cases of fraud. Shops and supermarket managers say the police don't come anymore to arrest shoplifters, so there's been an explosion of shoplifting to order. The criminals march in and they unload what they like off the shelves. I'd suggest the Honourable Gentleman goes and speaks to some supermarket managers in a constituency, because the criminals march in and unload what they like off the shelves and there's no one to stop them. If there aren't enough police because the Conservatives took them off the streets, then they can't catch the criminals. It really is as simple and commonsensical as that. Now, fraud is the fastest growing crime of all. Scammers target people's life savings and bank accounts with ever more intricate online schemes. We've recently even seen low-life criminals set up fake funds claiming to be helping Ukrainians when it's just fraudsters helping themselves to decent people's money. Yet the business secretary of this Conservative government tells us fraud isn't a real crime. No wonder their own fraud minister resigned in disgust at the government's failure to take these serious crimes seriously. The government is also letting down the victims of violent crime. Custodial sentences for knife offenders have fallen to the lowest level for 7 years, and almost half of all knife offenders dodged jail because the Conservatives broke their election pledge of 2 strikes and you're out. I know from my time, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a council leader, how to cut violent youth crime. My council reduced it by, they might scoff and laugh, but my council reduced it by 1/3 in 18 months. And the way, I suggest he listens to this, the way we did it was by investing in better support for parents, more community-led projects that divert young offenders away from crime, and tougher enforcement against lawbreakers. It works, but this government has done the polar opposite. They presided over a 70% cut in youth service funding that's left some areas with no funding at all, 0 funding. They've closed 750 youth centres. They've sacked 4,500 youth workers who did vital work steering the most vulnerable young people away from crime. Now, drug and alcohol addiction lies behind many criminals offending. They steal to feed their habit, and their habit often makes them more violent. You'd expect any serious government to tackle this, but the Conservatives have done the opposite. The House of Commons Library found that £100 million a year less was spent on tackling drug and alcohol addiction in the 3 years to 2020, thanks to this government, a decision that is right now fuelling crime. Under the Conservatives, a prisoner is more likely to leave prison addicted to drugs than when they first arrived. The think tank Reform tells us that 1 in 7 prisoners are now addicted to drugs, more than double the figure of 5 years ago. Under the Conservatives, our prisons have become colleges of crime that breed offending instead of places of punishment and rehabilitation that prevent it. It is alarming how many serious criminals walk out of jail at will. In February this year, the dangerous sex offender Paul Robson walked out of HMP North Sea Camp. In March, the murderer Shane Farrington walked out of HMP Thorne Cross. The honourable gentleman should take responsibility for their record after 12 years in power. This government should never have allowed such dangerous criminals to be placed in a low-category prison where they could simply walk out and menace the public. With drugs and violence running out of control in our prisons, we are seeing more prisoners leave prison to commit even more serious crimes afterwards. Over the last decade, 685 ex-offenders have been convicted for murders committed after they were released. More than a third of all of those murders were committed between 2018 and 2020, showing that the rate of the most serious reoffending is speeding up under this government. Now, terrorism worries everyone in this country. We heard some really heartfelt contributions today from members talking, for instance, about the horrific attack that targeted young people at the Manchester Arena, and we remember those victims with great sorrow in our hearts. Of the last 4 major terrorist attacks, 3 were carried out by prisoners released on licence and 1 by a serving inmate. So it beggars belief that the Justice Secretary wants to blunder ahead with his ill-conceived plan to rip up protections against terrorism in his bonfire of British people's rights. This country's security services have explained in the Times that his plans will make it harder to deport dangerous foreign terrorists, and in some cases, terrorists could get away with their crimes because of the reforms included in this Queen's speech. Our security services give evidence to the British courts in secret for terrorism cases. That's necessary, so their sources and operations are not exposed to the terrorists they're tracking down. But under this government's disastrous proposals, these cases would have to be heard in Strasbourg at the European Court, where secret evidence is not allowed. Rather than expose their agents, the security services would be forced to drop cases and let terrorists walk free. This government's warped ideology threatens to put the British people at greater risk of terrorist attacks, and it is our job on this side to stop them doing that. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has gone soft on crime. They don't prosecute criminals because they cut the police by 21,000. They don't punish criminals because they don't catch them in the first place. Our prisons have become drug-addicted colleges of crime, and the government cut the diversionary programmes that knock low-level offenders off the crime escalator so they then progress onto more serious forms of offending. Labour's approach would be so very different. We would put victims at the heart of the criminal justice system with a strengthened victims bill. We would make offenders pay back communities with new community and victim payback orders that stop young offenders in their tracks, and we would let victims choose the work offenders have to carry out. We'd crack down on drugs in prison and keep dangerous prisons in high-security prisons they can't walk out of. And we would set up new neighbourhood crime prevention teams in every community, bringing together police, youth workers, mental health services and, importantly, victims' representatives to tackle the causes of crime and antisocial behaviour. While the Conservatives sack the police, we back the police, and we'd put more of them back on the streets catching criminals. Under this Prime Minister, crime is up 18% and prosecutions are down 18%. Perhaps it's no surprise this government has gone soft on crime when it's led by people who break the law themselves. The Leader of the Opposition has promised to resign if he is issued with a fine for breaking the COVID lockdown rules. The Prime Minister broke those laws repeatedly and shamelessly, yet he hopes to cling on to office. This sends criminals a very dangerous message. If the Prime Minister doesn't obey the law, why should they? This government is led by lawbreakers who believe that laws are for the little people. No wonder they've gone soft on crime. No wonder they are letting criminals off and letting victims down.
Minister Kitmulhouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my pleasure and great honour to close this day of debate on the gracious speech with a particular focus on preventing crime and delivering justice. Now, the last 2 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been immensely challenging, but thanks to the effort of public servants across our criminal justice system, the public have been protected and justice has continued to be served. As Minister for Crime and Policing, I did want to start by paying tribute to our brave police officers for their tireless commitment to keeping the public safe, which has remained steadfast throughout the immense challenges of the pandemic and as we continue our COVID-19 recovery. And as a joint minister between the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice, I know that hard work and dedication has been no less evident at the other end of the system, from our court staff, legal professionals and the judiciary. Their efforts have kept the wheels of justice turning, so we can drive down the court backlog, rebuild a better, stronger system and bring swifter justice for all. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have listened to today's long debate with interest, and I'm grateful to members of all sides for their contributions. It is clear that there was a common theme across pretty much all the speeches this afternoon, which is a strong concern shared by the government about the cost of living challenge being felt up and down the nation, bringing difficult choices in houses and homes across the country. The government has moved quickly to inject £22 billion through various means into people's pockets, particularly focused on those households who have less money to spend on a daily basis. And I know that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister are monitoring the situation on a daily basis. It is the case that over the next few months the cost of living is going to challenge even more, given the forecast of the Bank of England, and it's the duty of all of us in government to do what we can to alleviate that burden on our fellow citizens. This, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, is of course a Queen's speech which lays out a legislative agenda for the next session, rather than a budget which would lay out a fiscal or taxation agenda. And I'm confident that when it comes to that point, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, as he has done in the past, will do what he needs to do to support households in this country. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a variety of contributions this afternoon that fell broadly into three categories. First of all, the constructive, beginning with my friend, the member for Bracknell, who talked about antisocial behaviour in his constituency, a theme that we heard from a number of members. We had the three Graces from Ashfield, Peterborough and Dudley North, who expressed strong support for the public order bill that will be coming forward very shortly, and in particular for the general theme expressed pithily by my friend for Peterborough, who said that criminals should be scared of the law, not citizens scared of the criminals. That's a sentiment with which we heartily agree. My honourable friend for Stoke-on-Trent North gave his usual vigorous and wide-ranging contribution to the debate, which illustrated quite neatly why his part of the world is becoming a Conservative stronghold with every month that passes. Our friends from the other side of the Irish Sea in Northern Ireland also gave constructive and I think thoughtful contributions, support again for the measures we're taking on dealing with guerrilla-style protests, but I heard very clearly their concerns about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I know that the Prime Minister, Northern Ireland Secretary and the Foreign and Commonwealth Secretary are all engaged very intensively on trying to solve the problems that that protocol is bringing to that part of the country. Happily, from the opposition benches, the member for St Helens North took us through the very welcome renaissance in St Helens Fortunes, a town I know well from my upbringing in the northwest, although he seemed to miss the bit in his speech where he was grateful for the government contribution to that particular renaissance, not least the £360,000 that the council received to help with rough sleeping in the town, with which they've been remarkably successful. And then the honourable gentleman for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, who similarly was very gracious about the government work in his constituency, which is bringing, I hope, great prosperity and success to his part of the world, and I'm grateful for his contribution. Then, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a variety of contributions which were all variations on a theme of everything Conservative bad, everything fill in the blank, my party, excellent, good, brilliant, silver bullet style solutions. The member for Bristol East, who seemed to be happy that protesters should be punished through the civil courts but not through the criminal courts, which is a rather confused stance. The honourable lady for Newcastle North, who really needs to reflect on the various problems that she raised with crime in her constituency, in her city, which really should be the priority of the Labour Police and Crime Commission, and I hope she will have an assertive conversation with her as she was assertive in her contribution. The member for Oxford West and Abington, who put the blame for members of Action Forward catching COVID down to the government, strangely. Hopefully they will recover soon. Always good to hear from the member for Leeds East. Excellent to know that the Corbynite heart of the Labour Party is beating strongly Fear not, my friend, your time will come again, we all hope. A vigorous contribution from the Honourable Gentleman for Brighton Kemp Town, which inside the kind of accepted attacks on us, I thought there was some food for thought there on some of the perhaps more sensitive issues that we're going to have to face during this session. A couple of members from the West Midlands, not least the member for Coventry North East, putting the fall in police numbers in West Midlands Police down to the government, whereas in fact there is very little we can do if you have a Labour Police and Crime Commissioner who does not prioritise the maintenance of police numbers over the last 10 years. There are lots of police forces across the country. There are lots of police forces across the country who already have the highest number of police officers they've ever had in their history, not least the Metropolitan Police. And that's because those who've had custodianship of the finances of that force over the last decade or so made the right choices. I cannot compensate for the poor choices of police and crime commissioners made during the last 10 years, much though I would like to. And I hope that when we reach the end of the successful recruitment of 20,000 police officers, which I forecast we will do towards the end of this year, that people will reflect on the decisions they made over the decade and where it has put them at the end of the process. And then finally, the member for Cardiff North, who seems to have failed to realise that our commitment to net zero, I'm proud to say, is a matter of law and cannot be avoided by this government or indeed any subsequent government. And that brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the chief dystopians, the front bench pair. The closing, the member for Croydon Central, who went in for some kind of weirdo rant at the end, filled, I'm afraid, with misrepresentations. And am I allowed to say half-truths? I don't know if that's parliamentary language or not. So the strange thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that so eager are they to attack, so eager are they to push for all-out frontal assault, that they forget the collateral damage. That in their speech they attack the police, all those brave police officers, callous and uncaring. That Home Office, the thousands of Home Office staff, are unfeeling and similarly inefficient and callous about those who seek their services. And that even most of them represented by Labour Police and Crime Commissioners attacking their colleagues for their own lack of thought and care. Their general speeches don't really, I think, require a detailed response, not least because it's the same attacks that we heard in the run-up to the 2019 election. As I say, all variations on a theme, and I suspect we'll get the same result at the next election unless they change their tune. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we did have three, I thought, very thoughtful contributions, which struck me in particular. First, the member for Poole, who not just on crime and justice issues, but raised the old-fashioned issue of monetarism as a key part of our economic approach, something of which I have a strong sympathy, and no doubt that will come to the fore as we look towards our cost of living challenge. The member for Don Valley, who I'm very interested in this all-party group on men and boys. I think he has put his finger on a particular issue which has been neglected, and his analogy that if we had 1,000 cars and 3 went wrong, we wouldn't damn all those 1,000 cars. We would try and work out why the 3 had gone wrong, I think is a very strong one, and I hope that he and I can work together in the months to come to solve some of those problems that we are seeing in the criminal justice system, undoubtedly with men and boys. And then the honourable lady from Edinburgh, for whom I have an enormous amount of respect. She obviously had to go through the standard attacks on the Conservative Party to satisfy Central Command in Scotland, but actually, her thoughts on the Bill of Rights, on conversion therapy, and indeed on online rights, I thought were well worth listening to and gave pause for thought. And I will certainly be sending a copy of her contribution to this debate to those various ministers so that they can consider what she said. She's obviously a legal brain to be reckoned with, and so we should do exactly that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was hard to discern in amongst the fury from the front bench on the other side what they were likely to support in the coming session, but I am pleased that in our part of the government universe we do have a number of bills which I think will make a significant difference to the British people. A national security bill that will enhance the safety of the public and our vital interests in those who seek to do the UK harm, making good on our manifesto commitment to make sure security services have the power they need. I assume the front bench will support that. Through the Protect Duty bill, we're going to introduce new legal requirements for public locations and venues to ensure they're prepared for protection from terrorist attack. I assume they will support that. A public order bill. I know they're going to support the public order bill because the Leader of the Opposition was calling for more assertive action during the recent fuel protests, so I expect to see support through the lobby for that. An economic crime bill, we've already heard from the front bench that they want to support that, and we hope to work constructively with them in making sure that we are all safe online and that we're able to deny the proceeds of crime from those who wish to make money from exploiting our fellow citizens. An online safety bill, which has been subject to a lot of discussion in this House and elsewhere as to how we should start to police the online world in the same way that we police the offline world. No doubt there will be challenges along the way, but I'm sure we can reach a settled view, and I'm grateful particularly to the honourable member from Newcastle for her contribution on algorithms. She will, of course, remember that we, I think, are the first government in the world to have a register of algorithms that can be looked at by those who understand them. I'm not saying necessarily would, but who can examine them. And I think there's scope for the House to come together to both protect the vulnerable and, in particular, children, but also make sure that we deal with offending online. The Modern Slavery Bill, which I know will garner support from across the House. A number of members on all benches mentioned their desire to strengthen protections in that particular area. A Victims Bill, which has been a little bit of time coming, but I'm glad to say will be laid, I hope, shortly in draft form for pre-legislative scrutiny, as it should be. Everybody wants to put victims at the heart of the criminal justice system. We have done enormous amounts to support victims over the last couple of years, spending significant money on support mechanisms for them, but there is always much more we can do. Although, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we do want victims to be supported, our primary aim is that there should be fewer of them. And the work we're doing across the whole of the criminal justice system and policing will achieve that. And then finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Bill of Rights, which should ensure that our human rights framework meets the needs of society it serves, commands public confidence, and where perceived and actual abuses of our human rights laws are ended, we can restore a bit more common sense to the justice system. We need to strengthen our common law traditions, particularly now as we exit the European Union, and we have to reduce our reliance on Strasbourg case law. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend the Home Secretary set out earlier in this debate, the first job of any government is to keep its people safe. That is why we're delivering ambitious reforms to do just that, cutting crime, delivering swifter justice and making our streets safer. We are backing the ever-growing numbers of police with the tools and support they need, making sentences tougher for violence and sexual crimes, strengthening victims' rights and restoring confidence in the criminal justice system. And we will make sure that we strike the right balance in our human rights framework so that it meets the needs of the public and commands their confidence to strengthen our traditions of liberty, particularly the right to free speech, add a healthy dose of common sense and curtail abuses of our justice system. And I commend the government's programme on crime and justice to the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Standing Order number 150D says the Speaker shall put forthwith the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on a motion to implement a sanction recommended by the independent expert panel. I call the Leader of the House to move the motion formally.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alicia Keane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When people think of levelling up, what often comes to mind is cities that have been left behind, areas of the north whose industries have changed, and towns where inequalities are often blatant and impossible to miss. But how often are the needs of rural communities considered within that discussion? Because I know they're largely absent from the media debate on this issue, and I suspect in Whitehall they rarely get a look in. That's the crux of why I stand here this evening. Rural communities can be forgotten no more, because too many of them have been left behind, and they deserve to be levelled up too. Now, 1/5 of the UK's population live in rural areas, so this debate is of great consequence to so very many, because we too need support to access the opportunities our communities need to succeed. But I recognise it's not straightforward, because in rural areas poverty is often hidden. Barriers to social mobility can be more difficult to observe in rural areas, and it does cost more to deliver services in rural areas. Another key issue is that deprivation is used as a key determinant of funding, but with no recognition to the fact that rural poverty should be considered within this because of the added cost of accessing services in rural areas, which deprives many of access. A focus on policy making on urban and industrial growth has come at the expense of those who do not live in large cities. And this has been made all the worse due to underinvestment in critical infrastructure and local government funding, particularly in areas in the East Midlands.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Very happily.
Thank you very much indeed. You're making an... The honourable member is making an excellent speech. And could I perhaps highlight one point? That Leicestershire County Council, for example, during this year's funding settlement, nationally they get £128 a person, but in Leicestershire only £85 per person.
My very beloved colleague is absolutely right. And when it comes to this, I believe that if Leicestershire was funded the same amount as Surrey, they would get something like £140 million more into their budget, which I will come on to in more detail shortly, so I thank her for raising that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Question is this House do now adjourn? Alicia Cairns.
I've got to start again.
If I just explain, we have to move the motion again at 7 o'clock. Please continue where you left off.
There we go. Right, there we go. I'm happy to be given more time, that's not a problem. So yes, I thank my friend for her intervention. Rural prosperity has been stifled, and the Rural Powerhouse campaign estimates that if we were to try to close the rural productivity gap, it would add 43 billion of gross value added to our economy. So today I stand here with some very simple requests to the Minister. That the government makes sure it doesn't leave rural areas behind, that it promises to level up rural areas, that he sends a delegation of civil servants to my constituency who could pop across the border to his own constituency to see the challenges faced by our rural authorities, that he consider the creation of a rural capital investment fund that I will come on to, and that he establishes a rural deprivation unit within his department. Absolutely.
Can I first of all congratulate the honourable lady for Rutland and Nottingham for bringing this forward, and as the MP for a rural constituency like Strangford, the very subject matter the honourable lady is referring to is one that's very close to my heart, and I thank her and congratulate her on bringing that forward, because we can all then so want it, and look forward to the Minister's response, of course. Does the honourable lady not agree that there are many rural businesses that are ready to be successful online if only they had more support specifically designed to help those dealing with rural areas, and that some of the Prosperity Fund should be allocated to specialists in rural business to provide training and support for others?
I couldn't agree more, and as part of that they require more support to have the broadband access that they need to be able to establish and grow these businesses, which I will come on to shortly. Now, the UK Shared Prosperity Fund is a central pillar of our levelling up agenda, and I welcome this fund. It rightly has a focus on local stakeholders and letting local people have their say. There are some concerns that I've had discussions with about the Harborough, Melton and Rutland councils that I'd like to raise. Firstly, rural districts and local authorities have been prescribed relatively small proportions of funding. Now, this isn't a surprise to many of us, but I hope it can be rectified as we go forward. Secondly, local flexibility risks being constrained by the pre-specified outcomes of the fund. And finally, the yearly spending requirements limit our ability to maximise investment spend over the fund's duration. Now, for it to have its most success, we have to focus on those long-term investments. But a closer inspection of the 2021-22 Budget Red Book shows there will be no dedicated ring-fence funding in the Shared Prosperity Fund for rural businesses, and that will hit communities like his and mine hardest. Now, shared prosperity begins with the recognition that different areas have different needs. And I know the Minister, my good friend, knows my constituency of Rutland, Melton, the Vale and Harbour villages very well. In many ways, our communities are the same. They're idyllic. We have an enormous sense of community. The big-heartedness and friendliness is heartfelt and deep. We have picturesque rolling hills of England. Uppingham, one of my 3 towns, was voted the best place to live in the East Midlands. Melton was named the 6th. We have industries that people might not associate with rural areas. Samworth, that makes the majority of sandwiches in this country. Arnold Wills, they make the majority of belts in this country. Hanson Cement Quarry, Mars Pet Care, C.S. Ellis, an amazing national haulage company. And of course our Stilton and pork pies that are enjoyed around the world, and Beaver Fruit Farm as well. Now, we love and we want to protect our rural way of life, but we need support because delivering services in rural areas is more expensive. Rural economies are more susceptible to skill shortages, and physical and digital connectivity lag behind other parts of the UK, and the geographical spread of our communities can obscure the nature of these issues of facing people. Now, looking at the relative affluence of some parts of Rutland and Melton, that means that some pockets of deprivation are too often overlooked by government policy, and that is to the detriment of rural communities. Many people may not know this, but Rutland ranks in the bottom 10% for social mobility in the entire country. And I believe that rurality plays a large role in that, alongside insufficient government support. Now, I know the Secretary of State is especially interested in tackling these pockets of deprivation, and this is where a rural deprivation unit within his department would make a fundamental difference. This would help them consider and understand the complex nature of rural inequalities and make sure that local investment plans take this into account. It would provide a renaissance for our rural communities. Now, on the issue of local government funding, which the Honourable Lady for Loughborough rightly raised, for too long, communities in Leicestershire and in Rutland and Melton have come second best. Despairingly, Leicestershire is the lowest funded county council per head in England, while Rutland County Council are expected to raise significantly more revenue through local taxation than other local authorities in England. And the East Midlands, as a region, has the lowest level of public investment of any region in England. Now, how can we have shared prosperity when long-term funding resettlements are so unfavourable to rural areas? It's a bold and ambitious agenda, but how can our councils do more with less? We desperately need and deserve the funding we need. Now, looking specifically at Rutland County Council, that has been an effective unitary authority for many years, and we are proud of our independence. We are ranked number 1 on the Empower Index, the highest performing council in adult social care in the country. But we forecast a budget gap for 2023-24 onwards. We are required to raise a shocking 80% of our revenue through taxation. The national average for councils is just 60%. That means that Band D property in Rutland is £2,200 a year, and this is the council in the worst 10% for social mobility in our country. We receive £331 less government funding per household than other councils. We have the highest council tax in the country. That is not good enough, and it is not fair. And then we look to Leicestershire County Council, in which Melton and the Vale and Harbour parts of my constituency sit. As I touched on earlier, if LCC was funded the same amount as Surrey, they would have £104 million more to support people across Leicestershire. That cannot be right. We need fair funding. And I'm pleased to have secured productive meetings between Rutland County Council and the Minister of State for Levelling Up. And I hear and I hope that future funding settlements will be provided earlier to allow for better local planning, but they also need to be richer. My Leicestershire colleagues and I have worked tirelessly since our elections to try and get the department to pay heed to this unfair imbalance. And I know it's not easy, and I know it's not straightforward, and I know budget would be required, but we have to rectify these injustices. And I have raised them time and time and again, and I hope the department will pay attention to them. Now, moving on to rural transport. Strong transport links are all the more critical in rural settings, and it's fantastic that the Shared Prosperity Fund is taking transport into account. Now, after 40 years of promises and hopes and let-down dreams, together with the Minister's Department, the Melton Mowbray Distributor Road is finally being built in my constituency. It is going to transform the town centre of Melton and bring £160 million of investment into our amazing town. However, we have wider rural transport concerns that continue. Community renewal is highly dependent on good transport services, but we've had recent reductions in all of our transport services which threaten to undermine our rural growth. In Melton, the end of the number 19 bus between Melton and Nottingham has been cut because it was being underused, but also because it wouldn't be financed anymore. Workers and students are no longer able to get from rural Melton to Nottingham for work or for educational opportunities. Businesses are suffering, and particularly those with special educational needs. And in rural areas, those special educational needs suffer so often because it is so difficult to access the services they need. Now, I'm hopeful that I can mitigate some of the loss of that bus service with the reinstatement of the train service from Melton to Nottingham. There is currently no direct service. We have to go through my honourable friend's constituency and through Leicester. And the government kindly provided £50,000 of funding to look at my proposal to reopen it. I would politely ask the Minister to remind his colleagues at the Department of Transport that we're waiting to hear back on our bid, having made our business case. Now, in Rutland, Centre Bus is only continuing the Rutland Flyer bus and the 707 routes after demanding additional subsidies from Rutland County Council. Given what I've just said about our funding issues in Rutland, you can see why having to subsidise a bus route is an additional burden that the Council cannot take on. Now, the Government's promised to bring forward new arrangements for rural transport in the summer, and I urge them to act now to support faltering rural transport services, because that will boost. Very happily, please.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and can I congratulate her on securing this very important debate on support for our rural communities. Levelling up across our entire United Kingdom must include our rural communities. On our EFRA Select Committee, we are in the midst of an inquiry on rural mental health, and the evidence that we have taken, much of the stresses and pressures on rural communities are exacerbated by rural isolation and then things that happen in rural communities, whether it's animal disease outbreaks, whether it's flooding, and connectivity issues where people can't get from A to B, and my honourable friend is making that point passionately. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the government, central government, should work with local government to make sure that funding is allocated to rural communities to really try and mitigate against rural isolation by funding rural bus services, by funding broadband, and making sure people can be connected and stay together?
My honourable friend hits the nail on the head, whether it's combating loneliness or connectivity or business opportunity, or the 150 Ukrainians who are going to settle in my constituency and have already started over the last few weeks. The 431 square miles of my constituency are very difficult to navigate when there are no bus services. Now, coming on to digital connectivity, we do have a digital deficit in rural communities. And Onward and the NFU highlighted in 2021 that only 20% of people in rural areas can access broadband speeds above 24 Mbps. Now, that's not good enough, and I welcome that I was able to get Rutland in the first tranche of places in the country that will receive full fibre optic. That's fantastic, get gigabit, but we need it for more communities, excuse me, Madam Deputy Speaker, across the community. I promise I do not have COVID. Looking at job retention in rural areas, if we are to give rural areas the tools they need, then we have to make sure people know that they can remain locally for jobs. And I touched on some of the amazing employers in my constituency earlier. But to tackle these differences, we do need long-term ability to think for our local authorities. And I'm concerned that unless the Shared Prosperity Fund can be used to address the root causes of rural inequality, it will have a limited impact on our communities. And that's why the Country Land and Business Association has called for the creation of a separate fund for rural capital investment, and I would urge the Minister to consider this. Rutland and Melton are currently developing a joint Levelling Up Fund bid, and it reflects the varied nature of our communities and business interests, and I look forward to championing that in Parliament. Now, coming to health and emergency services and the very good friends that one can make in this place, the government has rightly identified health as one of the key pillars of levelling up. A report in 2019 showed that while older people in rural areas experience reduced rates of mortality, poor access to services is driving health inequality. And I believe that living in the countryside, you can have the most incredible, healthy and happy lifestyle, but poor access to services is a meaningful challenge. Now, since being elected the MP, I have been fighting for a second GP practice in the town of Melton Mowbray, because I believe that Latham House Medical Practice is the most oversubscribed surgery in the country. If nothing changes, 45,000 people will be served by one practice. That cannot be right. I was told on my election it would take me over a decade to get us a new GP practice, and that's not good enough for me, and it's not good enough for the people of Melton. And I've been working hard with Melton Borough Council, especially our leader, Councillor Joe Orson, our Chief Executive, Ed de Coverley, as well as our Clinical Commissioning Group Chair, Andy Williamson, to make sure that we get one and we don't wait 10 years for it. In Rutland, there are also wider health challenges. Rutland Memorial Hospital, I promised to save it, and I now have that commitment from the CCG that it will be saved. But we need investment so that my elderly community do not have to go to Leicester, which takes them at least an hour, to get ongoing care for chronic conditions. We need new funds, and we need to invest in community hospitals. Indeed, at that dispatch box yesterday, the Prime Minister championed the fact that he had fought for community hospitals when he first came to this place. So I hope that he will listen and take heed to the fact that we need to do it now. We also face challenges around cross-border working. Constituents of mine in Rutland access services in Peterborough, in Lincolnshire, in Kettering, in Northamptonshire, in Leicester. In the Vale, they access services in Leicestershire, in Nottinghamshire, in Lincolnshire. We now have finally a requirement that they have to share this information cross-border, but there is more to be done. Finally, I welcome wholeheartedly the Shared Prosperity Fund's emphasis on community and place. As the Minister knows, our motto in Rutland is multum in parvo, much in little, and we have abundance of pride in our county. From Rutland Water, which I invite every member of this House to visit, indeed one colleague grabbed me earlier today and said, "Is Stoke dry in your constituency?" And I said, "Yes, it is. Do you know that's where they launched the gunpowder plot from?" He said, "No, I didn't, but I did once I'd been it. Aren't you lucky to have that in your constituency?" I said, "Yes, I am." He then went on to list a number of other villages and towns in my constituency and how lucky I was. It is an amazing place to be. We have our Rutland Showground that does events like Bird Fair, but recently we've had an incredible 2 archaeological discoveries. The first was the amazing Roman mosaic, found in a farmer's field just 15 minutes from my own home, which tells the story of Achilles and Hector. Now, it's changed our understanding of Roman Britain, because in so many movies, Britain at that time was hordes of barbarians, and we now know we have these amazing mosaics. It's described as one of the most significant discoveries ever made in the UK. Then, only a couple of weeks later, the discovery of an 180-million-year-old ichthyosaur, the UK's largest and most complete record of the marine reptile, which I had the privilege of touching while it was being dug up. Now, surely funding from the Shared Prosperity Fund could go towards the promotion of these discoveries, because I have no doubt that the scale of them means we deserve a heritage museum, a heritage trail, major investment in our tourism industry that would help counteract the fact we do not get enough local government funding, allow us to stand on our own feet. That's all we're asking for, but we need the investment from DCMS, and I hope we can make it a reality. Melton too has much to celebrate in pride of place. We all know it's the rural capital of food, and we have some of the best farmers in the country who pronounce the world-renowned goods such as the Melton Mowbray pork pie, which, yes, I promised in my maiden speech you would hear much of, and I have clearly not failed to deliver on that. There is Stilton, Tuxford and Tebbet, the oldest producer in the world, Long Clawson Dairy. The world's best ale is produced by Round Corner Brewing in Melton. Award-winning Brentford gin, they didn't win the international award, I'm afraid. Sedentro cider, which again has won awards. Samosa Walla, we make amazing samosas. We're also the leading producers of paneer cheese and tofu for the Japanese restaurant market. We are the world's capital of food, and food heritage is in our blood. We can be the home of food tourism with help from the government. So I would like to pay tribute to the Melton Borough Council and Leicestershire Enterprise Partnership, who set up the new Food Enterprise Centre last year, and particularly the new stockyard that was launched only 2-3 weeks ago, which will provide a new opportunity as a haven of food and drink within my constituency. Now, to finish up, Minister and Madam Deputy Speaker, I previously stated that the Shared Prosperity Fund can deliver outcomes bigger than the sum of its parts, but I wonder if the Minister can elaborate on ways in which we as MPs can access this fund. I was recently contacted by the trustees of Barradon Village Hall, and over the last 6 years, they've been working on a plan to replace their ageing village facilities. The grants they hope to apply for have been wiped out by COVID. We've recognised that we are asking for more in a time of less, but they are looking into applying to the Community Ownership Fund to restore their village hall. The next bidding round is in May, and I think that they would be a fantastic candidate for the Community and Place Investment Priority, so I hope that I've put that very much on his radar. I would also point out to him that I have been fighting now for at least 18 months for DEFRA to open its office outside of London in Melton, because it's not just that Melton needs DEFRA, DEFRA needs Melton. It should not be that our policy officials are reliant on field visits to meet farmers and to understand the rural way of life. We are in the final 3 to home DEFRA. It is Melton Mowbray, Peterborough and York. What do you notice about that? 2 cities and 1 rural town. Only one is the rural capital of food. DEFRA should come to Melton and it would get a wonderful home and wonderful support from my colleagues. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, for far too long, rural areas have been left behind to the detriment of our society. This is grossly unfair to the Minister's constituents and to mine. We have a levelling up agenda that allows us to finally tackle these inequalities. But we have to be honest about the scale of the challenges. We need a fair funding settlement for rural local authorities. We need investment in rural transport and digital infrastructure. We need improved rural health services, improved rural mental health services, and a long-term plan for rural culture. We can do this, and then all of the communities of Rutland, Melton, the Vale and Harbour villages will have the chance to succeed. We are currently, both Rutland and Melton, Tier 2 priority areas in the Levelling Up Fund. So give us the chance to succeed, support us. And in February, the Secretary of State offered to come to Rutland to see firsthand the opportunities that we have, but also the challenges that face our local authorities. So I'd ask the Secretary of State to come. My colleague is always welcome to pop across the border and join me. And I hope that we can recognise that when rural communities prosper, so does the rest of the UK. And I hope that we will not have to have a debate like this again during my time as the proud member for Rutland and Melton.
Mr Neil Brown.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by congratulating my honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Melton, for securing a debate on this important topic and for her superb speech and the important contributions from members for Strangford and my honourable friend for Loughborough and also the honourable friend for Penrith and the Border, who was making some similar and important points in a debate just a couple of weeks ago. Now, we should start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by recognising that there's many, many positive things happening in Rutland and Melton and the parts of the Harbour District that she represents. And many of them are happening because of my honourable friend. She's been a relentless champion for fairer funding for Rutland and Leicestershire. She secured the Melton Mowbray Distributor Road, which is absolutely key to levelling up Melton. And after 40 years of discussions, she and local colleagues have finally made it happen. Rutland Memorial Hospital has been saved after the commitment she secured from the CCG. She raised broadband, and I'm pleased that her efforts on this paid off and put Rutland in the very first tranche of gigabit upgrades in the country. And my friend also helped secure 150,000 for Community Hub in Thurnby and 150,000 for Pub in Frisbee from our community ownership funds. And I look forward to drinking them at some point. And of course, her local authorities have also benefited for funding from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. Rutland, Melton and Leicestershire are receiving over 5 million of UK SPF funding, with Rutland getting over $1 million, Harbour over 2.1 million, and Melton just shy of 1.2 million. On top of that, Leicestershire is receiving nearly 3 million in multiply funding. Now, on the Shared Prosperity Fund, she raised a series of important questions about flexibility and rurality, and I want to address them directly. Even the last Labour government acknowledged that spending on regional economic policies should have been brought back from Brussels and decided here, but they never managed to bring it back or get the EU to agree to that. Now we do have control back. We can do things differently, and compared to previous EU funding, the Shared Prosperity Fund will be radically more flexible and much more locally led. Under the last Labour government, funding was given to remote and unelected regional RDAs based far away from Rutland and Melton. Under the Shared Prosperity Fund, it will be given to individual districts and elected local leaders, so much more local. In addition, bureaucracy will be slashed and there will be far more discretion over what money is spent on. EU requirements for match funding, which impacted on poorer places in particular, will be abolished, and the EU system with payments in arrears, multiple rounds of auditing, multiple rules and lengthy application documents, which all made it difficult for small voluntary local groups in particular, will all be swept away. And under the EU funding, only a very narrowly defined set of things could be funded. Now, under the Shared Prosperity Fund, the investment priorities deliberately cover a very wide range of possible local interventions, precisely because that's what local leaders said they wanted from us. Whether it's digital connectivity, buses, skills, improvements to high streets, community events, sport festivals, the choice for the first time will belong to local leaders and local communities. And rural communities will be empowered to set and deliver against their own priorities through the fund, shaping it locally, not applying to a remote RDA based in a city far away. So, in terms of allocations, the Shared Prosperity Fund matches in real terms the previous spend in each LEP area, and we were conscious of the need for continuity for ongoing programmes. That's why we made that decision. However, within those LEP areas, we've used the same index of community renewal that we developed for the Community Renewal Fund, and one reason we use that is exactly because it, unlike previous funding formulas, explicitly recognises the challenges of rurality and sparsity to tackle the very unfairness that my honourable friend has raised. And the Shared Prosperity Fund is only one of the funds that we're using to give financial firepower to places. The £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund just recently opened for its second round, and that could be used to boost some of those fantastic rural food businesses my honourable friend mentioned, or it could be used to make the most of the incredible cultural discoveries she mentioned. She noted that Rutland and Melton were in Tier 2, and again that is because the Index for Levelling Up Fund recognises the challenges of rural and poorly connected areas in a way that previous governments haven't. We've also created new funds like the Community Ownership Fund, which particularly help rural communities where those hub assets are so important to villages and smaller places. On top of that, the £3.6 billion Towns Fund is regenerating communities up and down the country, and there is more to come with the £1.8 billion Brownfield Fund, mainly still to be allocated, which will help drive regeneration and save valued green spaces. Of course.
Thank you very much. He mentioned their community ownership funds. There is a pub in Statham in my constituency who, having seen the success of the Bell in Frisbee, would like to do the same with the Red Lion. Can I ask when the next funding round will be opening? Because I know there's a keenness in the department to learn from previous rounds to help people applying for the next round of that community ownership fund.
It will be opening extremely shortly. I will take that offline with my honourable friend, and we have indeed tried to learn some lessons to improve it from the first round. Now, my honourable friend raised a number of other critical issues. In particular, she talked very powerfully about the need for more GP surgeries. I wholly agree. Now, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill published today responds to exactly that issue and the campaigning by her and the other MPs here this evening. We must make sure that development always comes with the infrastructure that is needed. Section 106 has seen money handed back to developers, which is intensely frustrating for local communities. Projects become outdated by the time the money is available, money can't be adequately pooled to add up to major projects, it's not a transparent system, it doesn't reflect the cumulative effect of development because you can't pool funds properly. The new infrastructure levy that we are proposing through that bill will change all that. It means more money for local communities, more of the benefit of development for the local communities, not just developers. More local control is what it is spent on as well, and matching that new housing to the infrastructure that is needed. My honourable friend also talked about digital connectivity and the challenges of rural areas, also her success in the early rollout. We're investing £5 billion so that hard-to-reach areas can get gigabit speeds. And over 67% of UK premises can now access gigabit-capable broadband, which is an enormous leap forward from July 2019, when coverage was only 8%, a spectacular transformation. And the £1 billion that we're investing in the shared rural network will particularly help improve mobile signals in rural areas like Rutland and Melton, so that my honourable friend can spend even more time when she's on the A47 lobbying ministers brutally effectively. Now, my honourable friend talked, of course, about the critical issue of local government finance. And the overriding ambition of government is, of course, to keep bills low by giving councils the tools and the firepower to keep taxes low while offering first-rate services to their residents. And, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine impacts on that and makes the cost of living even more important. Our local government finance settlement for 22-23 does exactly that by providing an additional £3.7 billion of funding to local authorities, including support for adult social care reform, which is, of course, critical for rural areas with older populations. In my honourable friend's constituency, that translates into a cash terms increase in core spending power for Harborough of 6% compared to last year, for Melton a 9.3% increase, and for Rutland a 7.4% increase, and for Leicestershire County Council a 6.9% increase compared to the previous year. And that new funding we have made available is the largest cash terms increase in grant funding provided through the settlement in the last 10 years, testament to the support that we are affording to councils in every corner of the county, especially those outside our major towns and cities. My honourable friend is quite right to say that these things can always be improved, and she will continue to power forward on this agenda, I'm sure. But I will give way one more time.
It's just very brief to touch on. I just wanted to point out that the Minister is a neighbour of mine, and I wish to point out that without him, I do not believe we would have made the progress we have made on fair funding within this country, within improved settlements. So whilst he cannot publicly lobby for his own constituent Market Harborough, I know that all Leicestershire MPs wish to put on record their gratitude to him. And whilst I cannot ask him to agree, I will therefore instead ask him to confirm that he will continue to keep his eye on funding for Leicestershire and Rutland going forward.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure what is to say in answer to that question. I should say instead that I should like to finish and to thank my honourable friend for bringing this very, very important issue to the House today. The rural economy doesn't always get the attention. In the past, it hasn't had the attention or the credit that it deserves. And governments who undervalue rural communities would do so at their peril, and we will never, ever, ever do that. Now, when I was in Uppingham on Market Day just the other day, you see all the attractions and the wonderful things about my honourable friend's constituency, the incredible, vibrant town centre. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. But we as a government also see the challenges, right? We see the challenges of maintaining those rural bus routes. We see the challenges of an older population. It's wonderful that Rutland has the highest male life expectancy in the entire country, but of course that brings with it the higher cost of looking after well a group of older people. Rural places don't have the momentum that larger cities have had because of the changes to a services-based economy over the last 20 years that have helped capital cities and large cities particularly at the expense of rural areas. And we're conscious of those challenges. We have made unprecedented changes to funding formula to recognise those challenges, which for too long, as my honourable friend said, have been neglected. But under this government, we are addressing those things. And just to disagree with one thing my honourable friend said, she was worried that sometimes these things are forgotten in government. I can promise her they will never ever be forgotten in this government. Thank you.
The question is, this House do now adjourn? As many as are of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.